Hello everyone and welcome to Hearthstone Masters Tour Summer Championship Day 2. By the end of the day we are going to crown our champion and see who is going to be joining Levick at the World Championship later on. I'm Raven and joining me to kick off today is Dragon Rider. Welcome to the opening of the show, at least for Day 2. How did you find yesterday?
Well, personally, I found it very fast and not many game fives because every one that I got to cast didn't go to game 5. So I'm hoping that I see a little bit more game 5 action today. But overall, it seemed pretty interesting. We had a lot of variations in the bans, in the card choices of the decks, and what people were ending up banning and then going for in terms of strategy. So very excited to see if that ends up being the same today. But let's talk about what is coming for today here and look at what we have coming up here. But as you mentioned, World Championship, we will be crowning another player going to that. That's going to be a prize pool of $350,000.
Yeah, of course, and this is the Summer Championship. We've only had one Masters Tour so far this year. This is number 2, and there will be one coming up in fall as well, so make sure to keep an eye out for those dates when they are announced. But the main story for these Masters Tours this year is just how competitive it is to even qualify for them. The 16 players at completely stacked groups that we had yesterday, as all the players sort of battled through those to make it to Day 2, and now we just have the top 8 to play through to get to that champion. Of course, as you will know if you've been watching any amount of competitive Hearthstone over the last few years, Conquest is the go-to. But as you mentioned on the variety of archetypes combined with the sort of completely personal choice of bans it seems like the players have is definitely keeping the matchups fresh. So we'll have to see if that pays out through the rest of the day. And I think what's most important here is just what lineups are actually going to end up performing, because there's a lot of differences between classes and the archetypes within those. We've got players favouring Mech Rogue, and then some players favouring different types of rogues, and you've got Arcane Hunter versus the sort of Beast Hunter, and that list kind of goes on, with the only real deck, at least from this tournament, I can really see being a agreed upon outcome really is that Shaman, right? Which is just the sort of go-to nature Shaman. Yes, there's a few cards different, but I think the overall plan for that deck seems to be at least agreed upon by most players.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be very, very interesting. We'll see. I am excited to see how many of those nature shamans end up getting banned or not banned today. We did see a mix of that yesterday. So Nature Shaman and Mage, I think, seem to kind of be the big storylines this weekend in terms of maybe the most popular decks and choices. So we'll see what ends up happening there. I know we already have some bans coming through for our matches, so definitely going to be exciting to get into those. But let's talk about yesterday and kind of how we got to this point in the first place, Raven.
Yeah, we had a lot of action yesterday. As I said, there were 4 groups being played out, so all 16 players were competing yesterday. They had to basically win 2 matches at least to get out of groups, and it kicked off in explosive fashion, and that kind of carried on throughout the whole day. An ongoing theme of this expansion, at least in this current meta, is fight for the board early and then push the final burst damage in the slightly later game. And by slightly later, I mean slightly. We're looking at from turn 6 onwards. Each player has to be worried about dying, at least of how it's been so far. But I do think those early game decisions, the deck building, what decks we even brought in the first place, has been super, super important as we see some of the winning moments for the players. And again, I was casting the Hemlock versus Requiem one. That was a tough one. There was a few very tricky situations for Requiem in that one, and it got a little bit close, even though the score may have not reflected that.
Yeah, absolutely. It was really interesting just to see the way that a lot of those games played out. We had, as you mentioned, a lot of board and even decks like the Warlock that would end up getting kind of on board a bit later than we imagined compared to some of the other games that we saw. But, for some players, it ended up paying off, whether it was early game or later game that they got those. And we can see here the top 8 players that did get 2 wins through their group stage yesterday to move into today. So we will be seeing our top 8 throughout the day today.
Yeah, and look at some of those matchups. We are going to be kicking it off with Meati versus Casie, which I can't wait. I'm so glad I'm opening the show to cast this one. And then there's PocketTrain versus Hemlock, uikyou versus uikyou, and then the last match, which is Gaby versus DreadEye, right? So I think the big factor for me is that one of these two players is going to win this match, because guess what? That's how the game works. But one of these two and then Gaby are on opposite sides of the bracket, right? So we could see a Casie versus Gaby final. We could see a Meati versus Gaby final, which, you know, as a EU region player and commentator myself, I think that would be such a great finals. And not only because of, you know, their sort of personal regions or anything, but just because they are three players that I think have a lot of fans behind them as well, right? They've been, you know, players that have been in the game for a long time now, been at the forefront of it, and we could just see Meati doing the old swing around on the chair to get ready, whilst maybe even preparing lunch or a snack, as they're not too far to go from the kitchen by looks things for Meati. So it was a good day for Meati, I think, yesterday. He went 2-0 out of his group, and both the matches, at least as far as I'm concerned, seemed fairly straightforward.
Yeah, it seemed also, as we saw in this game here that you can see the replay for, this Mech Rogue just did absolute work right from the beginning for him. And just going into every single game, it seemed like he really just had a plan. He knew what the decks wanted to do, and he was able to execute that in every single game, which if he's able to repeat that today, definitely seems like a good sign that he could go to the end. But we did want to showcase a couple of decks here.
We definitely don't, because this just isn't Meati's deck at all.
Correct.
So ignore this. This is completely wrong. This one is not going to be on there, so yeah, apologies for that. We're just showing you Warlock, which we've not seen much of over the course of the weekend, although there was two players playing it. I think it was Tonsoku and Nagon, I think.
Yes.
We're playing the Warlock. But there we go. Yeah, we're going to see Meati with that Mech Rogue. And again, this was the deck we just saw in that quick replay from yesterday, where basically Meati managed to land Mimiron in early, and that was that, because it couldn't be killed. And then that's normally how Mech works, right? I think that for people playing against this deck, the ultimate, like, #1 priority goal is kill their stuff as soon as it hits the board. Because if you start leaving minions around for Mech Rogue, and Mech Rogue can get hold of some card generation or card draw, then you are going to be in big trouble.
Absolutely, yeah. We definitely saw that Mimiron kind of shining in multiple matches yesterday, coming down early. And not only that, but being able to generate additional magnetic mechs that can give stealth or wind fury or even lifesteal to kind of stabilize and make sure that they're not going to be dying in the game. But I think that was less of a relevant one. Definitely think the stealth was kind of the key mechanic, the key magnetic that we saw yesterday. But, you know, as all of these matches go, there is an opponent that he is going to have to face. And there he is, Casie, as he prepares for this match here. Now, it's very interesting looking at the decks that these players brought. Both of them brought Rogue, but they brought different styles of Rogue. They both have Nature Shaman. They both have Rainbow Mage, but that kind of... quite impressive getting to find that lethal specifically yesterday.
Also having to go through that losers. Casie originally lost versus Gamer RVG in their first opening match, and then actually had to beat Gamers RVG in that, as you saw from the clip, in the loser decider. So a little bit more of a rocky road to get to there. We are going to check out the Hunter deck from Casie. Again, this is an archetype I've really been enjoying. I think there's a few different builds, you know, 2 or 3 different cards here and there based on what you're trying to build it for. Of course, in here we see the Speaker Stomper, which we've seen already have a huge impact, not even just with Hunter, but in some other decks as well. And being able to just really lock out some of these more tricky combo decks. I think mainly being the targets being Shaman and Mage being the big ones, right? That you can really just lock out a turn and really make them struggle. But overall, I think this is just a super consistent deck, high card draw pretty high damage, although again not quite to the level or bursty level of Shaman or Mage, but still I think very, very consistent and can play the what seems to be the main game at the moment, which is early board, early pressure with minions, and then damage afterwards to follow up with, whether that's from weapons or spells in this deck.
Yeah, or even those Kraken Banes. I think we saw those Kraken Banes really do a lot of work yesterday as well for some players. Being able to just deal that damage over the top with that battle cry, whether they had spells or minions on board to kind of add to that Kraken Bane damage, kind of varied, but the Kraken Banes definitely did a lot of work. And I think some of these lists are very interesting. That one for Casie specifically, as you mentioned, some of the cards differences, but double star power might be something that can help removing some of those big mechs that we were just talking about for Rogue, but it does seem a little bit slow, and at that point, maybe it's too late. If the Rogue was able to kind of get on board turn 2 or 3, it might be too late by that point.
Yeah, it's tricky. I love star power. I think it's so good in Hunter, and I think that the one thing you can look out for is because Hunter can generally build a board early, right? There's a lot of options here as we're going to get into the first game. Because they build the board early, star power comes at just the right time on curve, obviously, where if your opponent's then contested, you just delete their board. Right, it's just gone most of the time. Something would have had to have gone very wrong for star power to not clear because it's just so powerful. So I think it's a really good card here. Casie does have it, and this hand is okay. Does have the secrets with Titanforge, traps, and Catrick, of course, to be able to maybe build up that board. But really, we're looking at Meati's hand because you've always just got to look at the pop-off potential. Because Hunter in the early game doesn't really have crazy turns, it just has good turns and consistent turns, whereas as we saw from yesterday, Dawn, Rogue can get very silly very fast.
Yes, it can, and I think having that oscillator in hand and coin is pretty interesting for looking at those pop-off turns as well. That really could enable Meati to really get maybe this Voltron down early or just another pop-off turn. And speaking of those little magnetics, that one is a Wind Fury. So if that can't get answered, that could really get out of control really, really quickly.
Yeah, and I think this is a good hand to highlight, right? Because I was actually watching some of the stream yesterday. People were like, oh, you know, just aggro games or everything going off, easy games or anything to pilot, and it's like, right, Meati has a good hand, right? There's options, there's a lot of low cost mechs, there's a lot of different ways Meati can play out the next 2 to 3 turns, or the first 2 to 3 turns of the game. And I think a lot of people who think, oh, it's just easy, whatever, I think they'll probably lose, even with good hands, right? Because you can play a good hand badly, and against this caliber of player, like, for example, Casie, you will lose, even though the hand is good, right? If you don't pilot it well, it will not pay off, and Casie will be able to jump on that. So it'll be important that even though Meati gets to do powerful things right now, keeping an eye on whether, like, was this ordering right? Was it worth playing the coin? The coin's now proc Catrick. Was this everything they wanted to do? Could Meati have been greedy and held a little bit longer to get some kind of further advantage? Or was this the right timing to go in with what he had? And I think all of those questions, even though it feels condensed down into like, well, it's only turn 2, I think they're still difficult questions a lot of the time.
Oh, absolutely. And it's very interesting here as well. The decision that Meati did make to kind of split these bodies up, I know that was definitely a point that was brought up a lot with the Mech Rogue, is do you kind of magnetize everything onto one body, just make like the biggest thing possible, or do you spread it out a little bit more and kind of make multiple things? And in this case, Meati decided to kind of put 2 potential targets on the board that Casie probably would have wanted to clear up, and now Meati can start building up some of that extra stats with this additional, magnetize effect here. But is it a little bit too late now? And as you mentioned, using that coin procced that Catrick, and that allowed Casie to remove extra mechs off the board, which, as the Mech Rogue, you do not want your mechs getting cleared, because this is such a board-based deck that if your board gets cleared, especially repeatedly, you don't really have a way to come back and actually get back in the game and win.
Yeah, I mean, look at this, though. This is what I was talking about a little bit earlier when we were talking about star power. There's Titan Forge traps next turn to then generate a board, because a lot of the time with that, especially because it's already been forged, Casie now has 3 traps if he wants it, to generate a board, right? Because Hunter Secrets often create a board on your opponent's turn, which is strong. Then Meati has to keep going with the board building, deal with whatever these traps may or may not be, like zombies is a great option here as well. Bait and switch I like a lot too. Even freezing trap, like I said, these hunter traps are just good, right? Especially when it's forged. But Casie builds a board on Meati's turn. If Meati clears it, fine. If Meati doesn't clear it, Casie just goes star power. And now Casie has a board and Meati doesn't, right? Because Meati would have to go absolutely nuts this next turn to be able to build a board that even comes close to withstanding that star power. So I think here it's going to be pretty interesting to see if Meati just gets pushed out now, and if Meati can even get to the point where he can claw himself back in.
Yeah, and I would say maybe something like the Krakatoa, or maybe even the Titan there with the V07tron, the Voltron could help him kind of claw back in, but that's still several turns out. So he is going for this option of discovering, and is going to instead pick up this Oscillator to try to discount, maybe set up for that Voltron next turn to try to just keep playing things every single turn. And using that little 1/1 there to test for that freezing trap seems like a good idea.
Yeah, this is really tricky though, because like Hidden Meanings is so strong, because the Mech Rogue is built to just spend all of its mana, right? It's not often that you are okay floating mana with Mech Rogue. So the problem here is Meati can play the Oscillator fine, but it may generate a 3-drop for Casie, right? Which suddenly is a bit of a problem. Wind Fury's going to pump a lot of damage through though. And what's the 3-drop? Okay, it kills the Oscillator.
Oh. Yeah, but as you mentioned, that's star power.
Yeah, it does.
I mean, that's
what I'm saying. Like, it's so strong on curve because, like, what average board lives versus star power on curve? It would have to be ludicrous.
Yeah, but Casie is going to opt for more secrets instead of going for the star power here, which does make a lot of sense. Some, again, interesting choices here. The bait and switch seems pretty decent if there's going to be something on board. The Wandering Monster, I think, is pretty interesting as well here. I don't know how you feel about the Wandering Monster.
Oh, I love it. I think I just love all the Hunter Secrets right now. They're so... Anything that makes a board on your opponent's turn, because you're effectively giving your minions charge, right, is what a lot of these secrets do in a weird way, right? Because it creates the minion on their turn, and then if it lives, you get to go. And like Wandering and like bait and switch is really, really strong.
Yeah.
And this is the problem again, like Meati, once more has to think about, okay, what if it's hidden? If it's hidden, well, and I spend all my mana, which of course he generally speaking wants to do, well then I'm just giving more minions. The benefit for Meati now, though, is there is some level of burst damage with Krakatoa, and Casie is running low on health. So even though Casey's got options with star power, Casie has not got to the point where he can progress his game plan quite yet. This hand is actually quite small for this point in the game, I'd say. I think generally, as this hunter, you want to have more options in hand. You know, maybe more spot removal or some potential burst damage even.
Yeah, there really hasn't been much in the way of either draw or, honestly, the arcane buffs. Casie has kind of been missing all of that, but instead did find kind of all of the secret stuff, as we've seen. So that, I think, has helped and kind of kept him in the game, been able to, as you were saying, create those boards kind of along the way through those secrets. But now at this point, because Casie has actually been able to very effectively clear Meati's board every turn, this Voltron is just looking so sad. It's just kind of sitting there without another minion to buff or get its added effect there. It still could come down. And now also there's nothing on Casey's board for that Krakatoa to kind of trade into and give Meati a weapon. So is this a point where Meati wants to use the gear shift and draw and find something else?
It's tricky. It depends where Meati sees himself in dealing with these secrets, but I would imagine it would probably look like, if it was me, I'd probably look at Krabatoa this turn, then like Gear Shift next turn with Mimiron potentially, and see what goes there. But it looks like Meati's going to go for the Mimiron this turn with the hero power, gets to float the mana, which means if it was hidden, then it's not going to kick out a minion, which again is something you always have to worry about when you're against Hunter.
Yeah.
Now, interestingly enough, is this going to be Arcane Shot and trade to the Mimiron? Because even though it's only 2 attack, like 2 attack on 13 health is not something you're generally happy with. So yeah, I imagine it's going to hold the bow.
Yeah, I like this as well. I think it also adds to having played the spells for Kraken Bane, so that additional draws if they are spells. Casey's just kind of building up to his own game plan. And again, those secrets still on board. So if Meati does do something like this Krabatoa, then those secrets kind of have to be triggered first. And Casie can, at this point, start shifting towards hopefully working on his own game plan instead of just answering everything that Meati has been doing.
Yeah, bit of a low roll there for the Wandering, but still, it's most importantly, I think, saved Casie full health, which is a big deal. And now, funnily enough, after Meati playing around Hidden Meanings for a while, now Casie just gets to play Hidden Meaning and go for that. Kraken Bane is going to be able to clear up Krabatoa without having to face tank, so again, Casey's like holding off this assault from Meati, but again, there's just not that much card draw. I think there's one secret. Oh no, there's no secrets left. Apologies. I thought there was one left for Casie to draw, but clearly not. And Casey's just kind of all in on top deck mode, which feels more like old Hunter. Oh yeah, there was a secret. Sorry, just didn't press enter.
Yeah. Without the draw, though, this is starting to look a little bit rough for Casie. He really needs to find that draw. He needs to find some of those pieces. He has been able to put Meati down to the 18, but if there's no follow-up, if he doesn't really draw anything that actually helps continue that pressure, it's just going to start to fall apart. And now that Meati has been able to start to get on board a little bit, not necessarily worry as much about the secrets, and maybe even still continue to just play around Hidden Meaning if he wants to here with this 1 mana left over, and he can't play anything in hand anyways, well, that seems completely fine. Does he want to go for using the Voltron ability here and going for 4 damage? Oh, hit face!
Looks like it. Oh, star power there. Okay, there
right
goes
off
Voltron.
the top.
And this is a push for 5. Not looking too bad at all. I was going to say, I was looking at what's left for Casie, and there's not that many single draws that are just going to pull Casie super ahead. Obviously, there's Agrimar, which is probably the single best draw available. There's another Starstrung Bow, I believe. But outside of that, it's just like, well, okay, you could draw a Ricochet shot. Cool. You know, like, it's not going to propel Casie to the win next turn.
Right.
Trinket, okay, that's something.
Yeah, this
It's
Ricochet shot, not doing it. And Casie just going to go ahead and say, that's it, it's over. So the first game goes to Meati on that rogue. Not quite as decidedly. He is very excited about that. But didn't quite get the same like snowball effect in magnetizing and building up a big mech like we saw yesterday. So it played out a little bit differently than we previously saw.
It's one of those things where they're 2 different decks, obviously, Rogue and Hunter, but they do aim to achieve the same early game, which is get on board, and it was both players just saying, well, hang on a minute, both these decks are very snowbally, I cannot let my opponent do this, and that's what we've been talking about all weekend so far, where the battle for the early board is huge. You can see here, where Casie did get brought down pretty low early, but there's 2 secrets and a bow there, so to an empty board for Meati. So both players struggled, neither of them actually got hold of it, but this is what I was talking about earlier as well, where because both players aren't just aimlessly going to try and hit face and hope for the best, you are going to see these very, very aggressive fights for the early game board, and I expect that to continue when you see decks like this available. But most importantly, Meati got the win with the Rogue. That one's out of the way now, and we have seen maybe this is just my own recollection. I've not actually got the numbers next to me, but we've seen Arcane Hunter feels like the deck that's maybe struggled the most, but maybe because we've seen it a lot as well, that doesn't help its case. But it feels like that has been one of the archetypes to me that, even though I love the deck, it feels like that has been visually struggling on stream with what we've seen so far.
Yeah, a little bit so. And I know even McBanterface was kind of talking about that a little bit leading up to this. He was worried that that was going to be the weak point in his lineup. And I know he even tweeted out after going 0-2 in his group that he kind of felt like that was really the weak link, the weak deck that he brought. He almost regretted bringing it, even though more players did bring it. But yeah, it has seemed like it's going to struggle. And now we're seeing Casie just re-queuing that. Going to try to get a win with it. It is Conquest, as you talked about earlier and covered. Going to have to get a win with it regardless at some point in the series if he wants to move on in this single elimination top 8. But how do you feel about it going into Meati's Mage here?
I think this is an okay matchup again. I think the secrets early on can get the job done. The only frustration that can happen is no early game minions, right? Like, that's all Casey's after. But this is a nice opening, right? Got the Singer to start drawing out, thinning the deck with those secrets, and then the build of using Cat Trick and also now having Titan Forged is going to be really nice. I'm just always excited to see what people do on turn 2 in this scenario. I think, yeah, Casey's just going to play Cat Trick, but I can never resist forging on turn 2 in this scenario, because I'm like, yeah, it's one secret now, but I could have 2 secrets next turn. How about that? Oh, Tremors is nice, though.
Yes, it is. Yeah, why have one secret when you can have 2?
Yeah,
as it's even more.
Exactly.
Speaking of the interesting turn 2, though, I was going to note that Meati looked like he had a really great starting hand as well with this Cosmic Keyboard into potentially like Coin Cold Case or the Inquisitive Creation or the Volume Up. Like, he has a ton of choices, but he actually had to kind of end up using that coin even earlier and going for the coin into the hero power to stop that progression of the secrets, as you had mentioned, to just get rid of that Singer, get it off of the board. And now turn 3, another hero power. This keyboard has not come down. That has to feel a little bit rough from Meati's perspective, because as the mage, you really want to be getting that keyboard down. You want to be, setting up those minions and kind of playing all of your spell schools on curve as much as you can. But instead, Casie has applied this pressure, and now all of these secrets are coming out.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think Meati is doing the correct thing, though, because basically in this matchup, the minion plays and the sort of value plays for the mage will just get overran if your opponent hunter is just playing on curve, right? Like, you will get dealt a lot of damage, whereas if Meati can protect his health total early game, like he has been doing quite aggressively with these pings, then the alibis do more. Like, the defensive options do more later, because like the Starstrung Bow hits for 6, well, against Alibi it's going to hit for 1, right? It's not a deck that normally goes super small and super wide, so I think just protecting the health total early game is going to be valuable, especially with 2 cold cases, right? I think Meati just wanted to get to these in a safe manner.
Oh, absolutely. It's just one of those scenarios that, it feels a little bit awkward and unfortunate, but that is the matchup. And Casie has definitely had that early pressure, that early damage, and Meati has responded to that, as best that he can. Is also, again, playing around those secrets. There was the potential to just drop a Flame Elemental last turn, but didn't want to set off any hidden meanings.
This better go face. Yeah, I love this from Casie, because with this so many secrets, when you're ahead on board as Hunter and you've got the secrets as backup, just hit him in the face. That's all you need to do. Like, look at the hand. It's telling you to deal damage, so deal damage.
Absolutely. This is kind of the opposite of what we saw last game in terms of the follow-up hand. We saw all the secrets, just like we have this game, but this hand has really filled in with all of that damage, all of those spells that now Casie can kind of follow up behind these minions and ideally be closing out the game next turn or in the next 2 turns, right? But with all of this damage here, just needs maybe even more, slightly more arcane damage if possible, but it also will depend here if Meati were to play any alibi, which we don't see is in hand.
Yeah, it's going to be nice ordering there, proccing the bees and then getting the creation to be able to clear the board. Oof. Now, that's a pickup. Now, okay, what kind of gamer is Casie? I normally auto-click on the card draw bonus for this weapon, but at this point I can, 100% understand
yeah.
going for damage, because you are so close to the end game. I mean, it's just dead next turn without an alibi.
Absolutely. Yeah, I love the damage there, especially as this game has progressed. He's been in the driver's seat of this game the whole time. He's been applying that pressure. Why not keep that going, especially, as you mentioned, with all of this damage sitting in hand? And if there is not that alibi, I think it pays off in spades.
Yeah, this is just good, honest, honorable hunter play. You know what you've got to do. Make stuff and get them. End the game. Done. Finished. None of this fancy schmancy stuff going on with generating 800 spells. This is just, look, I'll use the cards in my deck, and I'm going to kill them with them.
That's right.
On
the other side,
anything
though,
that's convincing, right? Coming out from Meati.
No.
There is the cold case again. He can likely kill off the Agrimar, which is fine, but without alibi, the cold case is actually sort of even overkilled by just the weapon swing alone, without these, mystery 4 cards that are available. But Meati's going to do what he can.
I mean, there was the potential, I suppose, to go for draw and try to find something like the alibi, but at this point, if Meati does that, it feels like he's almost just in the same position the following turn, right? Where he's still under all of this pressure. There's multiple cards in hand that Casie has been holding, and the previous turn, Casie went for the top-decked Titan instead of all those cards in hand. But on the other side, if these cards aren't damaged, maybe Meati can potentially be threatening his own lethal.
Okay, well, this is potential lethal, right? It just depends where the ricochets go.
Yeah, Meati definitely optimized the board to soak up as much ricochet damage as possible, which is also another reason why it looked like he kind of went for that wider board.
Oh, interesting. Huh.
Okay.
I would have actually done the card draw effect and hit face instead of that. Because I think that's still... I think that was that out? Maybe. Another arcane shot, I think, might have done it. But yeah, I think I would have spent 0 mana on drawing a card instead of 2 mana on drawing 2 cards. But still, I think Casey's just at the point of like, okay, I feel like I'm unlikely to die, so I'll clear up a lot of this damage and say, okay, if you kill me this turn, fine, you got me. But if you don't, you're extremely dead without an alibi. Oh! What was I saying? Without an alibi?
You made it real, Raven. You made it real.
Yeah, there's 4 damage just available for Casie through an alibi, right? If there's the 2 ricochets that can hit phase, there's the weapon swing, and there's the hero power.
Yeah, and also at this point, too, the pickup of the star power, if there are minions on board, the star power could just come out first, clear up the minions, and then the ricochet shots guarantee go face. So if that is a necessary play, there is going to be that available, and there's the mana to do it as well.
I can't remember what the secret is. It's not explosive, is it? No, okay. Yeah, so...
No, it's a hidden meaning.
So this is 1 off, right?
Is it? Well, see where these ricochets hit. 1 hit face.
Yeah, it's still always 1 off, right? Because they can only do 4 this turn, because there's no extra face damage.
I thought he was going to try to go for a hero power in there, but the Speaker Stomper pickup, I think, was much better.
Oh, yeah, I think as soon as that was drawn, that was getting played.
Yeah.
Because there just wasn't lethal. I think Casie needed to draw an arcane shot or something. You know, like 1 more source of direct damage that could be played. But yeah, as soon as the Stomper was drawn, that was 100% the play, because suddenly, even if Meati has Sif and had a turn set up for lethal, this got a lot harder right now, because now there's 9 mana, but everything is expensive in hand.
Absolutely. I'm just always kind of looking at those hero powers, especially later in the game, as even if there is a solid alibi, it's still 1 damage. So if a hero power had been able to be pushed there, if Meati had another solid alibi, hero power just ends it regardless of the board state. But yeah, there is that counterplay, and I think this came up a lot yesterday as well, right? This kind of difference of these decks have that initial board state, as you mentioned, but a lot of these decks, especially this mage, they have that over the top damage. And since Casie didn't have the ability to win the game, he also has to consider, how does my opponent now win the game? Because I am sitting at a pretty low life total here.
Yeah, I don't think this cuts it right. Yeah, Casie was worried for a second after seeing the silence there, right? It was a bit like, oh, wait a minute, hang on. If these 2 minions get to just free hit phase, there's a little bit of worry there. So it was definitely a close one, but the pickup of the Stomper was huge. Without that, Meati would have been able to just power through. There was plenty of damage available because the health total got down so low. So a bit of a close one for Casie. It looked like he was going to run away with that game, but in fact did not make it happen as easily as we thought was going to. So it's still going to be 1-1 going into this now. Both players getting a win, and that Arcane Hunter not going to be the huge disaster that we've seen it be for some other players, and not going to get swept. So that's something, and that's going to be at least some level of recovery for Casie, right? You don't want to just get quickly 2-0'd, as your first match to get through. Because as a reminder for everyone who's joined us today, we might not have even mentioned this, but top 8 is single limb, right? You win, you move on, you lose, you're done. And that's it. Better luck next time. So a lot on the line in these matches.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you mentioned, these players are ultimately wanting to get to that finals, right? They want to get all the way to the end of the bracket. They want to win so that they qualify for the World Championship. And if you have a weak point in your lineup, or you're getting, that quick 3-0, that has to feel extra bad on top of that. So I'm sure it feels pretty good for Casie to get that win with that Arcane Hunter here. But now we have both players Shamans and both players Mages left. How many mirror matches do you think we're about to see?
I don't know. Either many or none. That's my guess. But what I will say is we're going to see a lot of burst damage available because both of these decks have similar plans. I think the Shaman, for me, feels more consistent. Obviously, there's slightly less... there's less variables of outcomes, right? Like, Mage generates more stuff and sort of wilder things, but the Shaman just feels super, super consistent overall. So we'll see if we get that matchup, but for now, I'm already wrong. We've got a mirror as we see Mage versus Mage.
Yeah, and I love the coin, the Cosmic Keyboard coin with the newly drawn Cold Case for Casie. That is one of the absolute best feeling plays as a mage player. On the other side, there are some cold cases, but a little bit lacking in the kind of in between here for Meati.
Yeah, but having some minions on board at least and pings, normally that can add up to stopping any true shenanigans that are going down. Ooh, Alibi, okay. Alibi is such a weird card. It's important to have access to them, but early game, you never really want them, right? Because you are never going to alibi on turn 3 or turn 4, generally speaking. So, that's how it goes. Both Artificers coming down now.
This is always interesting, too, to look at the use of some of these damage spells on opponent minions rather than saving them for later in the game to go face. Because ideally, these decks are built to kind of stall a little bit, build up, and then send all of those direct damage spells to face. But I think in this case, it definitely made a lot of sense for Casie to go ahead and just use that Molten Rune, clear off the Artificer from Meati's side, and kind of just keep going with his game plan. It also ended up giving him another spell that's a different spell school.
Yeah, and I think it's just Hearthstone 101, right? Like, did using this burn spell on a minion actually not only defend your board so your minions can do damage, but also because it was the Artificer which was going to gain armor if you left it, then, weirdly enough, the spell that hit the minion ended up doing more damage to face than it would have if you aimed it at face, right? That's how you've got to look at using removal like that. So, definitely makes sense here as Casie is still, well, was ahead on board.
Yeah, absolutely.
Creation did get played and killed, which is at least a small bonus there.
Now Casey's got a choice here. Going to go for the Suffocating Shadows that he picked up, but that means another spell school that's been played and gives him the option to go for this Infinitize. Oh, going for some extra elementals, going to kind of continue that on-board presence.
Yeah, I think it's that factor, right, of just pushing damage while you can, because maybe not at now because we've seen the volume, but before that, well, Meati was on like 3 cards. You're not getting burst down with 3 cards anytime soon, right, from your opponent?
Right.
So why not just play more stuff on board? Make them keep clearing that board. Already seen one creation from Meati, and Casey's like, okay, I'll make another wave of minions, and you need another AoE, and if you don't have that, I'm going to start pushing 5, 6, 7 damage per turn, and then things can really stack up.
Yeah, I think it's also interesting too. I know yesterday there was kind of a lot of talk about hand size for the mage. So opting to take the thing that puts even more cards in your hand when you're already looking at things like volume up can kind of be a questionable decision. But I think the board presence here is absolutely fine. And, Casey's just going to continue to find secrets. It doesn't matter if it's Hunter or not, just more secrets, all the classes with the secrets.
Here comes Inspiration though. Only 3. But nice with the extra 7/7 on board. Nothing super active, right? No rush available, but double stealth is always spicy in this matchup, I feel, because both decks, it's more or less a mirror, right? Both decks are trying to burst their opponent, and the burst gets so much easier once you've dealt like 10 damage or so naturally, and the double stealth is just like, well, if those get to hit face, Casey's suddenly just in death range.
Yeah. There is this Inquisitive creation here for Casie, but I don't think it's buffed up quite enough to actually answer those stealth minions yet. So, yeah, I'm going to go for that Arcane Bolt first to play an additional spell, and now can go for the creation to clear that. So, at least there was an answer in hand for Casie there, so didn't have to worry as much about that. And Rewind and the Polymorph Jellyfish are both actually pretty interesting choices.
Yeah, it looks like Casie went for what I would say at least is just like generic good card go with the Rewind. And he is also just sitting on this Sif. We're going to see another Elemental Inspiration here, another 2 of Stealth.
A Taunt and 2 Stealths on both of those. That just seems incredibly unlikely to happen, but we just saw it. But there's not another Inquisitive on the side for Casie. So now, again, Casie is in that spot of how he's going to have to answer this.
Well, depending on how this board ends up, which is going to look pretty good, I think Casie may well end up just going Alibi this turn and push damage to face.
Very well could.
Because it's about as good an Alibi as you're going to get, right? Because one of the weird problems you've got is, like, if you can't clear the board, but you want to save Alibi for a combo turn, but by saving it you get hit, then that makes the combo turn easier to do for your opponent, right? So you're making yourself actually easier to kill by not doing an earlier Alibi. So I think Casie will at least have considered playing it here, ignoring the minions, get through the taunt as best he can, and then just push all this minion damage to face.
Absolutely. And I think that the decision there for picking that Arcane Bolt over picking the Objection kind of also speaks to that of it looks like Casie is, again, kind of in the driver's seat on this one a little bit. He's the one that's been applying the pressure. Even though Meati has now played double Elemental Inspiration and has kind of created these boards, it still does seem like Casie is kind of the one that is putting out all of this damage, and to pick up an extra Arcane Bolt there with Sif in hand seems absolutely huge.
Yeah. So Casie went the other way. He didn't play the Alibi, but the Artificer came down, got Casie like, what, roughly 10 armor or so?
Yeah.
I can't remember if he had armor before this turn. But as you said, got hold of that second ball. The Sif, I didn't catch that split second. Was that +5 or +6?
It's anyway, +5.
Is it +5? So the Sif is a little bit juiced. This explosive rune protects against Meati playing Sif and comboing him down. So Meati just can't play Sif into that. So that's going to cut down on some mana. So Casey's saying, I'm safe enough on this health, even with these elementals alive, to push a lot of damage. And then next turn, I'm going to kill my opponent, is the plan.
Yeah.
But now this is where we get into the back and forth, right? Well, this turn, does Meati play Alibi? Because Meati doesn't have an OTK setup, right? He doesn't have Sif. He doesn't have tons of burn spells available to him right now. So, because he doesn't have that OTK, he's not going to get it. And now 2 Wind Fury and a Taunt. Okay.
Both of these players kind of saying, I don't think that they have it. They are holding those alibis as long as possible here. There's always that downside too. I think this was talked about yesterday, is if you hold those solid alibis for too long, it kind of negates some of that, because if there are minions on the board, you just still get to push that damage through, especially if you're kind of in those single digits.
We might see one this turn though, because I think Casey's not quite got lethal set up here. He's got the 2 arcane bolts in hand, but that draw did not get him any extra burn.
No.
So I think this might be the setup turn. Although how much will it be here? 3, 5, 6. If no minions die from Meati, that's still a 9 push, but obviously not crazy coming through the alibi. Yeah.
Well, and I think as well the pickup of the second alibi for Casie probably feels a little good too. Just say, yeah, okay, I can commit one now. I've picked up the other one if I need it in another turn or two. And I'm not going to put myself, hopefully, in the same situation if I just commit my only solid alibi this turn and don't pick up another one.
And you can see how close Casie is, right? Because instead of playing like Menacing Elemental, it was just Ping Face. Like, this 1 damage could make a difference here.
And it's very interesting as well. I love this decision too. There's no minions coming out on the board for Casie, so Meati is now board locked. Something like Sif or Norganon can't come down at all as well. So it's kind of limiting the amount of damage that Meati can even kind of push through this solid alibi.
There's a world, right? Arcane Bolt, his own minion, and then and then Titan for the +1. Okay, just gonna go alibi instead, sure.
I mean, then there is that case, I suppose, but that's one of those decisions you have to look at. Is he getting more benefit out of using that damage spell on his own minion to play the Norganon? Is that a benefit, or is it better to just kind of accept this at the moment and then save that damage spell?
Yeah, it's the trade-off, right? Do you go for the +1, or do you go for the do you go for using a solid alibi? Oh, just gonna throw the arcane bolt out anyway.
Yeah. The counter spell pickup is pretty interesting as well there. We didn't get to quite see that discover option, but not bad.
Okay, volume now to try and dig and look for that extra burn damage. Oh, well, that's just giga lethal next turn for Casie if there's no alibi, right? Because there's just reverb.
Yeah, so many reverbs here.
Yeah, because it's just Sif, reverb, bolt, right? That's like 1 million.
Yeah. It's got to be close to 1 million if it's not at 1 million.
Yeah. This is where it gets tricky though, because again, there's still, I think in this position, because Meati has 0 burst, he's just seen a second alibi. I think in this position, you should really consider just dropping the Titan.
Yeah.
I guess still like, well no, he's still safe from Sif and 2 arcane bolts, right?
I'm wondering if he wants to get the counter spell out, or he's just going to go for the solid alibi here. Still wait on it, I guess. This does mean both players have played both of their solid alibis now. So from this point on, it is a little bit more of that calculated decision here instead of just throwing that alibi.
Yeah, decent damage. Again, all this little trickle damage of just -1, -1, -1. It does make it a lot easier for each player to actually get the kill. There's wisdom coming out there, but again, Casie, there was a bit of a tilt of the hand in that last turn where it's like, well, I don't really know what to do.
Yeah,
Got no AoE unless it can draw something. I think he has both Inquisitive Creations in the deck. Yeah, I think that's what Casey's sort of question is like.
Where
well,
is
I
it?
have these cards. Yeah, there's one. Okay, you got one. Okay, yeah, because he's like still got two, and I think Meati's played both of his.
Yeah.
has to. Okay, you said the 7-1. Yeah.
Yeah, this is it's also been very interesting. Even though both players did have both of their solid alibis, I think there is that kind of disadvantage for Casie here as the player that did have to play one of those alibis first. Yeah, this is
How
just
much is
gonna
that? Is that lethal?
close it out. Yeah.
Oh, because of 3. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I forgot about the 3 from the Arcane Bolt. Yeah, lethal there for Meati with the Norganon, which is, I guess, what he was saving it for because he didn't have Sif. He had the option then to obviously do that, and I think I think he won the Mage game I cast with him yesterday, or the Mage game he was I casted yesterday with the exact same combo, because I was thinking more, does the playing the Titan and doing the +1 to spell cost set up where you've got loads of minions anyway, he had all the elementals, also the Titan's on board, which can then do the burst if it lives next turn, whereas Meati clearly was happy to use up those alibis and then get the reverb combo to go out there and get it done. So super close game once again. Casie getting a little bit unlucky with just not being able to get hold of enough damage at the right times. But again, it's just how these matchups go, especially when it's the mirror match and both players are basically trying to achieve the same goal, but nice and creative win there for Meati.
Yeah, absolutely. So that means that Meati just has to get a win on his Shaman now, which is also going to be very interesting. I think Mage, we mentioned earlier about, that kind of difference of using some of those damage spells on minions versus saving them for that over-the-top potential lethal damage. And I think Mage might have a little bit more flexibility in doing that. But on the other hand, Shaman also has things like and even the Crash of Thunder that's just going to clear a board anyways. So it kind of already has some board removal built in to the spells that they want to be playing. So they don't necessarily have to direct a lot of their damage spells at minions like Mage might.
Yeah, and with the generation, and also just with the minions themselves, I think Shaman does a better job. We won't talk about the elemental creation, like the late game elemental spawn, but outside of that, in the first 1 to 5-6 turns or so of the game, I think on average the Shaman actually puts out the minion pressure. I think here, unless the draw is terrible, obviously, I think here Meati will definitely be viewed as the aggressor, so to speak, because it'll be him piling on the minion pressure, and it'll be down to Casie to respond. And you could just see how easily this can snowball, right? If Meati gets some damage on early on, and Casie doesn't get hold of those creations, just like last game, this AoE clear potential will be quite low from the Mage.
Yeah. Is something like the Flame Geyser, Arcane Artificer going to be enough to slow down some of that early pressure?
I was a little bit surprised there the Wolves went from Meati, but it's going to keep the Chisel and turn the tides. Turn the tides is going to be nice, so I guess if it was going to throw 1/3 drop, like it would be the Wolves, because turn is so good for just saying, oh, well, more or less 2 of your minions are dead if you play this on curve, right? So that's going to be pretty nice for Meati there. Gonna just shuffle that overdraft back though. Ooh, that's a good pickup. That Casie might have just let out a bit of a sigh of relief there, because that was one of the better draws that was going to happen at this point.
Yes.
But yeah, look at this. Look at the tempo gain. Yeah, it's going to be overloaded, but Meati gets to just chisel next turn and start stacking this board.
Yeah, and I think especially with the way that Meati's hand is shaping up, I don't think he's that upset about being overloaded next turn either.
Yeah.
Yeah, just going to go for the chisel here, get out to clear this little cosmic elemental and start building up the totems. See if they actually stick around, but if they do, that's definitely going to be a plus for Meati. But at this point, Meati's still missing some of those combo pieces.
Yeah, it's fine. I think Meati will be okay for now. Just pick up a Feral Spirit this turn. I think that's the thing, right? Without, Cold Case was played, which is the best play that Casie had available that turn, right? It's what Mage wants to do on 4 with a Cosmic Keyboard most of the time. But whenever that turn isn't Cold Case, is Mage really killing totems every turn? Probably not, right? It's not like it has access to easy damage like that, so those totems can really stack up from the Chisel, and you might even end up seeing Meati just hold, maybe the last charge specifically, just to be able to have an extra minion on board on demand for that Bioluminescence later on.
Yeah, absolutely. Picking up that Flash of Lightning with the Lightning Reflexes in hand, too. This could be a big turn next turn for Meati.
Nice, the totem high five there. Always love to see it. Yeah, this is probably lining up for some form of crash play, right?
It feels like it has to. Maybe not has to, but it potentially could. It might also depend what Meati actually finds out of this Lightning Reflexes here. Another Flash of Lightning or a Lightning Bolt.
Yeah. Also, with the Lightning Storm picked up, could easily hold the crash, right? And just because that's normally what you want to do with burst damage, Lightning Storm's going to help out this board quite a lot, or dealing with this board. Do you like the bolt, or would you go card draw here?
I think with not going in this turn, I probably don't want to go for the bolt.
I like Crash a lot here. Crash just feels like just 0 mana 3 damage or more with spell damage, of course. Like you just assume Crash is going to be 0, right? Because that's what it feels like 99% of the time when you're playing this deck.
Absolutely. I guess there could be an argument here for the other Bioluminescence, but I'm not sure if it's going to be needed. There's so much damage in hand. I feel like just taking the Crash, as you said, I mean, it's probably going to be 0, right? So double Crash, double Lightning Bolt in hand, plus the potential damage, as long as there is the mana with the overdraft damage as well. Seems like it's lining up pretty well to just be able to... Oh, is that a third one?
I thought that was that turn. Oh no, it was third Crash. Yeah, that's what I mean, right? It's just Crash just even though it's obviously not, but like 0 deal X is what the card ends up being to the whole board. So Meati saying, you know what? You take the board. You take your time. Oh, resistance already.
Yeah.
It's a little bit annoying.
It is too, and I think it actually allows Casie to not have to commit the alibi, but he's really debating on it, right? After seeing all that kind of discover and the generation that Meati had last turn.
Yeah, I think...
Does he have...
Because basically the spells will cost normal amounts. I think for Casie, he's just working out which one-cost spell he wants to play to then proc the Infinitize. I can't remember now. Meati is not overloaded this turn, right?
No.
Okay. Yeah, no Titan on curve, though. Yeah, Casie, full beatdown right now. Meati on the back foot. And maybe these clears are going to have to start. Maybe this is not a pop-off turn, but something has to be done, right? Maybe even this is a swing of the totem. See... It's hard to want to commit the Bioluminescence, right?
Yeah.
Because I was thinking, like, is it that bad? Well, I mean, it kind of is that bad, right? Where, like, swing, Bioluminescence, Lightning Storm might have to be the play.
It absolutely does feel bad, but it might have to. And I think this is the interesting thing about this Mage deck in particular. As you mentioned, there is that build up, right, of wanting to play all these spells and have that damage, but Cosmic Keyboard and some of these little minions just create so much potential for the Mage that, yeah, I don't think in most matchups you'd consider the Mage as kind of the beat down there, but it absolutely has been because of that huge Cosmic Keyboard pickup earlier. Wow.
We're going to throw out the Lightning Bolt just to clear the board, say, right, I'm on 7. But 7 is not going to be enough. Sif and the Flame Geyser come down to play, and Meati very swiftly dispatched in game number 4. So, you got your wish. We're going to a game 5. There we go. Dawn, we made it.
That's right. Game number 5. And, you know, this is the first match of the day. I think that's pretty impressive. I feel like a lot of the matches that we have lined up for our quarterfinal matches could potentially even be something like our grand finals, right? All of these games are just so stacked. These players are at that high level, so they're going to feel pretty impressive for the most part. I hope that we see more matches like this, a lot of this kind of back and forth, instead of kind of those shutout games that it seemed to be happening a lot yesterday. I don't know, though. Who do you think is going to end up taking it in this final game?
It's really difficult because it's going to be a mirror match, right? It's going to be the Shaman versus Shaman. So, and both these players are good. I think what's most important is, I mean, we saw yesterday that these players are extremely high caliber, but they are not immune to mistakes, right? The pressure, the stress of having to play in this, because like we said, there's a lot on the line for these players. Also today specifically, it's single limb. At least yesterday, in like, you know, your first match, you can be like, well, okay, I want to win, but if I lose, I'm not just out of the tournament. Whereas today, that's not the case. If they lose, they're done. So it's going to be a really close one, and I do think that Casie especially has so much experience in these situations, right? Top 8s, top 16s of big tournaments, playing on the world stage, right? You know, just all of the experience will probably help him in these high pressure scenarios. So if I was going to pick anyone, it would be Casie, purely with like the smallest edge, right? Like that's it. It's not like, oh yeah, Casey's going to destroy their opponent on this one. I do feel like Casie just, maybe it's just because I've cast him so much over the last few years, you know, across Grandmasters, across Masters Tours, across everything basically. Maybe that's why, but if I had to pick someone, yeah, it would be Casie here.
You know, I think I'm going to lean the other way. I think I'm going to go for Meati here and say that Meati's going to take it down. We have no idea. These are just our absolute guesses. Of course, you know, with Hearthstone, the draws and the kind of little bit of RNG could go either way, absolutely. But I'm going to say it's the kitchen energy for me that's really getting it there. The kitchen energy, maybe some tea, a little snack. Just set yourself up for that comfortable, you know, closing it out, moving in, and then just getting to rest until your semi-final match.
I think I'm going to make an assumption, but as most of us, I would guess, spend a lot of time at a PC playing games, there is definitely something to be said for snacks and drinks being at arm's reach, right? That is definitely some level of advantage. The amount of times I've considered putting a fridge in my office is at least double digits right now over the last few years. Like, should I get a fridge? I probably shouldn't, because it means I'm going to spend even more time in this room.
Yes.
But it's still an attractive idea to consider. But anyway, we are going into Game 5, going to be the last game of this series, but definitely not the last game of the day. We've got tons of Hearthstone coming up, so make sure you stay tuned throughout the day to see who is going to be our Summer Championship champion.
Absolutely.
Meati going to be on the top on the Shaman. Casie also on the Shaman.
Yeah, the schooling pickup here, though, seems pretty good. There's a carving chisel for Meati. I do like the carving chisel and potential Golganeth from Meati, though. But there is something to be said about the fish. You gotta love the fish.
Yeah, Casie nearly has the forbidden play, which is the coin Inza, which is just the play you never really want to see your opponent make, at least, because it just feels so scary for the rest of the game. But just having these fish means that Meati does not even have realistic options of, say, for example, just playing the Zapper out, just like Casey's done now, right? Just play stuff, because, again, everyone will think, oh, what's this? Why is he playing Zapper? That's your combo piece, right? Well, not really. And not in the matchup, right? You want stuff on board dealing damage to face now, and although there could have been another fish there, this is a 3-2 with the spell damage, which means that this is threatening a ton of damage that at the moment Meati can't really do anything about.
Yeah. I do want to bring up as well that this is an legit 30 for 30 card complete mirror match as well. So kind of interesting to see that. I think there's one storyline we've had throughout the weekend has been the kind of different card choices that some of the decks have included, but this one is a full 30 card mirror match, and picking up some of those special cards and some of the important key cards, like you were mentioning, maybe Inza on one side, the Titan on the other. Double schooling for Meati now could be pretty impactful here as well.
Yeah, this is going to be huge because the way Meati's been playing for pretty much the whole game so far indicates that he is planning on coining Titan on 5, which is such a common play with Shaman when you have access to it early. So this turn, again, as an example, I would not expect to see any form of overload being the outcome. And maybe things change with the 3-4 on the other side and Meati decides it's not worth it, so he has to respect this, which, there you go, is going to be the case. But this is definitely going to be, I would say, unfortunate for Meati, because now with the coin being able to unlock this and draw some more cards, he actually doesn't get to get the Titan on board early.
Yeah, at least with the pickup of the Thorum, he does get to unlock all those crystals that he just overloaded. So,
yeah.
You kind of unlock those crystals, you get some additional draw, so hope to find something that's going to fill in that turn 5, kind of help just, continue be able to do something in the meantime while you're waiting to get to that Golganeth. But on curve from Casie, just that Inza coming down, going to start that discounted spells a little bit early ahead of time here. But I like these Swarmers coming down.
Yeah, this is good, and also the big danger here, that the huge difference between the hands. Casie does not have card draw. Meati has tons of card draw, right? There's the Flash of Lightning in hand, and there's also just the Titan to draw 3. So this is going to be a big problem. There's Crash, but still no card draw available.
Yeah, this Lightning Storm Casie having to come down just to clear these minions off of the board.
I do not enjoy calling things early, but this is desperate mode, I would say, for Casie right now, and he knows it, right? His opponent's drawing cards, his opponent's going to turn 6 without being overloaded, which is always scary, right? Because the best play 9 times out of 10 is the Titan, and Casie has no card draw. Casey's in top deck mode against a deck that's now just shuffling through with no real problems. Draw 3 into Flash of Lightning. This is pretty much like a lethal setup in some instances, and Casie has nothing.
Yeah. And look at this difference in the card advantage now as well, as you were mentioning. I mean, 14 cards left in the deck for me, 20, but yeah, Casey's just going to go ahead and give it up and say, that's it. That does mean that Meati takes it down in game number 5 and is going to move into the top 4. Look at that reaction.
Yeah, and you can always tell. Oh, there's a celebration there. You can see. Talking to, I guess, the missus off camera. But there you go. This is the thing where Meati knows what he's doing, right? Meati's as well as a doctor, is a streamer, and he knows what is on camera. You pop off, right? Like, that's what people want to see, so he delivers. But yeah, really tough one. Unfortunate way to end the series. Unfortunate way to see Casie knocked out of the tournament, because that was just a rough one. It's as you mentioned, pure card-for-card mirror match, and one player got the card draw in a deck where you want to draw loads of cards. The other player did not, and that's why we saw what maybe to some eyes looked like a very early concede from Casie, but at that point there was no single draw that was going to suddenly propel Casie back into the game, because Meati had basically ticked off all the boxes that you have to do except the last one, which is kill your opponent. So it was too far ahead. So congratulations there to Meati. Excuse me. Really good series overall, and I think just displaying what these decks are capable of, but an unfortunate outcome for Casie at the end. So Meati will be moving on. That was just our first match of the day. We've got plenty more coming up, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back. Hello everyone, and welcome back. We are getting into our next match shortly, but I've changed co-caster for this one. Soto, welcome to the desk. How's it going? How did you enjoy the first match of the day?
It was a good watch. Obviously a little bit disappointed. I think people who've been following Hearthstone esports for quite some time know that a bit of a Casie fan. I always like to see Casie doing well, and I think the way that ended up was a bit of a heartbreaker. But of course, nice to see a UK representative marching through the bracket as well. Keep things nice and close to home, I guess. But looking forward to seeing, with that in mind, PocketTrain jump back into the action as well.
Yeah, as we'll get to the match shortly, but of course, one of the highlights of this tournament for me, and I think for many players overall, is just the meta we have found ourselves in, thanks to the Hearthstone Titans expansion, of course. Like, the Titans, again, we've seen mainly Shaman, Mage, Hunter, I think, across the board, but hopefully, I don't know, something change in the future where we can see a few more of them become more popular. But overall, I think Titans themselves have been super cool to play with, as we talked about yesterday, but also just the decks that are available and the variety of decks we've seen, because all these players are bringing quite a mixed bag, as we're about to check out Sol in this next match with PocketTrain and Hemlock, and specifically, of course, talking about Hemlock and, for example, that in Rage Warrior.
Yeah, very nicely done, of course, because we have also seen a lot of Rogue, but as we know, the Rogue card is not a Titan, and who would possibly believe that it is? Because there's just no way. But yeah, I think Titans has been a very well-received expansion overall. I know we do have a lot of people that follow along with the esports events that aren't necessarily playing the game actively, but I do think if you want to jump back into Hearthstone, it's a great point to do it, especially with the patch coming up soon, which is looking like one of the biggest patches in Hearthstone history in terms of the amount of changes it's making to a bunch of different modes. So very good time to jump back in. But speaking of jumping back in, PocketTrain jumping back into proceedings now, trying to pick up another victory, this time over Hemlock. Two slightly left field lineups from these players. PocketTrain and a couple of others have gone with the Naga Sith Mage coming into this tournament and performed very, very well with it overall. Whereas, as you mentioned, Hemlock is cooking with the Enrage Warrior so far, making it through to this point. And we can see a little bit of PocketTrain's action yesterday with incredibly narrow victory over DreadEye in the end.
Yeah, that was definitely a close one, and you see the stress that PocketTrain's going through over the course of the match yesterday, which was fun. But yeah, the key one really is this this mage. Obviously, Rainbow Mage, Naga Mage, Mixture Mage, whatever we want to call it. But piloting these pop-off turns, you know how hard it is, I know how hard it is, but it's certainly easier for the players that are the likes of PocketTrain, Gaby, Rekvam, right? The players who have chosen to bring it to this tournament. Those turns, very difficult to manage, but a joy to watch when good players do it, right? Because you think, that is possible. I'm just rubbish.
We get a closer look at PocketTrain right now. What a distinguished looking gentleman we're dealing with here, of course, in PocketTrain. But yeah, I think a Naga Mage aficionado as well, spent basically a whole season last month, I believe, playing Naga Mage to get those high legend finishes that are required for the players in this tournament. It is a deck that kind of offers infinite return on investment, right? Like, the more time you put into it, the better and better you get at it, and I don't think there is really an attainable skill cap with the deck that it's possible to reach, because the cap on the deck is that high. But certainly the harder you work at it, the more likely you are to get closer and closer towards it, and PocketTrain is one of the few that has put in enough work with the deck strategy to be anywhere near being able to bring that to a tournament of this standard.
Yeah, and then we have Hemlock going to be his opponent, a player who really impressed me yesterday, and it's impressed me overall just with the lineup. Obviously made it to day 2 with this Enrage Warrior, one of only 2 players who have brought it, but both those players are in day 2. And which is pretty impressive overall. Same can be said for, we talk about Hunters a lot with the Arcane Hunter, but the 3 players who have brought the Beast Hunter in the tournament have also made it to day 2. So again, maybe these lineups are starting to show, what's overall stronger in this kind of format, because it's one thing I'm always interested in at the start of a tournament like this. It's like, well, what lineups are actually going to be, get to late day 2, for example, right?
Yep.
And are there going to be any themes going in, like we said, with all the Beast Hunters doing well, the 2 Rune Rage Warriors doing okay, even with the Treant Druids, right, have actually also been performing pretty well, and there's only a few of those as well. So I think a huge question of this tournament, yes, everyone's bringing a mage in one form or another, yes, pretty much everyone has brought the Nature Shaman, of course, but outside of that, it feels less like a 4th deck and more like a what's your 3rd and 4th deck, even though a lot of that is going to be Hunter and Rogue. But I do feel like how they finish off after Shaman and Mage is going to be pretty important for the end of this tournament.
First off, I believe it's called Subtle Shaman. Thank you very much. I won't have any of this dissension in the ranks over here.
I told you, I'm going to call it something different every time I say it.
Fine. Yeah, and I do think it's the target strategy that has really come into play here, because I think some people have come into this tournament saying target Shaman Mage, right? Like, super heavy, speaker stompers everywhere, play Rogue, get Cult Neophyte in there as well, like that kind of strategy. There's been some people who came into this expecting Druid and have said target Druid, just 4 decks that get on board super early and hit people harder than Druid can get Treants down even with the fastest draws, that kind of thing. So I think because there's been 2 predictable decks, but it's 2 decks that are very flexible. I think Mage is an incredibly hard deck to target, which is why I think you see everyone feeling very safe with a deck. Sometimes when everyone brings a deck, that doesn't mean that's 100% the best deck in the format. It just means when everyone was prepping, this is the deck that each player could not possibly imagine someone else was going to successfully target 4 times out of their lineup, right?
Right.
And that's something that Mage has, just because it is so flexible with all the discovers and generation. The fact it can play for board, it can play for combo, it can play hard control and just remove everything your opponent plays for multiple turns. Super, super flexible deck overall. But I think, as you talk about lineups, that's really been the crux of... It's been somewhat difficult to kind of find a consistent target strategy coming into this tournament, I think.
And obviously, you've been playing a lot beforehand, before this tournament, but now that we've seen some very high-level play of a lot of these games, what are your thoughts on the Rainbow Mage versus Shaman matchup? Because, like we said, pretty much everyone has brought those 2 decks in combination, so we are going to be continuing to see these sort of things throughout the day. Is there anything that really sticks out? Do you think one is overly favored? Do you think there's key priorities like, if Pocket, as we can see, has Titan on 6, is he just massively favored? That kind of scenario?
So, I think one thing I have noticed about Shaman in this tournament is that when it goes up against very, very good players, the very, very good players are punishing it quite effectively. Like, I think overall, Shaman has looked weaker in the tournament than it does generally on ladder. Because the high-level players that are in this tournament kind of understand the gaps and the holes and the weaknesses of the deck. And that's just kind of the way things function, right? Like, very early on, I made a tweet thread sort of giving some tips as to how to beat Shaman, largely because I'm selfish and I didn't want the win rate of the deck to go too high that it got nerfed, because I wanted it to hang around forever. 0 engagement, absolutely no traction, right? Whereas, oh my god, I died on turn 6, this deck's broken, nerf. 500 retweets immediately, right? Like, that's just the way that Twitter works.
I can help you with that sort of stuff if you want. So
yeah.
I can cover those kind of tweets.
No one wants to actually figure out the problem. They just want to complain about things. But when you get to this level, you can see that the problems with the deck are there and that the gaps are exploitable. And suddenly, when you just run into a never-ending pile of speaker stompers on the other side, you're having a bad time a lot of the time. However, to answer the question directly, I think this matchup was already favoured for Shaman when Solid Alibi was 2. And since Solid Alibi went to 3, I think this matchup has got extremely more heavily favoured for Shaman. Because the one punish, the really #1 scary thing that Mage can do to beat Shaman is play Elemental Inspiration and a Solid Alibi in the same turn. Now, when it cost 2, that was possible, right? Not easy, because you still have to live all the way to turn 9, which is not the easiest thing in the world. Now you have to make it all the way to turn 10, so you're probably going to need multiple alibis to get yourself there in the first place, or immense amounts of pressure in the early game to put the Shaman on the back foot the entire time. Hemlock has had the former of that, though, with the start here going weapon into Cold Case, which is kind of the dream start to get on board and start pressuring the Shaman.
Yeah, so far Hemlock not being ran over by the Shaman minions, of course. We are going to see the on-curve Titan from PocketTrain, and likely to go for that card draw. But the card draw definitely needed, because Hemlock's looking okay, right? Like, plenty of generation. Sif's already there. Norgannon's already there. There is a solid alibi for, a true emergency mode if, this Titan and then there's some follow-up that would, signify a combo coming. So there are options here for Hemlock.
I believe that was a generated solid alibi as well, so I think there are 2 extras left in the deck still from this point. So that could be a huge difference maker in this matchup.
And pushing damage, right? Yes, Shaman does have the ability to heal to an extent, but still, you want to be pressuring. You want to be setting this up and maybe stealing a little win, especially with the likes of this Metamorphosis, right? Like, if this can be played safely next turn, and then even if Hemlock only gets to push one of those to face, that's 4 damage for 1 mana. That's pretty good. feels so strong, doesn't it?
It is very, very powerful, yeah.
I feel like the Shaman Titan could just not have that first spell text and still be very good. You'd still play it. You'd still play it, right, in every deck.
It would certainly be in the conversation, yeah. It'd definitely still be a very, very strong card. I think the fact that the AoE damage goes face as well is so massive, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Just in terms of setting up quick early kills, sometimes if you just had like Chisel on 2 and you've swung that face a couple of times and then you do the 3 damage from the Titan on 6, like sometimes that's just enough chip damage that you're then able to kill them on the following turn with a cheeky bio setup. So.
And there's plenty of times where you play this, you don't want to play a spell as well that turn. And then it dies. And it's not like, oh no, I've lost the game now. Right? It's not like that much worse.
Or you coin it out because you just need the AoE to survive, and then the spell text doesn't work because you've already played coin that turn.
Gonna be no Ganon. Titan on Titan action. No, not the easiest kill here, is it?
Not at all, no. In fact, so much so that it's just going to be ignored entirely. No reverb in hand, though, for Hemlock, which is the potential good news.
Yet. Without crazy shenanigans going on, do you think this is likely to be secrets from Hemlock here, just to try and mess things up?
I would expect so, yes. I mean, the debate you have to have with yourself now, right, is... so no Flash of Lightning played, however, Inza has come down, the opponent does have 8 mana. That is doable, right? If they have a Lightning Reflexes in their hand, that's a very, very possible lethal setup from that point. You might feel like you can disrupt that with just secrets if you get various combinations of Explosive Runes, Ejection, Counterspell, the really disruptive ones. But then you have to consider, okay, if I go for secrets, does that save me a solid alibi, right? Can I just press secrets and not press alibi this turn? That way that stretches out my solid alibi for one more turn. Ooh. It looks like that might be what Hemlock is going to go for here.
Yeah, just playing Sif. And
oh, no, going to go for the double cost. Yeah. Okay, fine.
Really wants to protect the Sif. Because this is... Sif is pretty much a Titan in that you never normally see it on the board for more than one turn. One way or the other. PocketTrain definitely distracting me.
But I think for what? Normally when you see applause like that, it's sarcastic. I actually think that's genuine.
Yeah, he's like, wow, good play.
He's just saying, yeah, well played. Like,
yeah, because that is, I'm sat here thinking, honestly, that's just really well played from Hemlock, because this, remember, you will be able to tell your grandkids where you were when not only did Sif stick on board, but Norganon is able to go for the third ability whilst also sticking on board in the same game of Hearthstone.
Hey! Yeah, and I have to, just to rewind back to the previous turn as well, I completely, like, in my head, when Norganon has been on board for a turn, it's used enemy cards cost more already.
Oh, you forgot about it was damage?
It comes down the first time. But yeah, because it was used for damage, this was absolutely the right play. Like, I just completely lost track of which abilities were being used. I think this was absolutely the right line from Hemlock with the enemy cards costing more.
Yeah, with the Sif, 100%. I think if it wasn't going Sif, we could discuss, right? But I think with the Sif, yeah, couldn't agree more. Explosive Rune for a casual 9. Wow.
Okay, good news, dead. Pocket. That is all the disruption dealt with. It's all gone. You're fine.
Lightning Bolt for the Sif. But that's... Pocket stopped being absolutely obliterated, but I still don't think it's looking great, is it?
You see what I mean, though? Like, if we rewind past the dumb thing I was talking about, where I forgot which Norganon abilities we use, and go all the way back to the really smart thing that I was saying at the start of the game, this is a good player picking apart holes in a deck, right? Like, that's what's happening here. Hemlock is just making smart Hearthstone plays. that's really disrupting Pocket turn after turn and not really allowing Pocket to play the game on the other side. I think it's very, very intelligently done so far from Hemlock.
A solid amount of damage here as well, with the Metamorphosis and the Icy Touch now to help out as well.
How much is it actually? 4, 8, 11,
Icy
12,
Touch to...
16 with this?
Yeah, because the 2 would have to go to the taunt, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, sure. Nice play there. It looked like interesting choices with overkilling the totem to deal 2 to face, but of course there's the freeze to stop the weapon swing coming down, which stops a totem, which then helps reduce that bioluminescence. And Pocket, the old shrug.
You call down the vengeance of thunder!
And what a game. Really, really well played there from Hemlock. I think it's been... I don't know if I've ever seen plays be so obviously impactful to a win. I know that might sound like a really weird sentence. Maybe it just is. But
yeah.
I feel like that 1-2 punch from Hemlock was just removed Pocket from the game. It seemed quite polite to just be like, okay, there's Norganon. Okay, there's Sif. Now step away, sir. You know, because it's just like, right, Pocket, and you saw him clap, shrug a lot as well, because like, what am I supposed to do? I've just been pushed out. I think very, very well played there from Hemlock. Really impressive.
And I think you start to see part of the reason why Norganon's come back into mages as well, because that ability to tempo swing the bodies in that situation from one Titan to the other and just take back the board. Like, if you can land the Mage Titan on an empty board against Shaman, they don't really interact with the 3-8 from hand in a particularly favourable way, right? They would have to be having some kind of pop-off turn, half pop-off turn, or have, like, preloaded fish in hand already, right? Like, just have 3 Paradas in hand that they're not playing already.
And even if they soak a Lightning Bolt, that's kind of a victory, right? Like,
yep.
But
as
yeah,
soon
really...
as you start using natural copies of Lightning Bolts or Crash from your hand, you're then putting more of your eventual lethal in the fate of the gods of having to then rediscover those specific cards from Lightning Reflexes when you play them on your pop-up turn. So anytime you can suck one of those cards out of your opponent's hands, that's an absolute win. I think for most decks, more mid-rangey decks, it's trying to get Lightning Bolts out of hand on 5/5s and Titans and those kind of things. Whereas decks like Hunter, sometimes it's more like get the Crashes out of hand because you have to demand that AoE early on your wide board, like your Wild Spirits and that kind of thing. But that, yet again, is just another thing that you can try and do to punish the Shaman overall.
And even going on about Norganon again, I think I mentioned this in the previous match, but I think the 2 times I've cast Meati, he actually won with the Norganon Reverb combo, right? It wasn't the Sif combo, it was just here's loads of damage from Norganon. So again, just having that in the back pocket and having it be a flexible tool, and again, I think that's the strength of Titans, or at least, you know, the Titans that are being mass played, let's say, is that they are fairly flexible, and it's not just this Titan does this one thing, right? This Titan uses many words. So let's get into game 2. PocketTrain going to still be on that, Shaman on the top, and then Hemlock jumping onto the Enrage Warrior. Super excited again to see how this performs, because we saw this do very well yesterday when it was us casting this, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, we saw it do very, very well indeed. Got
I will
double
say
anime
the
extractors.
The Speaker Stompers are the clutch addition to this deck overall, I think, to make it big in this tournament, because I had a little bit of experience playing Shaman in this matchup early on, and it just felt like the Warrior just took a little bit too long to do anything truly threatening most of the time. I understand they have some draws that can go early minions into Imbued Axe and then start pumping up a board of injured minions to very high stat totals very quickly, but those are quite niche draws for the deck overall. Like, more commonly it's like playing some Chorus Riffs early, right, and juicing up the hand, and then the big threats don't really start coming down till turn 5 and turn 6 onwards, by which time you've kind of given the Shaman too much time to gather pieces and
stabilize
be ahead
and
on
get going.
tempo.
Yep.
But if you can use Speaker Stomper to bridge those gaps to give you that extra turn or two that you need to survive, with your, if you finally built your first really big imposing board on turn 5, turn 6, turn 7, and you can then drop the Speaker Stomper to back that up and block the lethal on the other side, I think that might just be the missing piece of the puzzle to help it out in this matchup against Shaman.
Now Pocket trying to, I think, just working out what the next few plays look like, especially with the Extractor on board.
Yep.
It's always a little bit tricky, a little bit scary.
Lots of things to consider here, right? Like whether a value bump is worth it while it's still sitting as a 1-2. Whether you, if buffs happen, like how do your fish trade into various buffed minions that could be being played here at certain points? Like so many things to think about, as well as the
and even like
of jam
is there a world,
and so on coming down.
Yeah, is there a world where you actually just don't play fish to do trades and leave the 2 1/4s as 1/4s, right? And like just starve them a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely fair.
Yeah. As we can see, in fact, did happen.
Ooh, that's a card. I don't know if you've noticed.
You jamming?
That is a card. It's a certified Hearthstone card right there. It's so good. It essentially bricks your entire next turn. I mean, it kind of doesn't, actually, because you still have Imbued Axe. It's just you don't get to play the Riff on curve, which usually feels so powerful, but yeah, I think it makes the most sense.
Do you think there's a world where, with potential levels of buffs, that this Stomper just gets played as a very, very large boy?
It may well. It may
because
well indeed.
You just see Inza come down now, and it's like, well, this Stomper gained what? Again, only the 1 buff, right? Oh no, yeah, 1 buff. Sorry.
2. It's one minion got injured, but there's 2 animes on board. So.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Yeah.
Because there's a world where that just gets curved out, and it's like, let's go. And this is pretty threatening. There are the fish, of course. There is bioluminescence there, but there's not a lot of anything else. The Crash doesn't look like it's going to be able to do enough soon enough with the lack of cheap spells.
Right. No way currently to reasonably overload to activate the Flow Rider either, which is very annoying.
Oh, yikes.
No,
this
draw is not happening.
Yeah, the old overdraft into overdraft trade first just hurts. And yeah, PocketTrain's just like, yeah, I'm just gonna have to. This just has to be done. It's a lot. It's a ton of damage. And look at this.
So
surely
big.
It's stomping time. Surely it's stomping time.
So big.
Trade stomp, go. This would have been on the board 10 minutes ago if this was me. This was
so the
Giga
question
Slam.
is exactly how big it is, right? Is it so big that it just straight up represents lethal next turn? In which case, yes, it's slammed on the board. So I'm going to assume it's not that big already. In which case, if Pocket has 1 more turn to live, what you don't want to do is play Speaker Stomper this turn. You don't then immediately have lethal. And PocketTrain's turn is play Flash of Lightning, pass. Right? And then he can play that through Speaker Stomper, absolutely no problem.
Yeah.
You don't kill them the next turn, and then they've OTK'd you when the Speaker Stomper wears off on the other side.
Yeah, it's true. I guess I just... The other options for this turn do not feel like fantastic alternatives, and then Bridge Riff isn't there, right? Good restraint, I guess, though, from Hemlock, going to your point, Sol, because... I don't think... Was it +4, +5? No, it's +8, I think, maybe? I can't remember.
It's big. It's definitely big, yeah.
Ooh.
Gotta take the Flash, I imagine? I don't know, text Primordial. Okay, sure.
Just wants to remove the power.
Yeah, my issue with this is that you then lose your nature discount, so your pop-off turn is kind of over at this point, but...
Is he worried about... Is he worried about Olgra, potentially?
Yeah, okay,
because
I can see that.
Seeing the minions come out, he knows there's a minion in hand, probably, that's Giga buffed. And
Fair,
if that is Olgra, then those 2 minions hitting face plus Olgra are going to create a bit of a bad time for PocketTrain.
Very fair.
Right, look, Hemlock. I let you off last turn. Show me how big the minion is.
Yeah, I do just want to know exactly how big it is, 'cause then I will be able to make much more informed decisions.
And Flash has been played from Pocket, right? So, like, there's also that element too.
Wait, was a Flash played?
Oh, no, sorry. It was the Discover, wasn't it? I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
think
I
it was
always
offered
get
both
those mixed up.
It was offered both times in both ends
Yeah,
of the Discover,
yeah.
but turned down
Yeah.
both times.
I always just get it mixed up just because they're both blue.
Yeah. And this is great recognition from Pocket, great foresight, taking sort of somewhat unconventional cards, a Primordial Wave and the 5/4 rushes, not really kind of considered the premium options a lot of the time. But the combination of doing those things now means that PocketTrain is just ahead on tempo. And if PocketTrain's ahead on tempo, this Speaker Stomper is a lot less impressive than it would be
Right.
otherwise. There's no way this was a winnable game, right? PocketTrain can't win this game of Hearthstone. That doesn't make any sense in my head.
PocketTrain is one of the players that I would always struggle to say can't win. Because I never truly believe a player like Pocket is out till they're out. But I just don't know. And again, we keep going back to it. Depends exactly how big this is. But there's the timing of the effect from Stomper. But I just can't get it past the fact that maybe it should just come down last turn because it's a big thing.
I know.
It's just really
Yeah,
big.
no,
It's
I
just
know.
who cares about its ability? It's a big boy.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause now this turn doesn't look. Oh,
12,
is that 12? Yeah.
Yeah. So it definitely did not represent a lethal setup on the turn I was debating.
No, not on the first
We
turn.
know that
Yeah.
for sure now.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely the question was more last turn, right? Like, was that better or not? But still, this is dangerous with the Phoenix as well. But are we going to see the rare 20?
The old Twents. Fat Twents. I'd love to see it. And now there's just a Titan on the board that needs to be dealt with.
And also a million burst opportunities in hand for PocketTrain, and only 18 health on Hemlock. There's Olga though.
How much does this stuff cost in reality? So there's an Inza played, so the ferals will cost 2 each, and the bios will still
on
cost 3
3
next turn.
Yep.
So you can go feral for 4 minions, bio on them for 7, and then bolt crash will be free.
Looks correct to me.
So that is exactly 18 damage as I count it.
There's also, well, there's even more, right? Well, okay, well.
I'm presuming the Titan dies.
Yes,
if the Titan
yeah, if the
didn't
Titan
die,
dies, sure,
don't
sure.
worry about it, you're fine.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's a lot of damage if the Titan doesn't die.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, it's double ferals as well. I said double ferals and then counted single ferals. It's a lot more than 18.
Oh, yeah, because I heard you say 4. I was like, right, yeah, that makes sense. Titan, of course, down, but Pocket's nodding.
Nah. This is fake. This wasn't a winnable game of Hearthstone. I don't believe it. I actually don't believe it.
Well, I'm afraid to tell you, Sol. The rules state the first player to kill the other wins the game of Hearthstone, and it looks like
Yeah.
Pocket. I'm applying the old caster rule of if a good player starts locking in plays, it's lethal. Not even going to bother counting.
It was very lethal.
Yeah, don't care what the numbers are. It's lethal. Pocket evens the series up, and what a game! I think if there was a game all weekend so far that I didn't think was going to go the other way, it was this one, because it looked so good for Hemlock. Double anime extractors, the Stomper available sort of as and when required, I suppose. It looked so good, but Pocket managed to turn it around, and I think the big question will be, let's rewind, and not the first turn, but look at the second turn that the Stomper could have been played. Again, I can't remember exact board states and everything, but that's what I'm saying. We look at the tape afterwards. But I think that's probably the single biggest question from Hemlock's side about that game.
I think, honestly, Hemlock will be mulling over both of those turns very heavily in his mind. So let's say, on the first instance, let's say it was a 10-10, right? I can't entirely keep track of how many buffs happened after that to then turn it into a 12-12 before it got played. So as discussed, that wouldn't have represented lethal immediately. So you would have then been kind of conceding the game to that 2-turn Flash of Light setup that I was talking about. But that's a very specific hand that your opponent has that you're giving them credit for, right? Like a
it's
Flash
also
of Light
a
in their
10-10.
hand. Yeah, a Flash of Light in the hand plus a Bioluminescence and some cards that kill you on the following turn, right? Like that's a pretty specific combination of things. And your trade deal that you're offering for that fear of them having that hand is not playing a 10-10 on the board, which, yeah, it's certainly debatable for sure. I thought it kind of gave you the merits of it, at least the thing of what I thought the thinking would be behind it, because I'm sure a lot of people are looking at that going, I mean, I'm with Raven. It's a 10-10. Why isn't it on the board, right? And it's not a debate.
Smoke.
But I think there is a debate there to be had. But certainly, if Hemlock now goes on to lose this series, if he comes back and reviews the games, I think that might be a moment that's potentially keeping him up late at night.
Yeah, could be stinging a little bit in the future. But PocketTrain, as I said, does even the series up. We've got Demon Hunter and Mage on one side, with that Warrior and the Beast Hunter on the other. And again, it just obviously these bans are a little bit different as well because Hemlock does have Shaman, it's just banned out. But look at these like lineup fights, right? I kind of like it where it is just different archetypes. We've seen a lot of mirrors, of course, with the Shaman and Mage, but like I said earlier, outside of that, I think the way the players have approached the tournament and built out these lineups with pretty different decks a lot of the time is pretty exciting. So let's get into game number 3. Hemlock gonna stay on the Warrior, and PocketTrain jumping over to the Outcast Demon Hunter.
Full
Already shaking his head.
Yeah, full center hand with the Fierce Outsider and a Molecular in there, but doesn't really end up with the fast start that he was looking for, really, which is going to, if anything, give Hemlock the opportunity to get on board first. And I think if Hemlock manages to get on board first in this matchup, then that is going to spell incredibly bad news for PocketTrain. And that is a crucial card in the matchup now picked up for Hemlock as well.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about this. So in this matchup, again, I'll be honest, not a matchup I've ran too many times. But how important is it for the Outcast Demon Hunter to get on that board? Because they do have a lot of rush minions to be able to fight back. Or are the rush minions just simply not big enough in general to deal with the Warrior?
Yeah, that's the issue, right? Is ideally, if you're going to win this game from the Demon Hunter side, you want to be the one going 1, 2, 3, 4 with minions, and then your opponent has to have the swing turn with the jam session or whatever it is to clear the board, right? And you need to panic them into doing that so that they can't wait long enough to also get an Anima Extractor down, right? So they don't actually get payoff to go alongside that.
Yeah.
What PocketTrain was almost faced with was the absolute nightmare scenario where Hemlock was just building a board of minions, like essentially like playing a Wild Pyromancer and having it stick to the board, right? Like, how do you develop into that as an aggro deck? It's almost impossible to do. But Pocket picking up the Dream minion with the Chow off the top to be able to answer that on the other side.
Yeah, Hemlock doing what they can now. Does have this egg available to start beating some up, and the ever-important Verse Riff coming out here to be able to clear up the biggest threat on the board by far. Glaive Tar into Spectra, though, is not looking too bad.
Yeah, it doesn't achieve a great deal immediately, though.
No. Sometimes you got to plan for the future. That's why people always ask about 5-year plans. I've never done it personally, but I've heard it's cool.
Yeah, I kind of respect this, honestly. The deck doesn't necessarily play wave after wave of minions, right? In Rage Warrior, on the other side, they have very few minions in total. So PocketTrain
they just rely
saying,
on the
okay,
beef.
I'm investing 1,000,000 health here with the death rattle going off from the chows and everything else. Double tanking potentially weapon hits into a minion, but I might just be able to swing that investment into clearing the board and landing some minions of my own, which Pocket's really going to have to do because...
Oh, okay.
What was the alternative, right? Like 8 damage to face, so the Warrior's at 21 instead of 29, and you don't have a board? Like, who cares at that point, right?
Yeah.
It's not getting you anywhere.
And at least if PocketTrain goes on the offensive, like in the near future, like next turn, then that's something, right? Like, he can actually make Hemlock try and focus on clearing and not chucking power on board himself.
That Ramonia, though, I think will give Hemlock pause here to start thinking about long-term game plans, because, as mentioned, PocketTrain has just taken so much damage.
Yeah. This is like a 2 Ramoria swing win, right?
Exactly, like, PocketTrain kind of needs to generate some I-beams or something, or just pray that both Olgra and Ramonia stay in the deck, ideally, because it just doesn't really have the health total to play with right now.
It's tricky, isn't it? There's double ones, or just play the Anima Extractor, because they both do similar things in a weird way, right?
Yeah, there's also some weird things about, like, the double one line. Do you even use the location this turn? Because you can just save it, potentially.
Oh, I
No,
was
it doesn't
thinking of
matter,
killing.
right? Yeah, no, exactly.
Because you got it for the
shoot,
turn after, right?
and then you skip on 6,
Yes,
and then you
yes,
really want to
yes.
have it on 7. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, and you just use it because it just kills a 2-1, one less thing to be scared of, like, Helveria about, right? It's just like, yep, get rid of the board, and then survive one more turn is the plan here, I think, for Hemlock.
Yeah, fine. Fierce Outsider, and Walloper. Yeah, sure, seems good. Double rush
also-
can clear this up as well.
Also, Ember's available here for Hemlock this turn as well.
PocketTrain says, okay, that's my board.
True strength rises from the ashes.
Second Sun Fury, so huge though. He's going to have to drop the Embers. It doesn't actually achieve anything. That is very, very, very bad news with those taunts.
Oh,
Those buffs landing on the Ramonia.
Yeah.
Rush the stage, can find the Halveria.
Oh,
And does.
okay.
That was guaranteed, actually, with the only one draw being left in the deck.
Numbers? Lethal, question mark?
How much is this, actually, yeah?
It's looking
10,
close.
15, 19,
It's lethal, right?
27. Oh, it's a million, yeah. There's 2 rush minions still
Yeah.
left remaining on the board.
Yeah.
It's infinite damage, yeah. Absolutely gets over the line.
So close. And the thing for Hemlock, you can see the shake of the head. I think Hemlock's like 3-step plan there, or 3-turn plan, I suppose, was perfect, right? The setup was exactly what I think he should have done. He killed off the 2 with the location. There was the turn off, but built up taunts and built up a bit of a board just to basically say, if you just don't Helveria me, you just won't push anywhere near enough damage. Then Ramoria drops down, bang, game over. So that looked very good to me, but then Helveria comes out with a board that wide, and that's what I said, you're just dead, right? If you see Helveria in a full board, it doesn't really matter what health you're on, you're just dead.
Yeah, I failed to account for the fact that there was 2 Fierce Outsiders played on the previous turn. Like, in my head, I was visualizing it as Wayward Sages that came down, but yeah, with the Fierce Outsiders getting buffed as well with the attacks. I want to flip that on its head, though, because I want to give massive credit to PocketTrain for winning that game. Essentially, PocketTrain's distinct lack of self-respect has enabled him to win that game, right? Because most people, 99% of even seasoned Hearthstone players, on that turn where Glaivetar was equipped, would have said, no, I have way too much self-respect to sink all of this damage into an egg that's still going to death rattle into another minion that's been left on the board the next turn. Pocket goes, no, I see the future of this game. I have a 5-year plan, and my 5-year plan is to go down to like 10 HP, clearing this board with my weapon and my chows, taking infinite damage. And that, once I've got that clear board, once the warriors run out of minions, which is great matchup knowledge as well, right, against a pretty fringe deck, to understand that after wave 1 of minions, wave 2 doesn't automatically come from a warrior. They don't necessarily play that many minions in the deck. So if I can clear this first wave of minions, and then I can stick a board myself, this is my best chance. Use my health as a resource. Don't just go straight face because I'm the aggro deck, supposedly. Like, I think 2 games in a row now, the Shaman and that Demon Hunter game, 2 really, really incredibly well-played games by PocketTrain. And then the remaining 1 tick on the scoreboard, I think, was an incredibly well-played Mage game by Hemlock. So we're watching a fantastic series of Hearthstone right now.
It's absolutely great. I really enjoyed casting Hemlock yesterday, and it's the same again now. We obviously know PocketTrain. We know what he's capable of. And I'll tell you now, if I was Hemlock, I'm looking at the scoreboard, I'm like, right, what's that last deck? Oh god, it's the mage. Oh no. I would be worried, because if there's one deck you don't want to be the leftover one, I'd sit there thinking, I wish Pocket wasn't playing this deck.
If I was Hemlock, I'd be looking at this scoreboard going, how am I losing right now? Like, I played out of my mind game 1 and got 1-0 up, and then I played a game against Shaman which should have been unlosable because I just went double anime extractor into a 12-12 speaker stomper in my hand against Shaman. How is that a losable game of Hearthstone? And then game 3 I drew double Sun Fury, double Embers against the token deck. How is that a losable game of Hearthstone?
I think the worst part is, I don't think Hemlock's played badly at all. It's just one of those things, right? I think Pocket's just wriggled out of these situations very, very well. But let's get into it. This could be the last game of the series. We could be seeing Pocket move on into the top 4. But Hemlock's still got plenty of fight left. Pocket getting off to a decently aggressive opening, but does have access to this Siren. And I guess here's my question, Saul. What does Hemlock have to do to deal with a Spite Lash turn? Like, what's the way Warrior can deal with this? Does he have to just be super ahead already? Or is there actually ways to fight back after a full board of Spite Lash?
It depends on the turn, right? So, Pocket went Slither Spear on 1, so Hemlock might look at that and go, okay, they went Slither Spear for tempo, which means maybe the Naga turn comes a little bit later if they have Spite Lash Siren. If you can get to that point, then Olgra can be your solution to just about any problem, right, if you're able to get that to a big enough size. However, you can see with Pocket's hand, Slither Spear on 1 wasn't even really a consideration because there's School Teacher, and if School Teacher can be played on 4, that generates the 1-mana Naga in your hand to be able to go off the following turn with the Siren anyway. So, honestly, I think the bigger concern for Hemlock is not how do I counter the Siren turn if it happens, because that's really, really difficult to do. I think it's just more so, can I put enough pressure on the board that I can potentially steal this game away from my opponent before they're able to get there?
Well, let's see. First off, there's an egg and a dream here from Hemlock, piling on a lot of pressure. But as you said, School Teacher is going to come down, and now Hemlock at least will be thinking about it, right? Once you see the School Teacher, you're like, okay, what if they have Spite Lash and Coin and the Naga?
Well, I don't even need it. Just going into 5. This is the natural turn for
Yeah,
it.
I was meaning Coin is just extra juice, basically. But he does have got the Coin, of course. But it's mainly just, what if that Spite Lash is there? Because the Coin just helps smooth out the awkward Naga draws a lot of the time as well, right?
It does, yeah.
Oh, okay. Another one. Options galore. And Hemlock looks like he is sick of this.
Already. It's barely even started.
Yeah. Because he can see the future. He knows what's happening, right? He's seen Siren played. He knows he's got a good 5 minutes yet before he gets to do anything. And look at that, it is so fast.
Yeah, real quick, just trying to pick up on things that are important while this is happening, which is hard to do. Zola on the 2-mana Naga there. A lot of people, I think, instinctively will Zola their Spite Lash Siren, and if they're thinking about popping off, they'll probably Zola the 1-mana Naga, because that feels better in their mind, right? You cheat more mana with a 1-mana Naga. PocketTrain specifically going for the 2-mana Naga instead in a situation where that can actually find you more spells still to keep on going, recognizing that the hand was running dry on playable spells that you actually wanted to commit this turn.
Yeah, and it looks like that was a turn where Pocket was like, I guess, because it was just played 1 million cards. Hex was played to remove the egg threat. There's a counterspell and a something as the second secret. I'll be honest, and I apologize. I don't know what that second secret is. And there's just a lot of stuff, and a second Spite Lash to just go again next turn if Pocket needs to. Hemlock is in trouble.
It's just the raising of the hands like, leave? Concede?
Yeah, I guess that was my turn.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, kill the Siren over the 8-3 because the 8-3 is fake. Not actually a real minion in that position. It's going to go back down to 1 on the following turn anyway.
I like this as well. Because, again, it would be very easy to autopilot and say, okay, try and Spite Lash or something again, right? Whereas it's like, no, just clear the board. And as you mentioned, Hemlock isn't guaranteed to just refill or be able to clear the board themselves. So, yeah, just clear the board, push damage face. There's still a Spite Lash, and there's only going to be more options going forward as you wait an extra turn.
Incredible draw off the top for
Yeah,
Hemlock.
the
I mean, I'm not saying he's in a good position, of course, but actually, having learned my lesson from being burned yesterday, was remembering that there was an invisible secret in
That's
play
why I
on the
called it
other
out
side.
straight away. It's
Yeah,
like-
yeah.
But yeah, this is not great, but not completely dead, because this All Grit is playable.
Precisely, yeah. I think in an alternate reality, Hemlock would be like, okay, you know what? Like, opponent at 16, I'm alive, I'm not going to die immediately this turn, probably. And I still have a potential charge minion in hand with double location that I can go face with. No, you can't, I'm afraid, because PocketTrain has generated a second objection already, so that is not going to happen anytime soon.
And this is just Hemlock slipping and slipping, right? Like, there's nothing. Pocket's just pushing him out of the game. Also, must probably frustrating that the Slither Spear lived, right? Sat up with all the hits from Olga.
True, yeah.
Because that's just going to push nice amounts of damage. The Blizzard picked up, I really like from Pocket, because it's like, well, what's the worst case? Hemlock just dumps a big board. Well, great. I'll just Blizzard it away.
PocketTrain using his time on his opponent's turn, I believe, counting spell scores right now. Not necessarily counting, you can see from the wisdom in hand how many you've played, but just making sure he has saved in his head which spell schools he has played. So that if he's playing a lightning fast Siren turn, he can then assess any spell schools that get generated on the fly.
Right.
Like, oh, cool, that's nature. I haven't played nature yet. We'll play that one or whatever, that kind of thing.
I will say, the Spite Lash turns from players such as Pocket, Gaby, so on, I would love if we had like a magical extra vision where we could actually just view Pocket doing the turn, you know, and you just see at his speed, you know, not spectator, but as actual him piloting the turn, because it's so fast. The decision making is like 0.0001 seconds per decision. It's crazy. Insta pick from Discovery.
Honestly, our engineers work so hard to get Discovers working for day 2, and then PocketTrain picks too quickly. Selfish.
Yeah, how dare they?
Anybody?
Are we in Poly Jelly territory?
And every time, every turn now for the last few, Hemlock must just feel like, right, more secrets to deal with, and my cards aren't that good for dealing with secrets, so I guess here we go. It's going to pick up the Stomper, though. That's something, if it gets to be played.
It's 8 damage on the... I mean, there isn't 8 damage on the other side of the board, I guess. And I guess if you do get to stick a Stomper, then maybe enough spells can't be cast that it actually ends up being lethal.
Was the objection played, or it wasn't Nargalinged, right?
It was played. The second...
Yeah.
The objection... The second objection was from a secret. The first objection was from a Nargaling.
Yeah, so Hemlock does not know this
now,
is objection. Right.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, okay. We get Bridge Riff. Be able to do something here. Gets to try and kill one of the minion threats. It's going to quickly be freezing trapped back to the hand, but still it's something. Taunt on the board. It's something for Hemlock to try and hang on. Ships the axe to the face.
And this should be fairly straightforward from this position, you would imagine. You can pretty much just play your Siren and keep casting spells until your Slither Sphere is lethal, right? Like, you don't really have to overthink it much further.
I was going to say, just keep casting spells until your opponent just falls over.
Exactly.
That's what's
just
gonna
keep
happen.
doing things until they die.
Pick me!
Yeah, the Flame Gazer off their Nargaling as well is going to help out. That extra bit of damage too. Yeah, and there's the shake. And that's what I mean. Pocket's already locked in the turn. It's already happened. It's already lethal. And PocketTrain not only takes Game 4, but takes the victory overall on this series. Got to be happy with that one. And I believe that means we've got Meati versus Pocket as a semi-final one, if I'm not mistaken.
And if that is the case, then oh my goodness, the national pride at stake of the all UK showdown. It's quite weird, isn't it, to be in this like era of Hearthstone esports where two of arguably the very best players in the world are from the UK. It's not something that we've had an awful lot of time. Yeah, I mean, I'll absolutely take it.
Yeah. They're so good, they had to end up on the same side of the bracket. I was talking about earlier, I'm not sure if you caught it, talking in the opening to Dawn, saying that the fact that like Meati and PocketTrain are obviously where they are, and then Gaby's at the very bottom is like, now that's a final. All these players are great, obviously, but any of those two of those three players in the final, I think it would be fantastic. But what a series. I do just want to give another shout out to Hemlock. I think Hemlock played super well. I think the lineup was really cool. I think that the decisions in building the lineup showed because other players who brought similar decks also made it to the day 2, which was pretty impressive. And I just think the combination of some games really not going Hemlock's way and PocketTrain being a fantastic player just pushed Hemlock out of this series. It was definitely a lot closer than it looked if you just look at the score.
Yeah, I think the debate will rumble on about, the Phantom 12-12, the 12-12 that never was, right? About how much that can represent on board and what that does for the series overall if it does come down. I think that'll be a moment that certainly people will be going back and evaluating. But overall, I think just a great series for me, at least, for my contribution to the broadcast to kick off the day. Sat down, watched some great players making tough decisions, and I think the outcomes of the games largely being distinguished by the players' decisions, which is where I would like to be at this stage of a major Hearthstone tournament, right? And I think that is absolutely what happened in that instance. So I had a blast. That was a great series.
Yeah, well, that was just our second match of the day. There's plenty more where that came from, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back with some more Hearthstone Summer Championship.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Hearthstone Masters Tour Summer Championship. And to kick off match number 3 will be myself, Dawn, or Dragon Rider, and I am joined by TJ. How are you doing, TJ? You ready? You look pumped.
I'm pumped. I've been sitting on the sidelines all day long. I'm ready to cast some Hearthstone. Feels like I've been here for like 5 hours just watching games. Like, what am I going to get to cast?
It's only been 2. It's only been 2 matches so far. We still have a lot to watch. Let's take a look at the bracket and see where we've gone today already and what we still have left to check out as we are getting ready for our third match here. We've had a couple of matches, as I mentioned already. So we did get to see a few matches there with Meati and Casie going to that game number 5. And then we just saw the PocketTrain Hemlock that ended in a 3-1 in PocketTrain's favor. And now, TJ, we're getting ready to jump into uikyou versus uikyou.
Yeah, and this should be a good one. I feel like, if you look at the lineup of 8 players, uikyou and uikyou are probably 2 of the players with maybe the less amount of experience combined over the other 3 quarterfinals. uikyou's obviously made a name for himself so far this year with the just sheer amount of points and ladder finishes that he's been able to earn. Also had some very impressive series that we got to see, specifically that match against Tansoku, which went all the way to Game 5. I thought he navigated those matchups expertly. Couple little tight spots that he found himself able to get out of, which I thought was very cool. And wanted to highlight the Secret Hunter from uikyou just because the one card in there, the Prison of Yogg-Saron, which is not like an automatic inclusion in these decks, but it does give you sort of this, last ditch effort, praise Yogg kind of scenario in some matchups to maybe get you out of a situation from a 100% lost game into a chance to win kind of thing, which I thought was pretty cool.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Sometimes you have to take those little chances. You got to take those little outs. And, Yogg can giveth or Yogg can taketh, and we're going to see if Yogg is going to give or take if that does come down in this. But ideally, with this Arcane Hunter, you kind of want to be closing out the game, hopefully before that Prison of Yogg-Saron point, where you want to be kind of getting those secrets, getting some of these smaller cheap minions out, and be able to add to that arcane spell damage, buff up some of those spells, and then send those to your opponent's face to close out the game in a fairly quick fashion, as Hunter likes to do.
Oh, yeah. And we've seen quite a few of this deck over the course of the weekend with some middling results. I think, most of the time we see it lose one game, win one game in a series. So curious to see how it's going to fare when it's a win or you're out kind of situation now that we're in these quarterfinals. Now taking a look at uikyou, his lineup was very interesting because we see the Hound Hunter as opposed to the Arcane Hunter, which we've seen from a lot of people. And much like Hemlock, the Enrage Warrior, which did not look so great in the previous series for Hemlock against PocketTrain, but it's a deck that I've grown quite fond of, Dawn, over the course of this event.
Yeah, it's been really interesting to see this Enrage Warrior. Only a few players brought it, and I think Enrage, along with the Outcast Demon Hunter, very interesting to see kind of these decks that we've seen from the past few metas kind of sticking around and kind of being an additional or like the fourth deck for some of these lineups in our tournament this weekend, that these players probably already have a lot of repetition with, a lot of games and practice on. They're probably already very, very comfortable with these decks. So going to be really interesting. But this version does add in those couple of speaker stompers for a couple of the matchups like Mage and Shaman that we've been seeing. So it's going to be interesting to see how that works out as well. But I think some of these, like the weapons and Remornia, have been very interesting to see as well in some of these warrior games. So glad that we'll get to see that. That Hound Hunter that you mentioned is actually banned out, so we won't get to see that. But hopefully we do get to see that warrior deck.
It's okay. I see enough Hound Hunter playing on ladder. I don't really think I need to see any more of it. So glad that it's banned away. It is an interesting inclusion in the lineup, but we won't talk about it anymore. But one thing I do want to point out is Sottle and Raven mentioned it. The rise of the UK in Hearthstone, and Dawn, we got an All-America's cast going on right now. I don't know how much more of this European dominance I could take, and now the fact that this European dominance is seeping into the underbelly of the United Kingdom is just going to make Sottle and Raven and Lorinda that much more unbearable in the future. So I feel like we got to root for the America's players on the bottom side of the bracket here to try and challenge. And you know what? I believe that also includes Asia Pacific, because I think we need sort of this united front against Europe. So I have to say this is a win-win situation for us. Either uikyou wins and the America's dominance continues, or uikyou wins and the honorary America's / Asia Pacific alliance will win, which is still a win in my book.
That's right. I mean, they both made it to day number 2. It's a little unfortunate that they had to kind of pair into each other in the top 8. But yeah, it's cool to see a variety. I think this tournament overall for this weekend, the 16 players, most of them, I think there was probably already like 8 at least that were from Europe. I think all of the additional like 4 added players were also European based on the point standings. So a lot of European players,
which is normal.
But yeah, absolutely. But it's absolutely not counting out these other players. And as you said, they're making names for themselves. Absolutely. I've seen uikyou specifically kind of poking in and out of a lot of high-level player streams, kind of talking to them, chatting, appearing in the chat, and a lot of players and streamers that I have looked at have had some pretty good words to say about him, and it's pretty awesome to actually see him having these good results in the tournament as well, because he does have a lot of really high placements, really good results on ladder. So to see that reflected in the tournament where he does have to bring this whole lineup is fantastic.
Yeah, it's so unfair that Europe gets 8 slots in these Masters tours and Asia Pacific and Americas only get 4 each. So unfair. I think that's twice
right.
in a row that all 4 of the points qualification spots went to European players. Because this tournament, it was Insane, Casie, Rulian. Who's the 4th points player?
That is a
There
good
was
question. Well,
one more European points player. Oh, Gaby. And Gaby.
that's
So
right.
all
yeah.
4 of the players that earned by points and not by any individual region were from Europe. So, I mean, just statistically, they should have more players in the top 4. So, you know.
That's right. Well, we're going to focus on these players right now as they are getting into game number 1. It is going to be this Warrior for Q and uikyou on the Mage, this Rainbow Mage. We have kind of seen a mix of mages over the course of the weekend, but this is this kind of Rainbow Mage, as we're calling it. And some of the key cards that are pretty important here, I mean, that Sanguine Depths going to potentially add some additional damage that you can put into some early pressure, start beating down uikyou. But on the other side, I did see that Cosmic Keyboard into maybe some board removal if the minions are small enough with that Inquisitive Creation, or even just the Molten Rune.
Yeah, this is pretty good opening hand for uikyou. Many different spell schools. Well, with the pickup of the worm here, many different spell schools. The Cosmic Keyboard for tempo. From Q side, it's got the Rift start, which is interesting. Just to be able to start chaining together Rifts. This Warrior deck is sort of bizarre to me because it has sort of 2 different styles that it can go for. It can go for this kind of aggressive tempo style where you're trying to just push a lot of damage early on in the game with like Foul Eggs and the Anima Extractors and the Imbued Axes, right? Damage your minions early and keep the tempo going with the buff minions in hand. But it also has these kind of insane swings where you can sort of clear the board later on in the game with the Jam Sessions and Sun Fury Champions, paired with an Anima Extractor and really buff up these beefy finisher cards in Remoria and Decimator Ogra. The problem becomes when those 2 styles of play don't match up with each other with how your draws go, right? If you're playing like a mixture of like Rifts and early game tempo minions, everything's getting removed, your Anima Extractors aren't buffing enough. And that's sort of the weaknesses that we've seen from Warrior, sort of the disconnect between the few different strategies that the Warrior can go through. So when you're playing from behind like this, it becomes increasingly difficult. So it needs to find some of those key pieces, needs to find the ways to get back in the game, which could be the Decimator Ogra in this instance.
Yeah, with the way that these hands have shaped up, it is kind of looking like it is going to have to be that Ogra to kind of get you a little bit stronger on the board at this point. It hasn't been terrible for you. I do want to look back a little bit. The draw for uikyou of the cold case and being able to coin into the cold case on turn 3 felt pretty fantastic there, being able to get a lot of extra tempo with the Cosmic Keyboard. And it did kind of force you to bring out the Phoenix, make the trade. But so far, it has felt like uikyou has kind of been in the lead here. And now finding this Wrath, be able to draw. I do like kind of trying to just continue keeping you off of the board, make sure that that pressure isn't being applied. But at the same time, uikyou has actually been in control of this game so far in terms of applying that early tempo and pushing the damage. Got really full use of that Cosmic Keyboard, has the second one in hand. But even something like the Reverberations waiting for uikyou in hand, if that Olgra were to come down, I kind of like just Reverberations and being able to have some sort of removal or just a large body that then uikyou has to answer on the other side.
Yeah, it seems like uikyou has all the answers. But uikyou gonna probably try and save the Decimator Ogra for potential finisher here, just because with the Anima Extractor and the Bridge Rift being the finale'd riff, can start isolating that Ogre in hand, getting some additional buffs on it, and maybe needs to start prioritizing that more as a finisher. So we'll see how that game plan is going to work out, just because uikyou does have Reverberation, has Cannibalize as well, which is just an easy targeted removal that can also be a big swing in health. So
Yeah.
unless uikyou is able to keep recurring pressure going, this is going to get pretty difficult for uikyou to try and stick something on board, or alternatively, find enough damage from hand to actually end this game, which doesn't seem likely.
Yeah, I think that Cannibalize is actually kind of looking really nice here, just to answer that 8-8, remove that off of the board. I mean, it felt a little telegraphed in a way of getting that down and protecting it behind this taunt, but maybe that was also just the best mana play as well from uikyou's perspective. But yeah, that Cannibalize is definitely going to come down here. There's no healing benefit off of it, but just the fact of removing all of that potential swing is more important, I think, than even considering if there had been any heal.
Yeah. How big is the Ogre? Was it 8 attack? So it's going to be, what, 9 attack
Yeah.
with the Battle Cry?
It's definitely still a threat here.
Yeah, it's big. Can get another Rift too, which I believe would be the Chorus Rift? Or no, it was the first Rift, which was the last one cast. So it's going to go Light of the Phoenix instead. Try and get more value from the Rift. From the Rift. There's so many rifts! Rifts! And now there's rifts!
There is. They did it just to confuse you, TJ. No, they gotta do that just for you. And now here, I guess the reverberations, yeah, it has to be. This removal just is not quite enough. Only 7 mana, so double Inquisitive Creation, not quite enough to answer this board. And plus the Ogre was at 11 health, and these Inquisitive Creations there only dealing 5 after that Shadow Spell being played. No solid alibi for uikyou, which feels pretty significant when you are facing down potential big burst damage from the warrior.
Yeah, uikyou doesn't have the burst damage for the time being, and it's going to be for a little more time before that gets done. Does have some card draw, though. So Light of the Phoenix will awaken the Thori Balor, and then Roaring Applause will draw additional cards. So could also try and get in some the Sun Fury Champion and start looking towards a little bit of removal as well. Okay, so this will make the Light of the Phoenix free. And will also awaken the Thor Balor once again. Oh, and then can attack with the Imbued Axe and finish with a Stomper. This seems actually pretty good.
Yeah. I think, does uikyou want to go for that Light of the Phoenix before? Yeah, gonna go for all of this draw, it looks like, before making any attacks, but gonna have to do things quickly as that rope is burning down here.
I think roped out the attack.
I know, did he get it in?
He roped out the attack. Oh no.
And you can see the...
Oh no, didn't get either attack!
Yeah, he looked pretty upset about that too, very visibly upset. That is... He took a little bit too long there to make the decision of how he wanted to order that turn, and that could definitely be a huge punish here because he didn't get the buff on any of these minions. That's going to make it a lot easier for uikyou to clear this board.
Yep. Now, to be fair, the Inquisitive Creation would have cleared regardless of if the buff had come out or not, but that's 6 damage missed.
Yeah.
Because that was a Verse Rift played finale'd with another Verse Rift. So just the attack alone was worth 6. And he also missed the Thori Balor attack on the 3-1. So that's a 3-1 that's now surviving.
Yeah.
And the Immolation Ore was picked up, so that's an easier clear than the Inquisitive Creation. Allows uikyou to hold on to it. And now that's 7 damage Inquisitive Creation with Fel, Holy, and Nature all being played alongside the 3 main spell tools for Mage, Arcane Frost, and Fire. So this is starting to be worrying for uikyou. And there's a Remoria in hand, but it's not... is it buff? I don't think that's Chorus Rift buffed. I think that was just drawn naturally. But still quite small.
Yeah, Pretty sure that came off of the first roaring applause.
Ah, okay. So not buffed from Course Rift. So we got some. Now it's like too many weapons in hand now. So he was gonna have some trouble here, figuring out a way to start getting this damage in. Remoria with the Sanguine Depths he could start going for some swings because that'll also buff the weapon portion of it. Just start swinging face.
Yeah, I'm curious here as well. Does Gyu feel like he wants to play the Speaker Stomper? There has been several cards that are now over on the left side of the hand that have been there for a while for uikyou. And going into potential 9 mana, I mean, sitting at, 22 health for Gyu? That doesn't feel like a lot when you're facing down a mage that could potentially have a lot of spells to sling at your face.
Yeah, he has seen one Molten Rune. He has not seen the second Molten Rune since uikyou 1's 2 Forged. Has seen the one of the Arcane Bolts from the Arcane Worms. So could feel a little bit safe, but is going to go with Speaker Stomper. Probably just because of the fact that it's the best play that he can make to fill up his tempo.
Yeah.
Get use out of this last swing of the Imbued Axe before he goes into potential Remoria. But it's still pretty easy clears for uikyou with the Inquisitive Creation at 7 damage now because of all the spell schools played. So needs to try and find something else. I don't even know if there's fire spells left. There's still the jam sessions left as fire spells from Gyu to awaken this Thoribelor once again.
Yeah, still another, the second Anima Extractor as well, which could be something that Gyu might hope to draw into to try to get some buffs onto this Remornia as well. Interestingly, one thing to note with these warrior builds, these top out at that Remornia. Like, that Remornia is the highest cost card. There is no Gromosh or anything like that that could add potential damage. So at this point, is the Remornia just at 5 attacks solid enough? Plus, also, both of these locations are used up. They were used last turn, so can't really go for maybe dealing some damage to the Remornia and increasing that for added attack. And that 6 damage earlier as well, kind of showing here with Gyu potentially being able to pick up some damage next turn with that Remornia and the location. That 6 damage earlier being missed really hurts.
It really does. There is still the Crazed Wretch in the deck, the 1-of copies. That's some damage from hand, but it's a little bit limited. So he's going to play the Remordia now, get the mana expended. He can still buff it on the following turn, but it wouldn't be that attack since it looks like he's going to rush in now and then get the weapon back in hand. So 2 turns from now he can have additional damage from the Remornia, but could be trying to set up for a potential Crazed Wretch draw. Volume Up is a huge pickup for uikyou right now. And the Wisdom, which is free. 10 cards left in deck. Getting close to the Sip, which Sip just plus Arcane Bolt and Flame Geyser would be enough to end the game.
Yeah, these draws have felt slightly off here for Gyu, but see him shaking his head. I think he might still be kind of beating himself up a little bit about that missed damage from earlier. He really has kind of seemed a little bit off, a little bit shaken kind of since that point. And especially now seeing all of this draw coming into hand for uikyou. There hasn't been any solid alibis played yet, so you have to think Gyu is considering that, well, am I either going to just get stopped from doing my damage at this point with alibis that might have been picked up, or was there enough damage picked up that I am just going to be dead in the following turn or two at this point, being at this 18 or kind of below that 20 range, but sometimes even being above 20 isn't always safe against mage either.
Nothing is safe this late in the game. And now
Yeah.
Q sees the spell reduction, so the Speaker Stomper becomes less valuable.
Yeah.
Still really the only play. And I like the play set. Trade and then be re-equipped because it'll die. So I think this is a solid spot from uikyou. Maybe not the strongest play individually. He could have made that turn because he could be afraid of in-hand damage from the Crazed Wretch, but realizing that this Ramonia weapon, the recurring damage from it, is very likely more of a threat. So it is. Was it Core's Rift? Was the last one played?
I believe so.
It's that or verse, just because the turn
Yeah.
where he missed the damage, he played 2 verse. But I feel like he had played one additional one in between. So it's just gonna make sure your armor's up, make sure he plays the Speaker Stomper, make it as least likely as possible that uikyou's going to be able to kill him, and then hold on to one of the charge of the Sanguine Depths and hold on to the Jam Session, just in case the Crazed Wretch comes off the top, because that'd be, oh geez, 8.
uikyou going for more draw still. Has to try to just find this. Really wants to, I think, dig to the end of the deck there to find the closeout. Just needs to find Sif at this point. So gives himself the best shot to just draw into that Sif next turn to close out the game. Throws up the solid alibi. There is the Finley as well, which drawing additionally this turn could mean that if that Sif isn't drawn next turn, then you just play the Finley, you get the Sif plus some of those damage spells back, and hopefully can close things out. There is that crazed wretch that you mentioned, but it's not enough at this point because of that solid alibi.
Yeah. There was no solid alibi played last turn, but like the board was removed, I think it still would have been 1 damage off. Because Crazed Wretch with the location would have been 5 attack, Jam Session 8 attack, plus the 5 from the weapon. Gets that unfinale'd, and there's just another solid alibi.
Yeah. I still just feel like this is... Is this just Finley? Is there going to be enough
Well, you
mana?
need the burn spells, because all the burn spells are in hand. So you draw Sif, but you wouldn't draw any of the addition,
What are the
any
other-
of the burn spells.
Yeah, what are the added cards in there? We know Sif's left. Just trying to think what those last couple of cards are as well.
Doesn't play Norganon.
A fireball?
Cool. This is 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
That's still a little bit off.
Yeah, but he's the board is completely full, so there's no one. There's
Yeah.
oh, and with Pyroblast picked up, that is lethal presented for next turn. That's 15 from hand.
Well, these locations
9 mana.
can be used as well, and it'll be the last charge. So that does clean up some board space for you to be able to play other minions.
Yes. So he can play one more. So if he locations into the Speaker Stomper, that's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Crazed Wretch would be an additional 5 from the damage plus the activation. 18, the Jam Session would then be 21, and then the imbued axe would be 22, 23, and then the buffs would be 24, 25. Is it... Uh, 26, 27, 28. Is that exact lethal?
Exact.
I think it's exact.
Yeah, I think
Oh no, it's way over.
the thing there was
It's way
figuring
over.
out.
It's 5 over.
I think for Gaby was just trying to figure out the kind of order of operations there, right? Just figuring out, okay, if I use one location, I need to think about this, but also considering if he needed to go for the imbued axe damage or if he could just attack with the 5 attack weapon that he already had. Yeah, that was it was like several turns in the making, I think, for adding up that damage.
Yeah, that was tough. Because like the jam session also factoring in like the additional damage minions. It ended up being even more because that was an infused imbued axe. So
Yeah.
that was 5 damage over lethal. So leaving those minions up ended up being a pretty big deal for uikyou. He thought he'd be safe at 28. But at that stage of the game, you know the Crazed Wretch is still there. You know there's a possibility of the imbued axe. If that jam session was it wouldn't have been enough if the jam session was a Sun Fury champion, because there was no fire spells in. Oh, there was a fire spell in hand to be able to. No, because it would have been the jam session. So that was just a really good spot from uikyou. Order of operations, knowing, like you said, to not attack with the Remornia weapon, but instead equip the infused imbued axe, because that ended up being 12 damage as opposed to 5, because you get 5 +2/+2 buffs immediately on the minions, and then on top of that you get the 2 damage from the weapon. So very nicely done, and uikyou died with a solid alibi in hand. I don't know if I can blame him, because what's his game plan if Sif is his last card, right? That's kind of what the thought process is probably going through his mind. If he solid alibis this turn with no card draw in hand, what if Sif is the last card?
Yeah.
Then he's in the exact same spot he was in the previous turn, except now he hasn't set up lethal in any way. So he set up lethal and said, I challenge you to deal 28. Well, he dealt 28.
Yeah, it did almost seem like that last turn there for uikyou as well. There might have been a little bit of debate of just playing the solid alibi. It still would have added a little bit of armor, but again, yeah, he probably just thought, hey, I don't think that you can actually kill me from this point. I think I'm going to gain enough armor to put me a little bit out of range and then be able to ideally draw that Sif. It kind of felt like at that point in the game, that late in the game, the only draw really was the Finley. And I think there was a perfect example of why some players are saying that Finley is not a great inclusion, that it actually diminishes your win rate. That was maybe one of those outlier cases, but if it becomes more common, then certainly I could see people trying to take out Finley and find other things instead. But we are going to be jumping into game number 2. It is the mirror match here. These mages, uikyou staying with the mage, and now uikyou with that 1 point after that win, going into his mage as well.
Yeah, and there are some key differences with both of these decks. The big one being the elemental inspirations at the top end for uikyou, and also the inclusion of Norganon in the deck. uikyou's mage tops out at 6, playing the Lady Nazjar version, and like you mentioned, the Sir Finley Sea Guide in there as well. So elemental inspiration is a card that does you no favors in the early game, but it can blow games wide open if you can play it on curve with a good amount of spell schools already played, and your opponent doesn't have a reasonable answer to it, like the Inquisitive Creation. Sometimes it can even survive through Inquisitive Creation if you get a combination of like Divine Shields and Reborns. So we'll see how that's going to be. So uikyou doesn't get any spell schooled minion or spell schooled
Yeah.
spells, which is unfortunate because he wants to be able to beef up the elemental inspiration, but does find a way to get a little bit of additional tempo with the evolve into the Ikani, but it's only 2 attacks, so it's not really adding too much more power to the board.
Yeah, it might be able to actually live for a little bit here because of that kind of beefy 6 health. Might be able to push a little bit of damage, maybe put uikyou into that kind of 16 to 20 range. Of course, this is a matchup we're going to see those solid alibis at some point, but this is forcing a reverberations, which at this point, again, also just playing into the spell schools. So sure, go for it. Force you to either trade in or ping and use mana, which would feel pretty great, right? If you just see your mage opponent spend mana to just ping that down and not play something to contribute to their own game plan, seems pretty neat.
Also just playing a Tempo Artificer, which is interesting. On 4, you don't expect your opponent to really try and deal with your board. They want to play one of their power cards like Cold Case or Volume Up. So he knows that he's going to be able to double up on the armor with the Cold Case next turn. So pretty wise. I like it. Normally I don't like the Tempo Artificer, but it's getting us some chip damage, gained additional 4 armor here in this instance. Not bad.
Yeah. Definitely seems pretty solid here. And I love this setup that uikyou had of the volume up into this Lady Nazjar. As you mentioned, this is included in this list, but I was going to say, is this really the spot that he actually wants to play it, looking at their multiple minions on board? And there is some pretty good amount of cheap stuff in hand here. So going for just finding additional spell schools, trying to find additional things to answer that other side of the board seems like it might be a better option here than just dropping the Tempo Nazjar.
Yeah. And getting the Discover fix out of the way and then going for the discount seems pretty wise. Also picks up Resistance Aura, which is pretty nutty. Not only because it's just an additional spell school with Holy, but also because it just makes you... It lasts 3 turns, and it just makes it very awkward. It's a Cold Neophyte Aura for 3 turns, which is very good against a primarily spell-based deck.
All right. Well, uikyou picks up the solid alibi. Don't think this is a point where he really wants to commit that solid alibi, but how about a second Artificer with a little bit of spells here? Not bad. And still being able to push the damage. Maybe at this point, uikyou can just ping down the Elemental on the other side, just push a little bit more chip damage, and kind of continue this slow but steady pressure that he's been applying so far, at the same time as getting himself more armor, which is just putting uikyou further and further away from being able to find enough damage to actually close out the game.
It also kind of baits AoE before the Elemental Inspiration comes in. It's not the biggest Elemental Inspiration. Like I mentioned, didn't find the additional spell school from the Discover on the Prismatic Elemental. But still will be, 3? I think he's played an Arcane spell thus far. 3 of those 4 or 5. So if you can get out, like, the Creation now, or whatever form of AoE that uikyou would have discovered up until this point, then that opens him up to have maybe a safer Elemental Inspiration. But here comes the Resistance Aura. Gonna block it from even coming down. Oh, this is just brutal for uikyou. No card draw. The spells cost more. There's not even a good way to like finale this, infinitize the Maxitude. Would have to like use the coin.
Yeah.
No, because that's even. You spend a mana to gain a mana, so there's actually not a single way to finale this.
Exactly.
This is brutal.
I
Tempo
guess
Sif. There you go.
Oh, that would absolutely feel awful if uikyou has to do that.
Yeah, he's not doing that. He's not doing that. This seems like a ping pass kind of turn to me.
Yeah, I mean, mana wise, it could be solid alibi and hero power, but you absolutely don't want to do that either, right? You don't want to just be using the alibi to fill in your mana. So,
Yeah.
yeah, this is just a super awkward turn here for you. And I think, honestly, this has felt like a very good multi turn setup from uikyou, kind of taking that command, the Neptulon's command, kind of setting up, and also knowing that uikyou's deck list, again, does not run Elemental Inspiration. Going into turn 7, well, if you were going to want to play like an on curve 7 mana thing and you were overloaded, it's fine because he's not running the 7 mana thing. So I think honestly that was just a very, very good multi turn setup from uikyou. And now at this point, he has kind of seen a really awkward turn. He saw you have to commit that Infinitize without the finale effect, so that's not in hand. But on the other hand, there again are multiple cards here that have been in Gyu's hand for a while. Maybe it's Sif, maybe it's some damage. That has to be a consideration. But I think it can wait another turn or two before these solid alibis feel necessary.
Yeah. He did see the sort of desperation from Gyu with the Infinitize Maxitude, but he feels safe with the Resistance Aura, at least for a couple more turns. Because the coin doesn't do anything, so... but uikyou, well and truly ahead right now.
Yeah.
By a long shot. It has so much burn in hand already. A lot of different spell schools played for beefing up the Sif. With even Holy thrown in there from the Resistance Aura. So now we're just looking at a situation where Gyu could be worried about dying already, but at this stage, I don't think... actually, not from 40. You're not going to die from 40 on 8 mana, even with all these reductions. Very difficult to do. Could just be a volume up and just take this 5 damage. But nope. Going for the reverberations, getting the shadow spell out of the way to beef up the elemental inspiration a little bit more.
Yeah, I think at this point that seems pretty solid for Gyu. He knows that resistance aura is going to be going away by the time that it comes back around to his turn, right? Should be. So then that means he should be able to play that, no problem. Might as well add those in. An Eye Beam here, pretty nice. Get a little bit of healing for uikyou. Can set up like the cold case for armor, and doesn't even have to go in on committing things like the solid alibi yet, with additional discover heal and some armor gain. Also picking up the cosmic keyboard that could start to generate a little bit of board presence for himself as well.
Also a fell spell into the pool. So like this is like a win-win-win. It's 1 mana for all of that. And now the world is his oyster. Pretty clean. Infinitize the Maxitude after this all ends too. So very powerful turn.
Absolutely. That late Nazjar discount really going a long way here. The Pyroblast, kind of interesting. That's an extra 10 damage. I don't know if the Deathborn, I mean, it could do something, but it's going to depend on if these minions kind of stick around or not. And maybe if there's enough trades happening for uikyou, the trades can help, and then the Deathborn can kind of clear up some of those elementals that are going to come off of that elemental inspiration. But I think regardless, it's a really good setup from uikyou. If Gyu doesn't go for ending the game here or just goes for this wide board, uikyou is kind of set up to answer that. And if there is something like Sif drawn, then there's pressure on the board plus Sif and spell damage, or even just the solid alibi to continue stalling a little bit more.
Yep.
Does this have to be just draw again?
World of difference in terms of hand quality. Yeah, I think you got to get the additional discover from the volume up. He just needs resources to work with here. It's got a slight health advantage, but that can dwindle quickly. Okay, maybe an extra solid alibi. Very nice.
Yep, this picking up the solid alibi is kind of interesting. It could be, I think it's been talked about a lot over this weekend. The player that ends up playing the solid alibi first, kind of at a slight disadvantage. So adding in a third solid alibi, if you end up being the player that has to play your solid alibi first, getting to do that seems pretty great, especially if you can play the other solid alibis first and not show that one that was discovered. Keep that in mind too. Players might watch for that as well at this level, right? They're going to watch, hey, that was the discovered spell. Okay, now I kind of know what to expect or not expect. If they played something like the solid alibi that was discovered, they know it's not additional burst damage, and they can kind of start to calculate for that.
I think Q just wants the pain to end. uikyou's answered easily everything that he's done.
Mm-hmm.
His health lead is dwindling. If he plays Elemental Inspiration here and doesn't like coin out a solid alibi, there's 15 damage being represented on board. If he doesn't get a taunt off from the Elemental Inspiration, he knows that there's 2 discovered cards from the Infinitize the Maxitude that are discounted in hand, plus the rest of the hand is discounted from the Lady Nashar from earlier. So is going to just go for the Elemental Inspiration. Finds a rush, as we can see the attack animation. Okay. Best he can do.
Also picking up for uikyou, picking up a copy or a discovered elemental inspiration. Also pretty clutch, I feel like, if he actually needs to go for that. Again, we've talked about how it's not already included in his list. Vast Wisdom or the Wisdom of Norganon here going to be able to create some additional draw, but just wants to go for the Shooting Star. I think really kind of try to clean up this stealth minion as much as possible, because at this point so far it really has seemed like you is just setting up for just finding that little bit of damage, right? And uikyou has been sitting at this 26 health for a while. It's starting to get to that point in the game where it might just be over in the next turn.
Oh, the Mortal Eradication is actually sick.
Yeah.
It's 5 health gain because of the Artificer for and the 1 minion killed for the heal. So uikyou was actually looked like he was torn there. Didn't want to commit the Elemental Inspiration because didn't want to have like basically all of his board pressure cleared with like 1 Inquisitive Creation. Also didn't want to commit the Solid Alibi, but wanted to put enough pressure on board to force Q to have to react. So even though uikyou's got kind of everything, it's hard to sort of, it feels like it's hard for him to sort of balance out when to play these things, because he's got a lot of burst, well, sort of, with the Molten Runes. So just played an Unforged one just to get a random card and held on to the Elemental Inspiration. So I like the balance that he found, but it was kind of an awkward turn despite having access to so many different things.
Yeah. The Death Weaver aura could be interesting if you can get a little bit of board, but these are really not the options that Gu wants here. On the other hand, being able to play a 0 mana dredge, and if it's a spell, it costs 3 less, absolutely fantastic. So there was a little bit of draw. I don't think he found what he was looking for. If he were able to find like Molten Rune or something, additional direct damage from the bottom and have that discounted, that's what it looked like he was really setting up for, but just didn't manage to find it there. And now this created elemental inspiration here coming down. There is Stealth, there is Divine Shield, there is Wind Fury, there is Rush. Looks like uikyou kind of got a bit of everything there.
That's a fully juiced.
Yeah, it's a pretty good one.
What did he even play that was nature? Ah, Command of Neptulon. Okay. I was like, how did he get the 7? Actually, I don't want to say very hard, but it takes a lot of navigating to actually get the full 7. That's tough. But yeah, Command of Neptulon filled the nature spot, so.
Yeah.
All right, well, now what? Oh, second creation is decent. You can clear off nearly everything. Might just be thinking about elemental inspiration of his own plus solid alibi.
Mm-hmm.
This is rough though. There's no card draw in hand. There's no way to no generation in hand either.
Yeah.
To try and find some way to end the game with Sif.
Yeah, Sif or even a Norgadon for additional 10. Being able to reverberations one of those and have a little bit extra spell damage, something. But yeah, at this point, it's kind of bits and pieces of what Gyu wants, but not the whole picture. And that definitely feels really awkward to have kind of tried to figure that out. But at this point now, uikyou saying, okay, I'm going to just start shipping some damage face here, see what I pick up with these generated spells. uikyou not picking up another cold case, not picking up his Sif, but again, finding this armor, being able to kind of hope to get out of range still. Both players being extremely patient and reserved with these solid alibis.
Fight over me is such a funny card. Does it have a spell school? I'm not sure. I was getting mixed up with the Paladin one, but Fight Over Me is the card that you choose 2 minions and they fight, and if any die, you get a copy of it. So I don't see a situation where it could be useful, but it'd be funny if it was.
Someone's out on me.
Yeah, maybe there's something off of the elemental inspiration that can be like chosen there. Yeah, I really like this cosmic keyboard into the elemental inspiration. I get a big minion with these elementals, and then the Whispers of the Deep help just clean that up. A couple of stealth, and then a couple of poison. I guess that Fight Over Me could come out here and be like picked with the 7/7 and one of the poisons, but that feels like a lot of mana.
I think they're expensive though. Yeah, and the minions are expensive in themselves to actually play.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at maybe like the Norganic comes down or something, you might be able to get it, but I'm pretty sure your opponent has to have 2 minions for that to happen. So if you like Norganons and then copies it with Reverberation, and then you Fight Over Me and choose them both, you get both Norganons into your hand. I mean, that could be fun. It's probably not useful or relevant at all.
I feel like if it gets to
But it
that
could be
point in the
fun.
game where someone is getting to Fight Over Me and copy Titans, something has gone terribly, terribly wrong.
Yeah. I would agree. Maybe if you absolutely need the spell school, you'd do it on like 2 like skeletons or something from a cold case, but looks like it's just gonna.
Yeah.
You has to disrespect any damage here. You can't play solid alibi here, so he has to go for the level up, and it's this is actually tough because Flame Geyser lets you play something like next turn, but Molten Rune's obviously more important with Sip. But do you need 2 Molten Runes? Probably not. So yeah, the Flame Geyser is just more flexible.
Yeah, absolutely. And just using that Titan ability there to go for discounting. But this is This should be enough here, right? This is just going to be the
This-
lethal with copying.
13.
And
Yeah, it's forged. Yep.
Yeah, if you get to copy your opponent's Titan and deal 10 extra damage, something definitely did not go right for your opponent. And as we saw here, it's just 5 cards left in the deck for uikyou. Just really wasn't able to piece together enough there either to continue putting on pressure or to actually deal damage and close out the game. But I feel like uikyou kind of from pretty early on had a really solid just kind of setup. And I think recognized, hey, uikyou is not finding his pieces. He's had to kind of play these arcane artificers for tempo and then not really do a whole lot behind them other than getting to an additional 10 armor, which I think for having 2 arcane artificers on the board and only getting 10 additional armor kind of felt like maybe that was a little lower than what you would have liked to have seen with double artificer on the board. So I think from both sides, they tried to find their outs. They really took their time, thought through these plays, but in the end, uikyou seemed like he really just had all of the things throughout the whole game and was able to make it all come together in the end.
Yeah, I feel like the Lady Nastra are maybe not the MVP of that series. I think the Resistance Aura was probably the MVP of that series because it put uikyou so far behind. But the Lady Nastra are coming down, basically letting uikyou have insane power turns for so many turns in a row. And have like perfect mana expenditure to always get the Infinitas and Maxitude out and keep discovering additional spell schools. Had the fully juiced Elemental Inspiration that was discovered, by the way, by the Infinitas and Maxitude. It worked out super well and never found Sif. uikyou has been below 10 cards in his deck twice now with the deck. Haven't even seen a Sif. But honestly, sometimes that can be good because that just means that you have more plays otherwise. And I don't I played a ton of this like mirror matchups of this deck, and the Sif win condition is maybe sometimes as a finisher later on, but usually the games are pretty drawn out because you have a lot of armor at that point from Cold Cases, Arcane Artificers. It's actually really difficult to deal like 30 plus with Sif outside of ideal conditions, especially if you're having to fight for tempo most of the game. So definitely liked how uikyou navigated that game, and now we're all at a tied series. So we got Shaman left on both sides for each player. uikyou still has the Mage, and then uikyou has that Arcane Hunter with a star appearance by Prison of Yaxaron in the top end.
Okay, if this goes all the way to a game number 5, an Arcane Hunter with the Yogg-Saron Prison ends it in uikyou's favor, I think I'm just gonna lose my mind, TJ.
You gotta find a way to put it in your deck. Like, it is an expensive card, and it is, I mean, this should go without saying, incredibly random. There is a tiny bit of skill expression involved with Prison of Yogg-Saron, the fact that you have to choose a target. And there are certain situations where you can use Prison of Yogg-Saron defensively to, say, try and fish for a heal and target it at your own face. But like I guess those situations are few and far between. But it does lead to some interesting situations that could arise if that comes into play. We'll see, because we are getting the Hunter deck out for uikyou right now. It is going to be going up against uikyou's Mage, who he's going to queue once again for this matchup.
Yeah, I think not a terrible start here. The Inquisitive Creation can sometimes help you keep your opponent off of the board, but at the same time, you really have to be able to play those spell schools to build that up. And if you don't have the spell schools to play, maybe that's not something that you're looking for. Or it's not built up enough to even clear the board, which can always feel pretty bad too. But did look like uikyou kept it there. I like the Flame Geyser there. I think at this point, maybe we see a second volume up. I was going to say a Cold Case or a Cosmic Keyboard would really kind of start to fill out uikyou's hand here. But on the other side, uikyou, kind of a clunky hand with both a bow and the Titan Agromar already in hand here. So turn 2, just going ahead and forging that Titan Forged trap seems pretty solid. And there's the Cosmic Keyboard pickup.
That is honestly massive.
Yeah.
Without that, you would be essentially fighting from behind for most of this early game. Now, as much as it feels like this Arcane Hunter does, outside of like specifically Awakened Tremors, they don't usually get on the board early. Yes, Mass Singer, okay, but it's a 2-1, and usually they're playing a secret on 2, so they're not like building up their board. So normally you do have a little bit of time to try and find a game plan, but you if any early minions come out and stick some damage, that just makes the Arcane Hunter's job that much easier. Like, it is a dream world if you can, like, if Mass Singer can like hit twice, or if you play an early game minion and it gets to attack a few times. Like, that extra damage is massive in the long run because they're usually supporting it behind the scenes in their hand by getting those secrets out and beefing up their arcane damage. So huge. And Cold Case coming, oh my gosh, this is like uikyou's just playing off the top, and it is working out. It is an explosive trap, so got to keep that in mind. uikyou expected this or had a plan to play around it, but now the question is, what do you do? Because there's an explosive trap up, you don't really want to give too much stuff for your opponent to trade into. The Tremors don't really match up against well versus the volatile skeletons.
Yeah.
It's because you get traded off so easily. So it's kind of awkward. I wouldn't be surprised if we just see Costume Singer and then like a hero power. Oh, nope. Gonna go all in. Okay.
Yeah. I guess this does kind of create that decision for uikyou of, does he want to trade into these first and set off those skeletons, or if he decides to do something like Inquisitive Creation and attack, it's going to set off that explosive. So there is kind of that give and take here. I think the Inquisitive Creation at this point definitely going to be putting in work, even without having played any spell schools, which is fantastic, and why we did see him end up keeping it in the mulligan there. But now it's a choice of, do you want to go for the Inquisitive Creation to actually clear this, or do you want to just make the trades and volume up? But the secrets make it really awkward to try to make that decision right now because of the kind of mix of the different hunter secrets at this point.
Yeah, I kind of want to trade into a minion with a volatile... Oh, nope. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, bait and switch would feel a little rough.
Yeah, I was thinking it would feel a little rough, but it would help him make his decision because he's still at the Arcane Artificer on the board. So volume up is just gain 4 health and draw through your cards.
Yeah.
And it also gives you a lot of valuable information. Like if it's a minion secret, then you could still have, the Balda creation in your back pocket just in case. If it's not, then you can trade off most of the board before the explosive trap, and then maybe end with a volume up to cash in on that 4 armor, and worry about the explosive trap or wandering monster later on. So, but opts to just say, all right, I'm attacking face. If it's explosive trap and my board goes away, it's likely that I'll be able to clear up the rest with the Inquisitive Creation and still have a board once everything's said and done.
Yeah. I think it was also really interesting to see him attack with that 4/4 as the largest minion as well, in the case of freezing. But it looked like maybe he kind of did think through all of that. Maybe in the end he just decided, I highly doubt that uikyou actually picked a freezing trap, so I'm just going to go in. And if it is a freezing trap, I'll have this big minion to maybe replay later if I really need to test for something or play that out. But tough choice here, deciding for uikyou whether to clear off the kind of better health body or just clearing off the one minion that had slightly higher damage on it, which we did see, even having gone face. But I think sending that damage face, maybe not going to do a whole lot at the moment.
Yeah, he's going to have to take control of the board first before anything's going to matter, essentially.
Yeah.
Later on in the game, once you start getting like ricochet shots and trying to stick your own minions for face damage, you got to keep the board under control. So never going to win just by launching stuff at the face. Has to try and get things under control first. And then, in his back pocket, he's got a Prison of Yoxeron somewhere tucked deep in this deck.
TJ's waiting for it.
That's all I'm saying. It's in there.
All right, well,
Even goes for the additional attack and the immunity on the weapon, knowing that this Titan won't live any longer, just to try and make sure that he can keep control of the board. Because this keyboard's putting in work. This is like one of the ideal starts against Arcane Hunter, because you're gaining armor, you're building a board to fight, and you're not letting your opponent have a board at all. So having the keyboard into double cold case has been massive for uikyou. And it might actually need to be specifically a Prison of Yoxeron that will have a chance to bail uikyou out of this game.
Well, there's that bait and switch coming out. So now uikyou deciding where to send the second skeleton. Gonna trade it into the Titan, hope that maybe it hits into that Kraken Bane, but there still is the Flame Geyser that can come out as well to kind of help clean that up if needed. But wants to go for the higher value body, gonna come off of that last use of the Cosmic Keyboard. So opting to just draw some cards and get the better body on the board to contest, as you were mentioning, rather than actually going for something like waiting to play the volume up at the end for the finale effect, and also ultimately playing around the hidden meaning as well in all of that. So I think just drawing some cards, getting a 4/4 body out definitely seems pretty reasonable there. Kind of get some resources gathered up for yourself. I don't think at this point that Elemental Inspiration is going to have a huge impact. There's not going to be like 5, 6, 7 bodies at this point, but it might be enough that Ricochet Shot becomes a little bit more awkward, and we're going to even see one of those Ricochet come out now. But damage from the weapon, pushing a little bit through, and maybe a little bit of extra damage that you didn't end up taking. I don't know. I feel like maybe just committing that extra little bit of damage to clear up the 6 attack minion might have been better than triggering the hidden meaning, or just letting the hidden meaning trigger. But it's kind of 6 one way, 12, half dozen the other. So I don't know.
Yeah, the hidden meaning can get a lot of minions that will punish you very heavily, make you take way more damage than you would have normally. I got a Lady Steno the other day and just lived forever and was absolutely massive. The static, I don't even know what it's called, static something. It's a 5/6 that loses 1 health or 1 attack each turn. That's also a huge amount of power on the board that hidden meaning can get. So it's a little bit risky unless you're absolutely sure that you need to spend all the mana, which is tough. But uikyou's kind of in a little bit of a rough spot right now. It does find the druid spell that's gain armor, draw cards, that blossoms. No idea what it's called.
Yeah.
What's it called?
The Symphony of Sins and Schooling pickup are very interesting here, but I mean, who needs to worry about that when you just have all of this damage as Hunter? Like, you just saw your opponent go for some discovers, kind of struggle, and then not even be able to kind of clean everything up on your board. They didn't create their own board. Like, this is the point where I think uikyou is just getting ready to set up for a lethal setup next turn, as long as there's no solid alibi, right? That's kind of the caveat against playing against Mage and setting up for those turns is, as long as they don't have solid alibi, I just win next turn.
Yeah. It is just damage from hand, so even if his minions are killed, I like sort of this hidden damage here. It does have just 13 with Kraken Bane, that's active, the bow plus the hero power. So
yeah.
You should fear this. 13 with how many secrets have been triggered is reasonable with those 3 things. Has actually seen 1 Kraken Bane, so that may make him hesitant to try and go overboard if he doesn't think that, if he thinks that 13 is out of reach. Especially having not seen any arcane buffs played thus far. None of the Farstriders and Norganon not played. So he might actually be feeling safe at 13, but he's running out of time. Rope's burning. He knows what the secret is, so he doesn't have to think about that, but needs to kind of keep going.
Well, at this point, I think he's just saying, I don't care about this hidden meaning now. I have to try to just do something that's going to be the best for me in terms of what my deck wants to do, and that is try to get something on the board and set up this solid alibi. But the second solid alibi not in hand, so this he could just be in the same position next turn, right? Where uikyou has kind of set up this board, and look at this, another trap's coming down, and yeah, you kind of made that noise there. That is a pretty dang good minion to have come out of that hidden meaning.
Yeah, no idea what it's called. Something zombie, but if it's killed on your opponent's turn, it actually deals 3 damage to your base. So there's and that's going to be rough considering he's got to remove this board to block the damage, but it's going to take going to take some regardless. So kind of in a rough spot now. No Artificer either to try and get this health back up. Symphony, what are you even looking for with Symphony of Sins?
I don't know at this point. I don't know if heal, maybe if you can heal yourself up a little bit, put a taunt out. I still don't think those are going to be quite enough to save him at this point. So I don't know if those are going to be enough. Do you have to roll the Elemental Inspiration and hope it's enough? Time for the high roll?
You'd have to... Oh, jeez. You'd have to get, like... I don't even think it's even that juiced right now.
It's really not.
Okay, clears the board with this stuff, and then goes for maybe the Lifesteal Symphony of Sins or the Taunt.
Yeah. Oh, draw a minion and reduce its cost. Sure, the Norganon free there, but...
Okay.
Did he get other actions
he
in?
Just waited way too long to start the turn,
Yeah.
and he's dead.
Yeah. And I think that's probably the second, maybe third time we've seen that now. We definitely saw that, I think, at one point in the Warrior game. And, uikyou just kind of really stuck on these decision points of how to handle all of the pressure and the damage and trying to calculate for everything. And yeah, that rope just kind of got the better of him yet again. So that does mean uikyou is going to go up 2-1 now. Just has one more deck to get a win with that Nature Shaman.
Yeah, kind of sad for uikyou in that moment because it seems like there was a couple turns where he was, like you said, sort of torn on what to do. And I don't think he really made the best of the situation in a lot of these instances. Especially that last gone faster, could have gotten the Norganon out and maybe gotten some secrets if he had done the Symphony of Sins like first to see what he was gonna get off of the pickup. Then that could have changed his play, right? It also would have summoned like a bigger anomaly from the keyboard anyway, so it just is more efficient in that regard. And then if he gets like a life buffer, then he can go for something a little bit more greedy, like maybe Norganon for secrets or something. I don't know. But left himself nearly 100% dead there. Any damage from hand for uikyou would have been enough. So just pretty difficult situation overall.
Well, and 3 secrets on the other side from the Hunter certainly didn't make it like an easy path of decisions either. Having to kind of figure out, right, which kind of order you want to play things in, which secrets you care about testing for, or if they trigger, do you, it's not that bad, I'll just let them trigger, it's fine. But there are some extra punishes with some of those Hunter secrets. Motion denied specifically, I think, would have also been kind of a huge hurt. So at that point in the turn, was he wanting to commit even more things if he did see it or didn't see it? And yeah, every little like branching decision there, I think, just took up way too much time in the turn. But here we are going to see this game number 4, uikyou bringing in the Shaman now. We are going to see both players on Shaman, but uikyou on this match point could be the end here if uikyou can get this Shaman through and get the win.
And I believe we have complete mirrors in terms of lists for both these players with their Shamans. I'm just double checking.
It is
Looks like
looking that way. Yes.
Double turn the tides, double overdraft, single carving chisel. They play all the minions. Yeah. So it's going to be all about execution. Similar opening hands as well. Both players have schooling, bioluminescence, flash lightning, and flow rider. Like there's like a single card different between these two players. So very interesting.
Yeah, I am kind of looking at this hand for uikyou, though. If it gets to the point of getting Inza down, the Inza and Flash of Lightning discounts together could be pretty huge, but I don't know. I'm honestly just looking at the hand from uikyou as well. Like that might be a little bit too slow.
Okay. Just getting more and more similar. You don't want to take too much chip damage in the early game. So you want to make sure you're trying to keep the board clear, just because that makes it that much easier for your opponent to combo you later on. So oftentimes we see a lot of tempo plays in the early game from these Shaman decks, just to make sure that they're coming out on top on the board with Turn the Tides and the like, because then it makes it easier for them to try and combo their opponent. So with the double schooling, I like just getting it out there right now, because uikyou has to react. He knows there's 2 more piranhas in hand. If he leaves this board up, it's going to mean that he's going to take a lot of damage from the recurring buffs. So just trying to make it awkward for his opponent. Both players only play a single copy of Lightning Storm, which means that they don't really have access to much in the form of AoE clears outside of Discovers. So uikyou really has to think, what's the best line of play here? Do you just commit the fish and spend most of the turn just cleaning up the opponent's side of the board? He could go double fish Flow Rider, which is not terrible.
Yeah.
Go with the flow.
Quickly. Yeah, going into that lightning reflexes. I do wonder here, is this going to be a coin Flash of Lightning and just set up for something next turn? Or is it just wait and then use that the next turn and set up? I think this seems very reasonable. There is kind of that debate too about how maybe uikyou wanted to actually clear that. As you mentioned, taking chip damage early, not the greatest. So if you were to hit into some of those minions, take extra chip damage, not really great if he had just gone for something like Turn the Tides or one of those kind of slower plays and would have hit into maybe the 3-1. But on the other side now, a very similar situation for uikyou. Does uikyou want to just commit these piranhas, clear up that board to prevent chip damage on his side? Or does he just want to drop the tempo Inza?
Yeah, it's about the only opportunity he's going to have to play Inza, so I like it. Oh, okay. Here we go. So, uikyou's got to make the decision. The game of chicken has been started. I think you see what you draw from this ancestral knowledge. If you pick up Burn, I think you can flash a lightning here and try and set up for something next turn. But no burn picked up. You can't rely solely on the lightning reflexes.
Right. Maybe, yeah, you have 2 other draw potentials, right? Either playing the Flow Rider or playing this Flash of Lightning, see what else you pick up. Maybe there is. That is still not burn. But additional discounts next turn. Maybe the lightning reflexes coming out next turn could find something else as well.
He's got a full hand, so if he Flow Riders...
Yeah.
and discovers a spell, there's nothing left to be drawn next turn. He's going to have to do it anyway.
Yeah, make that quick decision.
Oh, double lightning reflexes. We might see him go in next turn.
That's a huge payoff if he lands it.
He's gonna have to, because we see now uikyou going for Flash of Lightning, and he's got Inza online as well, which makes things even easier. We're talking about 1 mana Feral Spirits, which is huge, and he's gonna set up the board. He's got Chisel too, so uikyou's gonna be worried about dying for sure. But I don't think uikyou's not getting a draw off the top. I don't think with a single discount and 6-7 mana to work with, one of those mana crystals being overloaded is enough. With just double lightning reflex, they would have to be perfect hits. Could start off with the Radiance.
Yeah, I feel like he at least might want to start with the first layer of those lightning reflexes, just kind of see what the first discover options are and kind of go from there. But there also still is coin in hand for uikyou as well, so he does have maybe an additional mana use there with that coin.
My hand is too full.
Yeah. Oh, and it was lightning bolt. Oh. Yeah, you start with lightning reflex and see where you go. If you don't hit burn, you probably got to bail out. Okay, there's crash.
All right. Yeah, got to start discounting it, though. I love how uikyou has now just kind of gone in. He knows he needs to go in here. He's got to go through these discovers. He is not letting that kind of indecision get to him this time. He's going for it. Zap.
It's got to be burn. Oh, he hit lightning bolt. So we also have an overdraft here that's going to be massive. So you go attack, Feral Spirits. Can you fit in a Novice Zapper?
Yeah, I mean, he wants to get that bioluminescence out too, right? So what gives him the best chance of that here? Oh, no. Okay, his decisions and his speed of play has definitely slowed down here. He's got to just make a choice.
Yeah, because he's got to discover with the crash also.
Yeah.
He's not. He doesn't have time. He's out of time.
Yeah. Is that enough though? He got the bio out. I think he actually finished the actions. I think he got there.
You heard the rope crash, so he didn't.
No.
He cast the crash, but then he didn't get the discover.
He didn't. No.
What was in the discover?
We didn't get to see.
We didn't see. Was there burn? But uikyou's got to kill him.
Close.
All right, uikyou killed. Oh no, he doesn't have to kill him. He can. Oh no, wait.
What?
Yeah, he doesn't have to kill him.
Okay.
If there was burn in that discover, he needed to go faster. The ordering was good. He just didn't see it quick enough.
Yep.
I mean, it's entirely possible there was no lightning bolt or crash lightning in the lightning reflexes. Entirely possible. Because if there wasn't, he wouldn't have killed him anyway. I think everything else was ordered well. He just didn't get to choose from the discover.
Yeah.
So.
And that was a lot of his burn already used. Now, uikyou being able to heal up to 8. Does he just want to play the Feral Spirits to get extra bodies out on the board?
I do. To block Turn the Tides as a possible...
Mm-hmm. Not going to go for it. But yeah, Turn the Tides plus a little bit of extra damage could be enough to close it out. It might still be slightly off, but I guess the Feral Spirits do end up dying to a potential Golganeth on the other side too. So maybe that's something that uikyou says, well, I'm just going to play this and, kind of force uikyou to have everything. And if he doesn't, then I have the Feral Spirits on the other side that didn't get cleared to benefit my own bioluminescence and game here. But uikyou needs a little bit of draw to kind of make all of this come together here.
He plays everything this turn is 14 damage, I think. Be Radiance, Novice Zapper, Feral Spirits, plus an attack. So that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 spell power if he bios. He has enough mana to fit it in with all the discounts. Plus the additional 4 damage from the Turn the Tides. He's gonna go for it.
Yeah, I mean, why not? Go for it at this point. Set up
Oh, it's
and
8
just
spell damage. So it's a little bit more.
force.
It's 15 damage.
Yeah. Force you to have an answer here.
I mean, Titan off the top. Okay.
Yeah.
Crash off the top?
Start with the Thorum, see what one card you draw. Don't really have anything else to do there. That's the option.
Okay. Any
All right.
damage off the top is lethal for uikyou. Lightning Storm's not it. There's a chance for Gyu.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
Okay. Well, they are both finding answers to the other person's minions on the board. This is really just going to come down to who finds it first.
Yeah, well, uikyou now is dead on board. If he doesn't find an
And
answer.
he
It's
didn't.
bioluminescence Q1 anyway! Oh my gosh.
All right. Well, that means, TJ, we are going to a game number 5. You sticking the landing, I think, there with the Shaman. Got there. Even though you did maybe miss the lethal potential if there had been that damage spell off that Discover. But got there in the end.
Well, we don't know. It may not have been damage.
Maybe.
And the altered cord actually came in super clutch. Because you would have died the next turn if you didn't have the altered cord. So if there was no damage from the Discover, he had 0 mana left, so it would had to have been specifically Lightning Bolt, Crash Lightning. Then, like, you actually got the best choice, and that's how the game was supposed to pan out. The big question is uikyou supposed to go in on that turn?
I mean, what are you hoping to do if you don't? I guess because
Draw one more burn spell and you win the next turn.
yeah, again. I think we talked about this in the previous turn or in the previous game of making that decision of do you just want to send in those things? Because I think from uikyou's perspective, looking at you kind of already had committed quite a bit. There was only like 2 cards in hand. So the chances that he actually had something to clear the board after uikyou went in on that turn seemed a little unlikely. So I don't think that it was a terrible decision to go in there and just force your opponent to have the answer to that wide board at that point.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Well, forget about last game.
Anyway, so.
True. So that's the reason. It was fine to do it because he played cards. Got it. Got him. All right. Well, we are going to see it come down to this final game here. Not going to be that Arcane Hunter with the Yogg Prison that we talked about earlier, but it's going to be Gyu's Mage versus uikyou's Shaman here. And do you have any predictions, TJ? How do you think this is going to go?
Let me see the opening hands first.
Okay.
Still don't know. It's not a bad opening for Gyu. He's going to avoid taking chip damage, but he doesn't have any of the power cards right now.
Yeah.
Like no weapon, no cold case, not too many things to be able to build up a board early, but still has ways to fight with creation plus the prismatic elemental. So doesn't really have to worry about getting overrun on the board early on and taking that amount of chip damage. So none of these are particularly good.
No.
None of them have spell schools. I guess Markshot is the best because it can come down on curve, but I don't even know if it's not really anything that Shaman curves into on 2. I guess there's fish, but Ugh.
Which the schooling was played on turn 1, so you does know that there are those minions, but I guess something like a coin into feral spirits, that's maybe a little bit less likely, but it could start to put on some pressure. Not sure if uikyou actually wants to commit into the feral spirits here, though. Nah, gonna go for the fish. I like this a lot more.
Yeah, it gets to preserve 2 fish on the board that can hopefully get some damage in next turn, and then can roll right into Feral Spirits if need be.
I feel like somewhere off camera, Subtle is just like yelling at the top of his lungs, "Fish! Play the fish!" He wants to see him.
Oh, these are all pretty good.
Yeah.
Lunar Eclipse allows for an Infinitize the Maxitude this turn, though, so...
Right.
I think I like that the best.
Yeah, I think there could have been merit in the Frost Strike as well, but this definitely seems like it creates better opportunities for this turn. The counter spell is kind of interesting here as well.
Yeah, Reverb is kind of interesting, too, to counter the Titan
Yeah.
turn, but he has Reverbs in his deck.
Right.
And so if he ends up drawing into one soon, then that's really the only minion you'll ever use it on in this matchup. So I like that he just goes for this. And it's only been Arcane played so far, right? So it's a 2 damage. Inquisitive Creation.
Nature as well, right?
Lunar Eclipse is Arcane. I made that mistake yesterday with Lorinda. Solar Eclipse is Nature.
I thought he had squeezed in something else, but maybe it just was that.
Because he played Prismatic Elemental on 2, got the Mark Shot. Mark Shot has no spell school. Then
Right.
on 3 played the Discovery, got Lunar, which is Arcane. Now he's going to have Nature with Lightning Bolt. So it's a little
There
bit
it
more
is.
juiced up to be able to answer the board. Ooh. Elemental Inspiration on curve? It's
Yeah.
only 2, but minions are tough for Shaman to deal with sometimes. That size of minions, actually.
I mean, I guess like the star power. Yeah. Star power is definitely an answer, but I'm kind of questioning it right now because he does already have the Inquisitive Creation to help clean up the board. Plus, I mean, trying to just go for something like star power against Shaman, it's great if they have the board, but is there actually the chance to get to play it before being dead? Because generally, the Shaman wants to actually kind of spit out a bunch of minions, play the bioluminescence, and end the game on the same turn. Doesn't always work that way, but I don't know if star power against just these couple of small things is the way he wants to be spending his mana at this point.
Maybe he was worried because currently he didn't have a way to deal with the Titan if he came out on curve.
Could be. Yeah.
But now that the Reverbs picks up, then yeah, not as good.
I guess
Already has Arcane as well, so spell school consideration is not really relevant.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Inza could be something. Even the Thorum at 4 health, kind of awkward to have to answer if he hasn't played enough spell schools for the Inquisitive Creation. Plus, maybe just having like a backup removal as well. And if you use the Inquisitive Creation and then there is something played afterwards, and then you can't clear it, that's a pretty big punish. So I think just going for maybe picking that star power earlier, not letting it get to the point of, oh, I want to kind of lean into that elemental inspiration and then it being a completely dead card until much later in the game. There is a chance that you could just be dead before it even comes to inspiration turn, but I don't know if uikyou is quite built up enough of those pieces without things like the Flash of Lightning to discount these nature spells quite yet.
Yeah, but can get closer here. Can Flow Rider and then Thorum to roll into the Titan turn with a in a pretty good scenario.
Flash of lightning.
Where's the flash? Now you Thor him.
Yeah.
Next turn you Golganeth for draw and flash to end the turn.
Absolutely,
And
yeah.
That
Mhm.
that should be enough.
Looking like a very
Well-
good turn 6 coming up.
Yeah, so he won't have hand space for the draw. Even like if you Golganeth and then flash, he'd still be at what 8 cards, so would discard 1, but has both lightning bolts in hand, which are the 2 burn overload spells, the 2 most important burn overload spells. So it could just thin the deck a little bit to try and get closer to stuff, if need be, if he wants, right? All right, Cold Case picked up some much needed proactive plays here from Q, but can he afford to? Because it would just mean a ping over on the Thorum, like Cold Case trade ping. Going into Titan turn as well.
Yeah.
Nothing feels good.
I do not envy Gyu right now, trying to figure out how he wants to maneuver this turn. Because, as you mentioned, I mean, Cold Case and maybe a ping to close it out, doing something like the Star Power and Infinitize the Maxitude maybe is the play. Maybe just going for the dealing 4 to a minion that he picked up earlier, kind of clearing that, and then seeing what he discovers could be an option. But again, regardless of which way he goes, he's going to have to make that decision and play the cards before that rope ends up burning and kind of punishing him yet again.
Ooh, the counter spell. He could try and disincentivize the Golganeth here. It's interesting. The Seeker provides so much option on an otherwise pretty clean-cut power turn. Check face first, obviously,
Yeah.
to narrow it down. And he's going to pivot a little bit and go Storm, so that Secret actually slowed down. And it's counterspell.
Yeah.
So now these
there it
minions
is.
stick.
Yeah, didn't get to play the Flash of Lightning either, which does feel a little bit bad now that there is so much kind of burn in hand with some spell damage with both of these Novice Zappers. But I think there's still going to be another turn in between when uikyou is going to set up probably that Golganeth or just find something else before, kind of going in. But the Flash of Lightning certainly would have helped kind of the go in turn. Is it going to be just a solid alibi at this point from you now to set up to stop that again? Kind of the counter spell into solid alibi really continue to slow uikyou down?
I don't think he's worried about dying yet because he didn't see the Flash of Lightning last turn. So he's not in range of really anything at 26 for 7 mana. It would have to be like ideal perfect situation with Radiance. So I think he can hold off for a turn for solid alibi as soon as he sees the first Flash of Lightning, or if we get to like turn 8 or 9 maybe. But he needs to start like either getting through his deck or applying pressure.
I think Discovery.
I mean,
or...
maybe he is scared with solid alibi, but he hasn't seen anything that would indicate they would something from uikyou. So I like just playing the secret because if uikyou attacks face with the chisel, means he just gains that extra armor. So testing for objection, and now is going to be able to play the Golganeth.
Yeah, fantastic ordering there from uikyou. I think the question now is, does he want to use this Titan ability to draw? Or does it just have to be the dealing 3 and kind of trying to clear off some of this board?
It's going to die.
Yeah.
He has an Ancestral Knowledge and 3 burn spells in hand, but no Luminescence. So the draw will get him closer to Luminescence, wouldn't draw into it. But I think you got to go for the draw at this point, and he does.
Yeah, I like
Still
it a
no
lot.
bioluminescence.
There's the flash, though.
Okay, now uikyou will be scared.
Yes.
But could go, because he used the draw, you can reverb and then go for the damage and heal. And it'll kill the Golganath on the other side. It just depends on if he feels like he needs to go with the solid alibi, which he probably does. So if he goes, and as board also will probably be removed if he thinks he's going to go in. Well, actually, so my first instinct was Cosmic Keyboard, reverb, damage and heal, solid alibi. So you have a big wide board, everything's healed up. You're putting pressure, so uikyou has to answer the board, and he can't kill you. But he might go in Phantasmax to just try and find a little bit of additional burst damage to try and end the game.
I mean, he does have Sif and some damage already, so it doesn't seem unreasonable if he wants to go for that, but it looks like he's going for the Forge. Yeah, he goes for the Forge instead, just kind of plays out the solid alibi, forges, and this is setting up for the turn 9 lethal next turn with the Sif and the Molten Rune.
So there's been Frost, Shadow, Arcane, Nature played for Sif. And there will be Fire for Molten Rune, because Sif updates live.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a lethal setup, right? With just Sif plus Molten Rune.
Right.
The storm is in me.
All right, well, Crash of Thunder does clear up this board, but that's not going to matter. uikyou doesn't know that yet, but he'll get the news real quick as soon as that end turn goes in here. I don't even think trying to hit with the weapon at this point makes a difference either.
He's going to anyway, but
yeah, there still was the secret consideration, but yeah, maybe it actually just would have been better not to and set up, because he did play some spells and play minion. He knew that at least those secrets weren't going to stop him from playing something last turn or in the next turn. So yeah, that's just gonna end it though. uikyou takes the win with the mage. That face he just made there, kind of covering up his face, it felt like he battled through that whole match to get to that game 5 win there, but he did ultimately get there in the end.
Yeah, that was a tough series. uikyou, a couple turns that was a little bit indecisive, roped out, notably the one in the Warrior game and then the one in the Shaman game that we saw. And the Shaman game ended up winning the game regardless. And missing the turn may not have even been like a huge missed opportunity. We didn't get to see the discovers, so we don't really know what happened. We don't know if there was even bird damage there, if Altered Chord might have even been the correct choice, right? And you could tell there was a little bit of indecision going on. However, I think uikyou, in the games that he won, in the games that mattered, played really well. The secrets there provide so much disruption, because every mana that you spend as a shaman has to matter, because these lethals are like razor thin edges, one way or the other. So even though it was just an ice barrier, even though the first one was a counter spell, uikyou had to respect it for being the thing that blows him out of the game. He had to respect objection twice. And so he had 2 turns where he wasn't really doing anything, just because of these randomly generated secrets from uikyou, which was basically his whole turn. So I think he understood what to do, and even though we had a couple of rough moments in that series, overall I think it was really well played. So very happy for uikyou.
Yeah, definitely. So that does mean that uikyou is going to move into the top 4, but we still have one more match to go to decide our final top 4 player. So don't go anywhere. We have plenty more Hearthstone to go still today. We will be right back.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Summer Championship. We've got plenty more action coming up for you guys, but we do have to round out this top 8. I'm Raven, joining me is Sottle, and we'll see if we have another marathon on our hands, because that previous match felt like definitely an outside factor when we look at how the rest of the matches have gone so far this weekend. What we've kind of been getting used to, at least for me, even the 5-game series being at least semi-fast and furious, I would say. That was definitely a bit of a slower burn, but next up, Sol, we have Gaby versus DreadEye, and this one I think is going to be a pretty interesting one. And for me personally, DreadEye has the opportunity to cause a bit of an upset, because honestly, just based on history and seeing both players play a lot and how they perform this weekend, I would have to just naturally give it to Gaby here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Gaby goes in as the favourite, for sure. I think, certainly Prime Gaby would go in as a big favourite. Prime Gaby probably being the best player in the world at that time, and arguably the best player we've ever seen on form and dominance, potentially. There was someone who won 2 400-player tournaments in a row. I can't remember if anyone has ever brought that up, but outside of that. But DreadEye, I don't know, DreadEye's such a wild card, man. Like, I've seen him play horribly, I've seen him play incredibly well, I've seen everything in between, I've seen him come with lineups that make no sense to me, I've seen him come with lineups that just absolutely destroy the field on the other side. Like, it honestly feels like DreadEye's just rolling chaos in every single game.
Right.
Like, any outcome is possible at any point, so absolutely do not count him out, because the ceiling for DreadEye can absolutely get past Gaby in this series, and I'm sure there are some America's viewers just on the edge of their seat hoping that DreadEye can pick up some representation for them in that top 4.
Yeah, but there he is, Gaby, and you referenced Prime Gaby. I think some people who follow Gaby on Twitter would argue that Prime Gaby is current Gaby, based on some of the images that he has posted recently. So we'll have to see how that storyline progresses. But yeah, Gaby, if you've been following the last few years, you will know who this guy is. One of the best players, I think at least, Sol, I don't know if you'll disagree, but one of the best players who's played the game at a competitive level that my eyes have seen. So I look forward to seeing good things, but obviously with this new system, there are... These players have had to still keep that consistent play high with having to have those ladder finishes. So although there's less tournament and broadcast matches that happen, so we've not been seeing Gaby as often as we used to, I still think he'll be top performance level for now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Gaby's certainly been hitting the gym a bit more often these days, as you mentioned. Things like that are surely just a distraction from the key business of playing Hearthstone, though. No, I'm happy to see people working on themselves. The kid's like half my age and twice my size. It's embarrassing, honestly. Like, I don't know
to be fair, though, not that difficult for you, Sol, is it? You're not the best comparison there. I think a Twiglet would be twice your size sometimes.
Wow, I mean, this is just body shaming now, isn't it? Doesn't that qualify? Does it not count when it's skinny people? Is that how the world works?
I think it doesn't count when it's you.
Ah, okay, that's
You've
fair.
given me enough, come on.
That's fair. Yeah, that's true, of course. Raven famously is 4'9", so...
There we go. See, we're even as always. But check out just quickly, of course, while we've been throwing rubbish at each other, DreadEye's list. The Outcast Demon Hunter, for me, Sottle, honestly, a bit of a surprise factor for this tournament. I wasn't shocked people brought it, but I'm a little bit surprised at how well it seems to be performing. We've been seeing it a few times over the course of today, and if you've been seeing it today, it means the players already got out of groups yesterday, so the progression's already happened there. So just a bit of a surprise factor. Yeah, it's been performing pretty well.
Yeah, I've always had the feeling that Outcast Demon Hunter and Spell Demon Hunter, when that was a thing, like Clickface Demon Hunter, as people sometimes referred to it as, kind of has this idea of like a concealed skill ceiling where they seem like very straightforward decks, and like 99% of people kind of hit that ceiling and go, okay, I'm playing this deck to maximum potential. And then there's like a small group of people who just manage to shatter through that ceiling and go, oh, no, there's a whole nother level that you can play this deck at that you're not paying attention to. And aggro-based Demon Hunters, I think, because they always do fly so close to the edge, right? Where it's a game where when a top player plays it, it feels like they've had 6 or 7 cards in their hand the entire game, they've killed their opponent, and they're still at 30 health, and it never looked close. And then you just rewind time and give that exact same game to a mediocre player, and they've run out of cards on turn 4 and haven't done any damage to their opponent whatsoever, right? Like, the difference is so
And there's
stark.
no game plan after that fact. Yeah, there's just like, well, I hope this top deck works.
Yeah. So looking forward to seeing what we can get out of DreadEye here, but Gaby will certainly be delighted to be seeing a Slither Spear on 1 here. Again, sometimes there is a debate with Naga Mage about whether you're supposed to play Slither Spear on 1 because it is that cheap potential activator for your Siren. When you have School Teacher in hand already, no such concern, because you know you're going to be getting that 1 mana Naga back before that point.
Infinitize coming out. Ooh, big pickup, actually. The star power. Wow, I was singing this card's praises just earlier today. It just feels like a guaranteed board clear no matter what on turn 5. So, yeah, very, very powerful removal, and this is the matchup you want it in. Huge.
Did you say turn 5?
Yeah, well, I'm talking generally. Of course, this one is going to be 4 mana with the coin, of course, helping out. But still, that is such a night and day difference between hitting that and not hitting a clear, right?
Yep. Yeah, a couple of things you could have picked up, like Fire Sale, for example, would have done a very, very similar job. But yeah, limited pool of cards that you could have found to have an answer there. And that's such a great release of pressure for Gaby, because now this is a slow turn from DreadEye, and that plays perfectly into Gaby's hands, because Gaby can now just go School Teacher, go, and just be ahead on board as the combo deck going into this.
Yeah. With an
position.
With an often very high tempo 1-drop next turn, right? Because without there being a Siren, yes, there's not the ultimate play, for now at least, but even worst case scenario, you have a Nagaling that just is so tempo heavy, almost regardless of what you get, just because of the mana it's going to save most times.
Yep.
DreadEye, though, still has plenty to do, just picking up the Glaive Tar now. Could choose to have another, air quotes, slow turn by just equipping the weapon, chucking a swing in, and then trying to build on something next turn. Again, we've seen a few times over the course of the weekend, this deck, the Outcast Demon Hunter, although can be very sort of turn 1, turn 2, turn 3 curve, and play very aggressively, it can also sort of do the token druid thing, right? Where it doesn't have to rush, but it does have to just keep making waves of threats and make them stick once at least to start really bursting down.
I've missed the Gab Jam. The Gab Jam is back in full force. Fierce Outsider chain can get rolling here. If DreadEye wants, can use the second Fierce Outsider to trade this a little bit more efficiently, but might be more interested in holding on to that for Glaive Tar resources.
Is it even a... Okay, I was working out whether it was even a trade, honestly.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Just because, like, that is a lot of minions to throw into a 4/4.
Yeah. Just leave him there and say, ha, you don't know that I don't have Halvaria in my hand.
I mean, isn't that the majority of the deck?
Yeah, pretty much.
It feels like the game plan.
Yeah. Remember that invisible skill ceiling that I was talking about? I think you just crashed headfirst into it, Raven.
Yeah. I'll take it, okay? I accept my limitations.
No. Well, these are 9 cards that could be a Spitelash Siren.
And yeah, I'm just going to say, if you're telling me that trading tons of minions into 1 4/4 is correct, then I don't want to be correct, Sol.
Okay. That's
Simple as
fair.
that. Yeah, I can see the Finley come out now, though, for Gaby. Gaby just saying, nope, I don't see the Siren, therefore this hand is not good. And did manage to hit one, although I guess there's the Amalgam, right? As a... To pair with the Siren, maybe next turn, but maybe there's just... Maybe it's just wait.
It's good enough, right? Because you can go Siren Amalgam, and then because you have a 1-mana spell, you then can get back up to 3 mana, so you can start playing the 3-mana Nagas in your hand, right? So theoretically, it's okay. The problem, actually... It's
spell 2, isn't it?
Yeah, the choke point, weirdly, is on the spells more so than the Naga. But it could be saved by picking up something specific from Discovery of Magic. I think it depends on how aggressive DreadEye's turn is, right?
Oh,
Because
yeah.
if you can get away with like School Teacher and Ping or something as a playable turn, then I think that does set you up for a significantly better Naga spell turn the turn afterwards. But I think Gaby's going to look at this board state and think something needs to be done about it.
Yeah, Wallop, Wallop, Stomp. Sounds like some kind of combo that you do not appreciate coming your way.
How much does Inquisitive Creation do here? Because it can't be the Naga spell reaction because of the Speaker Stomper coming down.
I wanted to say 4, but that's just a... It's just a feeling that it's 4, but maybe it's
Just a
maybe it's
feeling.
lot less, yeah. Wow, it's no way even there.
No. It's just the star power, right? Everything else is
Yeah.
the minions.
Yeah, I guess for some reason I get in the thing where it's like, it's turn 6, of course there's been spells played.
Yeah,
And
that's
it's like,
the
oh,
thing,
wait.
though. This
Now, there's
isn't
not.
Rainbow Mage. This
Yeah,
is Naga
yeah,
Mage.
yeah.
Like, you know, we tested this deck between the two of us, and I definitely ran into this problem where sometimes you are just sat with a creation in your hand going, well, this just does 2 AoE, and I'm really struggling to get it above that. Oh!
What were you saying about that ceiling, Sol? This looks like the one and only thing the deck does.
So you can attack with 3 things, and then everything else goes face. So that one will do 8, that one will do 9, and that one
Is it
will
lethal?
do
DreadEye's smiling
quite
like
a lot
it's
more
lethal.
than that. Yes,
Yeah.
it is. It is lethal, yeah.
Yeah, because Halveria attacks as well, right? Which is next.
Yeah,
turn.
Halveria attacks, so then this first one does 8, the next one does 9, the last one also does 9. So.
Yes. It could have done that with ordering, but yeah, he didn't need it.
Sure, yeah, whatever.
But yeah,
Lethal
DreadEye.
is lethal.
Yes, DreadEye taking the very quick and early win there with the Outcast Demon Hunter. And like I said, it seems to just continue. This deck, I feel, is a bit of a dark horse. I mean, maybe that's just because I didn't have as much faith in it as, of course, the players that submitted it did. But I just didn't feel like it was going to be dominating in this meta.
That also, just as I just realised, was max damage because you couldn't attack with the Halveria first and have it survive to then get the buffs on the additional.
Oh, because you would have
anyway,
minus
right?
1 to then gain 1,
Yep.
which wouldn't have actually changed it. Yeah, makes sense, yeah. But yeah, really good win there for DreadEye, getting the Demon Hunter out of the way. Looking good. Gaby, as you touched on when we were practicing as well, where sometimes the deck just gets a little bit clunky, especially because you don't have as many answers, right? The deck can't generate tons of answers. We saw the star power, but there just isn't sort of the same kind of response that you're able to do with Rainbow. And we just see there, you know, there's just a few too many clunky cards, a few too many Naga, and just not really hitting the Siren early enough. Like having to spinly away the hand just to find a Siren is never really what you want to do, especially against a board-focused deck like the Outcast Demon Hunter.
Yeah, particularly, I think Gaby needed one of 2 things to happen, right? He needed that turn to be lower pressure than it was from DreadEye, or he needed to be able to react to the aggressive push and just have a very, very explosive turn, right? Like, hit a couple of clutch generations off, like, Discovery of Magic. The draw off the top is really good. Like, draw off the top is Gifts of Ashara or something like that, right? And then you can have an explosive turn in the counter. DreadEye not only had the powerful turn in response, he also had Speaker Stomper to come down as well, which just meant that Gaby was forced to leave massive amounts of damage up on the board on the other side regardless.
Well, let's jump into game 2. Gaby sticking with the Naga Mage on the top. DreadEye jumping over to the Arcane Hunter here. Both players getting off to as good a start as they could want, but I think the Slither Spear first, opening up a little bit more of a comfortable ping on the Singer is a big deal.
Yeah, and this time you see this one is a pure tempo play from Gaby. No safety valve in hand of that school teacher to ensure that you could go off on 5 if you did find it. There it is now. But as in this matchup,
I love this outcome. It's so good. You feel like you can do anything, even this early in the game.
Doesn't actually do anything good right now.
No, but if I had 2 arcane shots in hand, they were going to face this turn. I'll tell you that for free.
What's the mana thirst on Conjured Arrow? Like which turn is it that you need?
6.
6. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, a little bit away. If it was any less, well, especially if it was turn 3, wow, that card would be overpowered. Mana Thirst 1. Like, oh,
Yes.
wait, okay.
Yeah. It's like OG Unleash Fell. It's just like, yeah, it just always heals. Don't worry about it.
Shooting Star doesn't feel terrible in this matchup.
Yeah. Gateway is Gateway, though, as well. Okay, does take the Shooting Star. Those are,
I just feel like it does the thing you can't do most of the time, right?
Yeah.
Which is,
Yeah,
yep,
true.
tick that box. Yeah, and you can tell what's happening here, right? And this is probably going to be the plan for the foreseeable future, where DreadEye is going to be the aggressor until Gaby does the Siren turn, and then they'll switch roles a lot of the time, right? Where suddenly then DreadEye will have to try and clear the board, but he does have star power available. So if it's expecting that kind of on-curve Siren potential, then star power is there and good to go. Also, Face Naga, not a card that many people are playing, at least in the list I've seen knocking around.
Great draw from Gaby, picking up the Flame Geyser, which now does allow him to go full clear with the Creation if he wanted to, and it appears he does.
Yeah, you just don't want to take the Hidden 4, right? It's just so much
Not
damage.
particularly, no.
Oh, here we go. Time Forge, let's go.
Quick, drop everything and forge this card and then cast it.
I told you every single time. Is that motion denied?
Yep. Makes
And
sense,
zombies.
right? Like,
Yeah.
I don't think DreadEye's super interested in taking secrets that are going to build him a board again, right? Like, it does not look like he's going to win board again
Right.
this game. Like, just straight up damage seems like the order of business.
Little bit of a shame one zombie didn't live. I think a lot of the time you really like to have at least one token out of that trade. In the early game, at least. Purely because it interacts with some other secrets pretty well. Gaby's about to get the bad news. Because Slither Spear can come down to play around hidden meanings, but then it's just like, oh, okay, don't need to play around anymore.
Yeah, at least it means he now gets to play this extra 1/2 for free,
Yeah.
though, right? Having taken the 6, he can just absolutely commit to the board.
And that's the thing, like, a lot of Hunter secrets are actually quite hard to play around. It's not really the days of, you know, the main thing you've got to think about is explosive trap or cat trick sort of things, right? And so it's like, well, it's either use your mana, don't play a spell, don't play a minion.
Yeah.
Well, there's not a lot I can do here.
Don't play 3 cards.
Yeah.
Okay. Why don't you just write a memo and tell me what I can
Yeah.
do, and I'll just do that.
Yeah, when what you can do becomes the shorter list, you know you're upset.
But yeah, I was talking about this yesterday. I do like Hunter secrets in general over most of the other classes. It does feel like the most secretive. It has that best you've activated my trap card feeling,
Yes.
right? Like, I feel with most other classes, when a secret comes down, both players know what's going on. It's just, you know, Rogue has paid 2 mana for a spell and everyone knows what that spell is, right?
Right,
And
right.
we proceed with the game.
And I think as well, like, this pool of secrets in that exists right now is so powerful as well. Because as we've just mentioned, they kind of do everything, so you can just cherry pick what you need to happen, and they also work together really, really well. So the link's coming down here for DreadEye, going to start creating some board pressure. Polymorph Jellyfish, okay. It's going to make it a little bit easy to clear up.
Yep.
A little bit. Going to be gone now. Ah, there you go. It's there, so. Urchin Spines. right after seeing the AoE as well.
Yeah,
Would you like
last couple
some
of turns.
4-1s, my friend?
Yeah, last 2 turns, what, Creation and a Shooting Star both been played?
Yeah. And again, no Siren turn.
Nope.
And I
Starting
think
to
this
look
is...
very much like one of my games in testing against you, this, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is, because I was playing pretty much this Hunter deck. But, ooh, okay, not bad. But this is one of the things I remember sort of in previous Naga Mage metas, where if you just did whiff Siren, like, it's so much like less power, right? And like deck power, I mean, overall. Like, and obviously that's counteracted by, well, you get Siren often, and when you do get it, it's busted. But it just feels so weak when you're not actually just popping off, making a full board every turn.
Yeah, it's just a thing that's not really supposed to happen, right? Because you play 2 copies of the card, it can just be in your top 10 cards, right? And then you're fairly happy if it's in your top 10 cards, which is pretty likely. Then if it isn't in your top 10 cards, you have cards that specifically tutor a Naga out of your deck, so you can just hit it with one of those, and you will have drawn several of your other Nagas by that point anyway, so you're supposed to be able to find it. If that fails, you have things that discover Naga, so you can just discover it from an amalgam or whatever. And then if all that has still failed and it's all the way down at the bottom of your deck, you can just play Finley, and then you have the bottom of your deck in your hands. So this isn't really supposed to happen particularly often, but yes, here we are.
Something's happening now, though. But it's we're going to see if it's better late than never, or whether it's too late here for Gaby.
Oh, cheeky reverb. Oh, didn't see the option. Was that a Vast Wisdom where a reverb was taken and remained at 3 mana? Like, I wonder what the other options were alongside that.
So genuinely, I blinked and missed it, and I mean that literally. Not the saying. Actually blinked and missed it.
Okay, hear me out. What if DreadEye's dead?
Yeah, hear me out. He always gets there. Well, Sith is in hand.
I think it's a board space issue more than anything else, honestly.
Yeah, is it one of those "it's not me, it's you" scenarios here?
Yeah.
Just convoke.
Ooh, not like that.
Oh no. Yeah, looks like Gaby's gonna have to do some tidying here. Did get the ice barrier down, I believe, as one of the secrets. Is the other one objection, or am I making it up?
I did not catch what the other one is, but the first one was definitely ice barrier. Yeah.
Right. Oh, bit of a whip
unlucky.
as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Still though, star power with the urchin is going to help. On one respect, you might think this isn't needed, but at this point in the game, I think it's more of a why not from DreadEye. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I was going to say, is this not a Conjure Arrow first?
Yeah, interesting. Sequencing's a little bit weird. Like, I think
Yeah, I'm
there's
not
a
sure
weird
why the
scenario...
attack needed to happen.
Yeah, I think there's kind of a weird scenario where the remaining secret, which I believe is still in play, could be like Vengeful Visage, which wouldn't have procced in the full board situation.
Sure. Yeah, sure.
Maybe, but you know, even then, like, you could theoretically clear the board, go face, and then shoot your Conjured Arrow at the thing that appears afterwards.
But I guess then if it wasn't that, you just wouldn't get a Conjured Arrow, right?
Sure. Yeah.
So yeah. Either way, Gaby simply saying, "Okay, I go again." Oh, another Barry? I didn't even realize Barry was in there.
Yeah, it was a very fresh Savara going into that turn.
Oh,
so you basically
is that just a cycle?
He silenced the plant on the other side.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, be careful, Gaby, be careful. It's just another. Oh, there's just stuff everywhere. Okay, another Ice Barrier going down. He's going to throw the silence out just for the mana.
I can't believe there's a Druid Yogg box in Gaby's hand right now. Like, no, not like this. Yeah, just get back up to 10 mana and just play the Yogg box. You know you want to.
That's the ender.
Yeah. I mean, legit, the Sif damage isn't really there anymore, right? Like, everything's had to be thrown at minions over the course of the game.
Well, I think the benefit here now is there's board and there's also rune, right? As one of the secrets. And with these Yawmongers, then that's a lot of extra damage actually to face.
Yep. I think just be healthy and don't die is pretty much where we're at right now. It did silence the 4-8.
Yeah, I know.
Fine.
It sounds it early. Yeah.
It's just simply fine.
Yeah. Oh, it was objection. This the secret before.
Okay.
Shock arrow.
Super awkward though. Yeah, there's the explosive runes. And suddenly, with the help of the ice barrier, not looking too hot here for DreadEye.
Nope.
Also, I've just realised DreadEye's hit the awkward stage of 7 cards left in the deck. 1 is Agramar and 2 are Starstrung Bows. It hurts so much drawing 0 weapons with this deck. You want at least 1.
So, yeah, I mean, I think DreadEye's reaction to this is correct. He has to try and fatigue Gaby from this spot, right? Like
Yeah.
This makes sense, honestly. It's not going to work.
Nope. And for example, if there is Agramar or the bow drawn, well then you can think about things, right? Like try and do the, try and bring it all the way down to the line to say, well, this extra 6 damage per turn is going to be enough. Yeah, 7 damage creation. Full board again, and I don't think any specific top deck overly helps here.
Nice. Fireball. Nice little pickup, just in case there is any miraculous card that appears off the top here for DreadEye. But I think the board should just cook. Yep. Okay.
Wow, that was a tricky one there, and I think Gaby fought his way out of that. I honestly thought DreadEye was going to just move up to a 2-0, because it very much looked like that was the case early on. But Gaby kept a cool head and got on with it basically, and played to what he could get with those outs.
Yeah, and there was a really crucial moment in there. So because Gaby was so late hitting the Siren, like as I was talking about just how unlikely the Siren is to be in that exact pocket of cards you can't access, like sort of 10 cards from the bottom of your deck. He hit it, but then because his execution of the turn that followed was so good, he then gets out of it. And like the one issue I was highlighting at the time, I didn't see the Discover pool, but it looked like he took a Vast Wisdom into a Reverb and then left the Reverb at 3 mana by picking another 3 mana spell, Ice Barrier, as the other pick off the Vast Wisdom, right? Which initially to me that looks weird, because I would see Reverb and go, oh, make that Reverb as cheap as possible, and then I can start popping off with double Siren. Gaby knew he didn't need that extra mana. He played that Reverb for 3 mana during that Siren turn and was still able to completely dominate that entire turn.
Yeah.
But what did end up being entirely crucial was playing an Ice Barrier over the course of that turn, because then he played 1 Ice Barrier that gave him the extra health security that he needed, and it put a 2nd Ice Barrier in the Savara by having it be such an early spell over the course of the turn, which was really, really nicely done from Gaby.
Yeah, and just as much as we talked about the unfortunate point of missing the Sirens in that deck, I do think, just going back to DreadEye's Hunter, that you could say the same thing for the weapons, right? Because one, you have 3 of them, if you include Agramar, in the deck, and they are so crucial, because you saw, with the secret choice from DreadEye and the early game choices, he was happy to just say, I'm just going to kill him. That's my plan. We're not going to mess around with the board for long. All damage, all face, let's go. But you expect to draw 1 weapon over the course of that game with, 7 cards left at the end? And that's like 12 damage missed. Obviously would have had to spend some mana, but not much. Like 12 damage missed, or more card draw created, or, taunts, or whatever you want to choose from Agramar first, but still just a lot of missed damage potential with just missing those weapons. So a little bit unfortunate for DreadEye as well, but the series is evened up. Again, just a reminder, if you've joined us late, this is a top 8 match. The winner moves on, the loser is done and dusted.
And just final point before we moved on, just a quick question. You've played more of that Arcane Hunter than I have. Have you ever done the thing where, like, you overwrite the Agrimar weapon with the Starstrong bow and then start using the abilities on the Starstrong bow instead of the weapon that's equipped from the Titan? You ever done that?
No, I thought you were going to ask me a different question of just have I ever just overwritten the Titan weapon just for the bow? I was like, well, yeah, 100%, because it's just a lot more damage sometimes.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've never actually applied the ability to the weapon.
Okay.
Never
It just
had the
interests
chance
me
to,
as to like what the situation would be that would be correct, right? Like I just want to kind of see the game state where that's the right play. It just sounds cool.
It's like plus damage if you add a clock.
Yeah, right.
Right?
But like,
Right.
it kind of involves like having a 0 mana bow on like turn 6 when you play the Titan, though, right? Which is like such an unlikely scenario. I don't know.
Here that we are going to see the Druid from Gaby and doing Druid things, trying to get some treants on the board. DreadEye going to be on the Mage, but just has the Scourge. just cause.
Yeah. The part where it costs 9 might be an issue, though. It does sound like an incredibly powerful card to have against Druid, but Gaby has hit the discount, unfortunately, which with an Innovate in hand as well means he is going to do gross things very, very quickly.
Scourge, in this scenario, it's one of those cards that's great if you don't need it, which sounds stupid, but I mean, like, if the rest of your hand has you covered for the foreseeable future, you think, okay, the Scourge might be alright here. But yeah, if you need some emergency buttons, that is not one of them.
And Lifebinder's Gift it's a card.
Yep.
It is a certified
Definitely
Hearthstone
exists.
card.
Lightning Bolt being kicked out there just to stem the tide a little bit.
I think you can tell the type of Hearthstone player you are as to like what you read when Lifebinder's Gift got revealed, because you know some people might look at like, wow, like 2 extra spells, oh, it's so much value, oh, so cool, and then the degenerates like me just literally didn't notice that was on the card and just read cheat a bunch of mana on the second option of the card. Like,
What was that? Mana reduction? It's like, count me in. It's also the weird situation which we've seen and does come up often, but the whole like alibis in the early game hand when you don't actually need them just feels like -2 slots, even though obviously they are very good cards, but they just feel like they're just taking up space. And obviously, I say 2, 3 at the moment for DreadEye.
yeah, it's one of those weird hands that you run into sometimes with Mage, because DreadEye's drawn double weapon. It's rare that you draw double weapon and also have enough premium spells to play alongside the double weapon. So sometimes you get these hands where you're just playing like alibis and reverbs just to summon 3/3s from your weapons over the course of the turn just to fill out mana.
Yeah, it's very odd, isn't it? It's like, oh yeah, the mage has got a full hand. It's like, yeah, full of rubbish.
But what does it do, really?
Whereas Gaby has options after options after options in the very, very near future.
It's a really good Lady Navjar, though.
Yeah.
That pulls the Scourge into potentially playable territory now.
Yeah, only 2 turns, right?
Mhm.
Nothing else to do until then, but still.
You can make some 2-drops from your weapon next turn if you want. Seems fine.
Great, yeah. What, keyboard alibi.
You can reverb something. It'll be fine. It's just a little clunky. It's still good. It's still good. Yes, alright, Gaby. We understand. It's fine.
Oh, burn the solar. A little bit rough.
Yeah, sure.
Sol clearly cares not for solar eclipse. So, such an awkward spot for DreadEye, because like anything he makes is just dead. Like 100% of the time. I'm kind of on board with this play, actually, more than playing like the Artificers or anything. Because you just know if you play an Artificer, it gains you a couple of armor and it dies. Great.
May this blossom all eternity.
Convoke again. We can do it this time. So at this point here, what's the time limit here for Gaby? Is this like next turn he's going to try and pop off and then start going, wave after wave then?
I think so, yeah. I was a little surprised to see the first Disciple essentially used to generate 2 nature spells, right? Because you could have just used the discount without using the Disciple. Yeah. And then you don't get the second Disciple down in the same turn. But I think once you have the Topior in play, right, you don't necessarily have to full tunnel on the drum circle stuff, right? Like, you can just generate more nature spells and use that to just make more 3/3s on board, which...
And then just wait till one sticks.
Yep, exactly. And then just try and OTK your opponent from there if it gets to that point.
Look, Gaby, sometimes you have to just let go. And that involves just pressing the Convoke button. I feel like there's not much that can go wrong, honestly.
Yeah, there's not that much that goes right either with Convoke Spirits.
Entertainment value, Sol. Entertainment value.
Sure.
The viewers will love it. Still, Gaby gonna make big wave 1. Did just see the 1 clear come down, and now suddenly it's a bit of a problem for DreadEye, isn't it?
Yep. So we can go all the way back in time to, I believe it was turn 4 when we saw a finale volume up. DreadEye chose to copy the alibi, even though, you were talking about at the time the hand was pretty clunky. Pretty clunky, didn't have too many proactive things to do. He chose to copy up another reactive card in his hand. And now you're starting to see a little bit of the game plan of why that is, because DreadEye knows at some point this board will come down from the Druid. So he now just needs to stall this out with alibis for long enough to either to be able to piece together some magical clear, or just to stall enough times to find Sif damage to get the job done.
And it could defend well here. Combo. Wants to probably get armor, I imagine, and buffs and death rattles and such.
Oh!
Yeah, told you! I told you! Why does no one trust me?
Insta Beetle for 12.
It's Convoke every single time. And look at this! More buffage. For the... What was that?
Due process?
Okay. Yeah, due process, yeah. Oh! Oh, okay. I mean, not bad. Not bad. I like the way Gaby gave us some kind of physical action for each spell that happened.
Yes. Yeah,
like
correct.
Some kind of Power Ranger doing a different morphing pose every time.
Form of Beetlemancy!
Yeah, honestly, that's what it felt like.
Terrible era of Transformers when they all turned into bugs, honestly. Not my favourite.
I think that was called Beetleborgs.
Mm-hmm. What have we got left in the discovery pool? Okay, well, that's a shard of the Naru.
Mm-hmm. Is that plus Scourge? Because if you get a shard of the Naru, like, what's the impact of Alibi? Obviously there's extra buffs from hand that can be played. I know there's that, but I'm just thinking about Scourge. Oh, go on.
This thing on the right is a Miracle Growth token.
Yes.
Right? So it's
true.
It's a natural 10/10 or whatever it is, right? Like, it's huge.
8, I think.
8? Okay.
Because there was the cultivation, right? And there was the Power of the Wild.
Right, okay. So the minions on the two extremes are a 4/4 and an 8/8 naturally, right? So that's still a ton of damage you're leaving on
I guess
board
I always assume Scourge, like, drops a taunt and a rush or something, like, it gets you something.
Yeah, you just hit the God Scourge every time. So yeah, it goes the other way. Uses the alibi, but doesn't use the shards.
Right.
Just to keep that concealed as a surprise. I like that idea.
More spell discovers here coming out for Gaby. Oh, more armor.
Oh, what do you mean, Solar Feral? What do you actually mean? Illegal. I forgot what it was like watching Gaby play Hearthstone.
Forgot what it was like to watch a winner.
Yeah.
Here, though, for DreadEye, there is still the Shard of the Naru. There is also reverberations for the big one on the right, isn't there? So
True.
there are options, right, to not delete the board, but kind of delete the board. And Gaby, how much generation is actually left? There's 4 cards in a dream right now. If with our knowledge that Shard of the Naru exists.
Yes.
And I imagine this soul is being kept for the drum circle.
Yeah, tough to navigate because due process is in play now this game as well, which means whenever there's a due process in play in situations like this, you end up kind of having to dump cards from your hand that you don't necessarily want to.
There's also the issue. So I know we talked about the card on the left, the card on the right, on the board. But if it's Shard of the Narrow, Reverb, Ping, whatever, then it's just an empty board. And then what if Gaby just rebuilds a board? Then what? Then it's just Scourge and Hope, I suppose.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to work out whether it has to just be Shard, Scourge, Hope Scourge gives something to deal with at least a chunk of the board.
Immolation Aura? Hello? Really?
More card
Okay.
draw? Goodbye?
I mean, I guess
I'm a
you
little
do
bit
still have
surprised.
11 cards left in your deck. Yeah, I'm kind of influenced
I guess you win the
by fact that
fatigue.
Gaby only has 4 left. Which is the thing, is like, how many of these cards are you now just going to absolutely dump from your hand to make space for Sif? Like, you're drawing for Sif combo pieces and then having to burn those combo pieces so your hand stays empty enough that you can draw Sif, you know?
I'm actually a little bit surprised at this point, being honest, that the Artificer number 2 didn't just come down, because I don't think there's any world where, without an alibi, DreadEye's feeling safe anyway. So, like, when is this armor going to stack? Unless it's literally Artificer, Scourge next turn or something, right? And, like, that's the plan. Like, Shard, Artificer, Scourge.
Still like 50-50 of stats on the other side of the board. You can't just do that.
No, with Shard. I mean...
with Shard, yeah.
Yeah, so, like, Shard, Artificer, Scourge might just be, right, this has to work kind of scenario. Because this board's still not really going anywhere, is it?
No.
Oh, and it's only
Okay,
on
there's the
5.
creation.
Okay.
So now this is going to be Shard Reverb Creation, something like that, presumably. Dug for the creation with the Spectral. The weird part about this to me is that you create this same effect by just taking Immolation Aura and using that on the previous turn instead.
The worry here, like I said, is like it's because Gaby's got a full hand and pretty much has drawn the deck. So DreadEye knows there's almost certainly a second wave coming, right? And I guess it just has to be either Scourge Hope or Hope this draw just creates lethal outs.
Sure. I guess we're going to Infinitize instead of the Discovery now. Yeah, makes sense.
Gaby does also have Astalor in hand now, so that could be a turn where it's just double Astalor, right? Just to gain a little bit of armor.
What a silly game of Hearthstone. And now we go Solar, which is a nature spell, so it's going to summon the final minion, and then we can drop the Cultivation.
Yeah. Gaby maximizing all the generations, right?
Yep. And the issue is this last, well, appears last after the buffs happen. But that's fine.
Yeah, kill. It's just there to kill, isn't it? Extra minion, not too bad. So Gaby now firmly in fatigue. DreadEye needs something to happen. There's elemental inspiration, but it just doesn't really matter. And this is what I was saying. Is this always felt like it was going to happen? I guess the question was just when.
Yeah, this is kind of what confused me. This is why I got excited about the Immolation Aura, right? Because in my head, you take the Immolation Aura, you use your Silence, you use your Reverb, and then you use Immolation Aura. And worst case scenario, you leave up a 4-2, but you can shoot an Arcane Bolt or a Flame Geyser at that if you really want to, right? To clear the board completely. Then when this refill happens, you still have a Creation left in your deck. As it happens, DreadEye has pieced together the solution to do it anyway with Volcanomancy, but the Immolation Aura just seemed really, really nice to me at the time.
Well, now Gaby's going to have to piece something together. Still has options with Astalor mainly.
Our gift of frost shields us.
But this fatigue's going to start stacking.
It is. And DreadEye can defend against this by just putting a bunch of stuff on the board if they don't have lethal immediately. Which they don't.
It's the last card safe, it is, isn't it?
Yep. Certainly is. Unless it was burned while we weren't paying attention to due process or something, but I don't think that's happened.
Yeah, I feel like I would have noticed.
What to do? What to do?
I would have ripped this Scourge so fast. Well, there's Arcane Bolt, and there's enough removal, right? Even if the Scourge is bad.
Mm-hmm.
Time runs out on me.
Okay. Fairly even spread of things here. And there's the concede, yeah. Those
Yeah, I think I'm on
too
board with
much. Gaby had no more juice left. That means DreadEye going up to a 2-1 lead in the match. And a game that was looking so good for Gaby, just in terms of, having access to the value. And I do wonder, do you think this was a potential problem of Gaby being almost like too value-based and could have maybe tried to go in a little bit early, a little bit faster? Because I feel like Gaby had a lot of options and then said, actually, I want more options. Whereas I think all of this could have maybe happened a turn or so quicker. I can't remember exactly, of course, but still.
No, I think I'm pretty happy overall with the way Gaby played it. I think Gaby ran into trouble because of the third copy of Solid Alibi, right? I think there was a small information mistake from DreadEye where he played the when you get
the discovered one?
Finale volume up, you play the extra copy instead of the one that you got, so your opponent gets the knowledge. If they're paying attention, they can hand track that card anyway, so as soon as you play this one, they know what this one is. But that requires them to actually be doing that, as opposed to the actual text on screen saying created by volume up. And I think Gaby reacted to that visually when it happened, because he knew that extra stalling would be a problem. But generally, if the Druid can get that enormous board of 8 health plus down early enough, Mage struggles to deal with it. That third Alibi just gave DreadEye enough time where, and to his credit, I spent a lot of time that game talking about something that I would have done differently to probably arrive at the same result that DreadEye arrived at, right? But to his credit, we were talking about it a lot. He chose that extra Alibi very, very early on instead of, more proactive cards potentially to go alongside his double weapon.
Yeah.
He knew from the offset that, he didn't have a monstrously pressure-heavy hand that was going to get over the line. He probably was going to have to play that reactive late-game style of Mage. So I do think overall he navigated through a very, very tricky late-game scenario with due process and all the extra armor and Sif being bottom card and all of those things being considered. I think both players navigated through a pretty tricky minefield quite well.
Yeah, option heavy, I'd call it. That
For
previous game. Here, unfortunately, I don't think there's anyone in the world I could convince to forge that Titan Forge traps here when there's hidden meaning and cat trick against Druid
No!
on curve.
No, obviously not. What do you mean?
But just think, for the mere price of one turn, you could get 2 secrets active.
You could just play one of those secrets this turn and then another secret the next turn.
I am sick of this. I've already told you. Stop coming at me with this logic, Sol.
Okay.
It's a problem, though. Because even... It's so tricky. Like, hero power's fine, but that gets you into trouble more often than not.
Time waits for no one.
But you can't just let this live. That's why it's such a deadly opening. Because what is your opponent supposed to do other than just play into this? Oi!
Oh,
oi, oi. Okay.
no!
DreadEye is about to dance all over Gaby here with this Disco Murloc because that is one of the better ones, let's say.
Yeah, it's a day too late, but Gaby certainly just got Saturday Night Fever.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a disaster. It's an
Yeah.
outright disaster.
I'm just watching like a large part of me is like, yes, Hunter, yes, and then another part is like, oh, this is rough for Gaby as well. So, it's always tough.
How do we feel about 3-4-1s joining the party?
It honestly, it could not be going worse for Gaby, and DreadEye could not be having more fun right now, I imagine, because as a hunter, this is exactly the kind of opening you want. Absolute relentless damage, and it's like, yeah, who cares if my minions have 1 health, and I think that's just it.
Simply dead. Yeah.
Wow, just like that, DreadEye moves on and knocks Gaby out of the Summer Championship. What a game to end it on. But honestly, Sol, I feel like this is a tale as old as time. Hunter versus Druid. When Hunter has the good curve, it often and historically has not gone too well for the Druid.
Yeah, congratulations to DreadEye. We pegged him as the underdog in the matchup coming into this. Not necessarily in the lineup matchup, but just in the player matchup, right? Like, Gaby's a young legend at this point, right? Like, he hasn't had necessarily the longevity that the likes of Bunny Hopper, for example, have throughout the many, many years in the different formats of competitive Hearthstone, but certainly at the peak burned brighter than just about anyone when he was fighting at the very top of that mantle for best player in the world and trying to take home world championships for himself. But that means for 1 more year at the very least, or at least until, well, 1 more season, I guess. We still have one further Masters tour to go through. But for now, that means Gaby will not be qualifying for the world championship at the immediacy. DreadEye, though, keeps on marching. And I have enjoyed, by the way, his reactions, because I think he's on like laptop webcam and he's playing with like the laptop literally.
And it moves. Yeah.
So every time he reacts to something, it's like he's grabbing the camera and just going, "Oh my god!" Like right into like this,
going full Lorinda.
Yeah. It's been a fantastic experience. So long may it continue.
So really, really good there for DreadEye moving on. And that is all of the initial matches done for the day, right? All of the initial top 8 matches. And now we just have the 2 semi-finals and the finals left over. So we're going to go to a break while we get those ready. But don't go anywhere, because it's only going to get better from here. We'll be right back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Hearthstone Master Tour Summer Championship. My name is TJ. I'm joined by Neil Lorinda Bond. Sorry there for a moment, Neil. I realized that I'm on the other side.
Yeah, I was looking at me and thinking, how am I talking when I'm not talking, and what's happening here? Yeah, none of it made sense. Got a bit, disorientated, but we're here now, and we're ready for the semi-finals. Serious business, even though it's Meati and PocketTrain, who spend the whole of their lives on Twitch just memeing each other. So it's serious, but it's going to be hard to take it seriously, because, they actually get on really well. Spoilers. They spend the whole time saying each other's an idiot, but they get on really well.
I don't think so.
You don't? You think it's real?
I don't know.
You
But
think
whatever
Meati's a
it is.
doctor?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Meati's doctor. It says so on the player card. There you go. There's the top 8 as it currently stands. Me and Neil are here to cast Meati versus PocketTrain. The battle for the United Kingdom. That's right. Only one player from the UK can make it to the finals. Which one will it be? Meati, PocketTrain. And there's the final 4, the top 4 bracket. uikyou and DreadEye wait on the other side. And I'm not going to say anything about the rise
Can
of
you
the
repeat
Americans.
that? Just don't say anything about it specifically. But what was it again? Who versus who? The second one?
uikyou versus DreadEye.
Versus DreadEye. Well then, that's interesting, isn't it, TJ? We'll have that for you next after this match.
Yeah.
DreadEye.
I wasn't going to
But
say
it's
anything.
We didn't say anything. I just said DreadEye like 5 times. You
The
can
rise
infer
of the
from that what you want.
Americas!
Hey, the rise of the Americas. Let's do it, Americas. Yeah. So it's Meati and PocketTrain, 2 of those most famous Americans, both British, both live in England. And yeah, the big rivalry on Twitch. They both stream a lot of their action, especially Meati. I think PocketTrain did, and then sort of gets a bit grumpy occasionally with all the rotters beating him. So he goes a bit quiet. But if PocketTrain loses this, he is going to be on full salt mode forever. Forever,
Yes,
DJ.
So there's some extra incentive going on here. Since they know each other so well, also since they're from the same country, could be a little bit of a rivalry match here, even if they didn't know it beforehand. We're highlighting Meati's Rainbow Mage, one of the players to include double elemental inspiration in the deck. I feel like this version, I would consider this version pretty standard. I feel like most of the lineups that I run into run the double Salt Alibi, single Molten Rune, double elemental inspiration.
Meati's a simple fellow. He gets a deck he likes and he plays the heck out of it, and then he gets really good at it. And then he just doesn't mess around with tech cards unless one is provably better. He just plays the deck as it comes out the box.
Which, honestly, I have a lot of respect for as a way to play Hearthstone. This is coming from someone who doesn't play very well. Camp of, just kind of wait for the smarter players than me to build good decks, and then master the decks that are built, not try and tinker around and make things worse. PocketTrain, on the other hand, is known for doing incredibly well with decks that have an incredibly high skill ceiling. Known for Board Priest in the past, Naga Mage kind of fits that category in this current metagame. A lot of actions required in a turn. The deck can fall flat on its face if you make one error on any individual turn. So PocketTrain also playing the Rush Demon Hunter. Is he the only player left with Rush Demon Hunter in the lineup? Regardless.
I think Meati might have, actually.
Oh yeah, Meati, that's right. Didn't they play earlier? Yeah.
So they're identical lineups apart from the mages, which is why the mage decks were highlighted to show that it's a battle of the mages going against each other. They're good at different mages. It was all really well thought out, and then you just ignored my subtlety and just said things.
Yep, and
for the last 3 years.
It's funny because they're trolling you for me because this says Rainbow Mage.
Mm-hmm. Well,
see,
there you go.
Lineup.
That's irony. That's making the point.
This is the Naga Mage. Obviously, they share many of the same cards. But the big difference is you just smack a bunch of Nagas right in the middle there. Actually, they only share about 10 cards.
This deck is like somebody who's walking to the Mage Tournament convention with their 2 boxes of cards, and they've got normal, good old-fashioned Rainbow Mage in one box of cards. They've got the Naga Mage in another box of cards. And they've tripped over, and all their cards have gone into a massive mess. And they've asked somebody who doesn't play Hearthstone to just pick up their cards for them, and this is the deck they ended up with.
They just happen to end up with a deck where almost every deck is labeled as a Naga.
Yeah, because there's not many minions in the normal version of Sif Rainbow Mage, so it was likely to happen. Or maybe the person picking them up doesn't play Hearthstone, but has a modicum of intelligence and saw all the cards that say Naga and went, oh, this looks like a game where if all the things are the same, they help each other. So I'll put those all in the same deck. But we've still got some of these cards for this other deck. I don't really know what goes where, but it doesn't matter. Nobody will notice. And then you've got this deck. See, PocketTrain understands this explanation. You can see the smile on his face. He gets it. See?
They're trash talking to the red.
They are, for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
100%. I like
Good to see.
Here to the Flame Geyser. It makes it a little bit more difficult for Meati to control these. Still curve into the amalgam. So just getting that out of the way right off the bat. There's some arguments for playing Slither Spear for tempo or holding on. If you have Siren in hand, you usually want to hold on to the Slither Spear because it's one of the few one-mana Nagas you have to start your Siren pop-off turn. But no Siren in hand, his opening hand, no reasonable way to find it. Might as well just play it out on the play, get some of that chip damage in, force Meati to play a little bit differently.
And Meati forgot to draw the weapon, which is obviously a massive deal. What's the weapon called, TJ? Do you know? Because I've never heard it called by its name. It's just the weapon.
Is it Cosmic Keyboard? Is that what it's called?
Keyboard. That sounds right. Yeah. I could rely on you. This is why I like casting you, TJ, because you know the names of cards. But it's just actually called the weapon.
I feel like you could look at that card and decipher its name based off of what it is. It's quite obviously a keyboard.
And then cosmic's just a cosmic kind of word.
And it's very, very cosmic. Okay.
It's a keyboard.
Hits the Crush Claw Enforcer, which is actually pretty important in this instance, I feel. Just to kind of try and cycle through the deck a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Cold case. Is he going to have to... he's just good. Gaby would have killed him.
Still some stuff left to find.
Yeah,
Needs,
one drop would be nice, or 2 more mana, one or the other.
Yep.
There it is.
Oh.
So what I've learned about the keyboard is when it looks like it's interfering your play and really, really horrible turn, you still play the keyboard. You don't just play the cold case here because it feels better. You find a way to play the keyboard, always.
Yeah.
And
Even
if it sets you back.
This is a very reasonable turn. You still get to clear the minions off the board. You use all your mana. You don't waste your keyboard on something small like a Flame Geyser, and you set it for the cold case. So I think this is perfectly fine.
Pocket having a bit of a warm-up turn, playing the cards as quickly as possible, ready to get going in a moment.
Yeah. Can start next turn with just Siren plus Amalgam, and then Discovery. And then Crush Claw.
He can go Teacher to get a 1-drop Naga in his hand and just take it a little bit slower if he wants.
Also true.
Not sure which I prefer because I just like watching PocketTrain to teach me what to do. That's why I watch him. But he has got a board against him here. So let's do this.
Yeah, this is perfectly fine. If Meati had a weak turn and PocketTrain felt like he capitalized, he could have gone for Siren there. Especially if he had picked up like another Siren off the top. But wants to be able to answer the board first so that Meati doesn't have anything to follow it up with. Meati's turn, not too terrible though. Still gets to play for a little bit of tempo here. Gets to start drawing through the deck with all these spell schools played. Wisdom already at 1 cost. Gets to roll into Elemental Inspiration also, which is a big deal. Oh, the the breakdance on the reverb creation is fantastic.
Yep.
Because
Really
it
nice.
gets rid of the reverb effect, lets him trade immediately, and puts one of the most valuable board clearing minions in the game in his hand. So PocketTrain's going to have a nice turn here, but needs to also leave himself with stuff to do afterwards because he knows that the Inquisitive Creation is in hand, and it's already enough to clear the entire board just by itself.
Yep. Double Zola, though, so if he can get there to set up a next turn. Or obviously, always the option of just Finleying everything away to continue, which is always a tough decision. Yeah, he's just going to put the brakes on and wait till next turn.
Yeah, which I think is perfectly fine. Also wants the Frozen Touch to be infused, which I think is important, just so you get another one to keep going. Oh, a second Inquisitive Creation. Meati's just got all the answers.
I mean, he's playing two Inspirations for a reason, so You can have the 7 drop, like you say, the double creation to clear up. You can wait a turn, can't you, on that?
On creation?
Yeah.
I don't really
Can
think.
he?
I don't really think.
Maybe
you
he
do.
can't. Yeah. Of course, he plays the priest cards because it's. Yeah. Here we go.
It's also just gonna kill him. Like that's.
Here we go.
This 5/6 can't be targeted, so. What was this?
So it looks like-
Infinitize?
I think he gets rid of all the spells from his hand and then plays Finley, but I'm not sure. Okay. You called it. Gets his own creation ready to try and clear this up.
Time runs out on me.
Can't target that.
Yeah, that's him just with his grumpy face. It's like, I can't target. I'm going to tell you that I can't target, and I'm sad about it. Okay, well, for a turn that didn't do anything, yeah, exactly, didn't do anything sort of turn, but there's stuff.
I think you just smack face again. Creation.
Yeah.
Ping. Infinitize. Look for game ending
Yeah,
damage.
yeah. I'm with you on all of those things. And presumably Meati saw that in like 0.1 seconds because that's the straightforward play. He's just checking his hand to make sure there's nothing more interesting going on. It's the way I like to play the game. Just find the simple play and then spend the rest of your time working out if it's right. It doesn't mean he's slow rolling, it doesn't mean he's stalling, it just means he's looking for better play. Sometimes you find one. Yeah. But on this occasion, no.
Wow, wow. There we go. Fireball. Boo. Nearly lethal from hand next turn, and this 5/6 ain't going anywhere. So
Yeah, it's always lethal from hand because plenty of ways to find it, right?
yeah.
It's not always spoilers, but it is always.
Ooh, Artificer.
Hello?
Yeah, put it all back.
Why are the cards just a blur of speed and cards? It's just... Sif? No chance, right? Right?
It's No, it's not possible.
It's always possible.
Oh, Resistance
but, yeah.
Aura.
My God. It's too fast.
Time runs out on me.
Okay, well. Oh my God.
Has wisdom too to keep going, but
Make it stop. It's just pressing buttons.
oh my gosh.
He's gained like 8 million armor.
Just watch his eyes during all this.
I think he might
He
have
didn't get it done.
too many discovers, which slowed down. He was going to throw like the frozen touches around to get more armor, and I think he made the mistake of going for a discover at the end of the rope. I'm going to say mistake because of how he reacted, which slowed down the animations. I think that was his problem there, where he should have just gone frozen touch, get on with it. I think that's his problem. I might be wrong.
All right, so how much is Sif at? Is it at +6? Holy, Frost, Fire, Arcane. It's at
Whoa.
+6.
Okay.
Saw it for a second. We have 27 damage next turn. Just from hand.
Yeah, just from hand. Yeah, that could be okay. Alibi, but. Yeah. So he dealt with the armor there, Meati, because he's hiding behind the alibi.
Wrath is nature.
Yep.
Don't draw.
Sure. Slow your opponent down. Hope they run out of alibis. Kill them if they do. Simple. Simple,
All
right?
Gets lifesteal. Resistance aura still active.
How has he got back into this? He was getting murdered on the board.
Nagas.
Just kept playing things until they died, I guess.
There's nothing for PocketTrain to trade into.
Apart from Meati's face. Oh, there's the alibi there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yep.
now he's in trouble to empty space. Yeah, he...
Looking for alibi, basically.
Eh.
Yep, got to make sure that he uses that to trade into the minion to net the most amount of health, because if you go face, it's you're only life stealing for 1.
What else has he got? Do you frozen touch face for 1 because they've got to clear your board, so you're going to get it re-infused? Oh, he's got a plan. He's got a plan, TJ.
Yeah, he just needs to make sure that he opens up a board space.
Yep. Nothing to see here, Meati. You know the exact hand apart from the generator card, so you know.
Alright, Resistance Aura is gone. There's Norganon, but no Sif.
No Sif indeed.
I don't think Sif would have even have been enough by itself. So with Fireball and Flame Geyser, I believe his Sif is at +6. Oh no, it would have been enough. 12 plus 21. It would have been exact. He's got to find something extra here.
Yeah.
None of those.
Bait and switch and just pretend it's super explosive trap. Like really super. Meati goes for a sensible option.
Time runs out on me.
Counterspell.
Sure. Just gonna be dead. Yeah. There's a secret there. So secret, don't know where it is.
Still enough, right? One of these
should be.
one of these molten runes goes into the counterspell, and the other one's lethal. The other one's 18.
Yeah.
It's actually 20.
He
He got there though, and that's the important part. I don't know how he won that game, but very impressive. Meati, no Sif with 6 cards remaining. I feel like we've seen that often.
It's been the bottom
today.
card in at least one match today that I've seen, and it's been low down in another, I think. But PocketTrain with the return of the Sif gets it done and takes a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, very impressive. Very impressive. Tough turns. Knowing to take the Synthesize as well. Like, that's not a card you'd often take because hand size can start to become an issue. And adds three elementals to your hands, but had the double benefit of 1, putting a bunch of garbage with his Finley to make sure that he could draw more cards when he fin lead.
Yep.
Right? And shuffle some useless cards into the bottom of the deck. And 2, you get Arcane Artificer. That lets you get a health bump back up. It's only one
And it was
mana,
more
you
than a
can fit it
bump.
into-
He used that turn deliberately to gain a lot of armor, I felt. Because there wasn't much else
Yeah.
he could do. He couldn't deal with a monster on the board because it had unmonsterable. So he had to find another plan when he used the plan of gaining all that armor.
Yeah. Very nicely done by PocketTrain, showing the strength of the Naga Mage. Meati, got to be a pretty frustrating one because it felt like he had commanded that game for a very long time, and just couldn't get the Sif to find the ending damage. But doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how you feel about it. It's still a loss. PocketTrain 1-0 in the series.
Yeah. Otherwise, I'd have won Hearthstone tournaments. Ah, yeah, I felt like I won that tournament. Give me the trophy. It's like, wow. I mean, that's a subtle thing to do, isn't it? But yeah. No, you didn't win. You lost. Yeah, but I feel like I won. So send me to Worlds.
I feel like I played better.
Oh, that's the best one. And then, yeah. And then you go through your game with somebody who knows what they're doing, and they show you 73 reasons why you were wrong in 3 turns. Onto the Rogue. Now, Rogue's interesting. If you look at like stats for Rogue, Diamond through to Legend, it's pretty good in this matchup. It's favoured. If you look at it in top 1,000, it's massive underdog. And top 100 probably just accentuates that even more.
Oh yeah. You got to have a very good start. And
when your opponent knows what they're doing with their reverberations, and you only have stealth if you have it. Obviously, there's some skill cap there, but playing the reverberations at the right time, looking after your health total as a mage is a high skill cap thing.
there are some crazy things you can do with this rogue deck,
Mm-hmm.
even if you start the turn with very little mana.
Uh-huh.
As far as a tempo start goes, this is pretty darn good.
Yep.
It's the double and pentamatic.
But reverb, coin, flame geyser. And it's gone. And now you're top decking as rogue, which isn't always a disaster. The rogue has some stuff in there to generate more stuff.
Yep.
Quite often you start ripping just rubbish.
Looking for Door of Shadows.
Huh. Yep. Keeping as much as he can alive on board. Willing to take 5 damage to do so, because if the mage starts hitting you and you've got no minions, you lose in time anyway. So just have everything you own on the board and hope they don't have creation. It's more like destruction than creation, isn't it? It doesn't really create much, it just gets rid of everything. That's not how you create things.
He's creating things for the person who's playing his cards.
Creating
Yeah, if you have a turn to
empty
just
board.
rip a volume up in this matchup, you're feeling pretty good.
You really are, yeah. Especially when you get the 53 reverberations from it, just in case you have trouble.
Oh, okay. There's gear shift. Very good. Krabato into gear shift is probably the ideal situation because it gets to trade both these off and push a little bit of damage. Draws into Speaker Stomper gear shift.
Okay.
Any is not good now, but could be good, or you could just shuffle it back with gear shift, which is more likely to happen. But this is not too shabby.
I mean, it just looks like he's never going to damage again, and he keeps finding a way to do a bit more damage. So,
If you
what's the
reverb,
other
there's-
option apart from reverb?
like maybe keyboard plus cold case, but then you're gaining 4, but you're taking 10.
What do you think of altered chord here? Just
Um,
kill the crab with it, just get it over with. gain 6 health, kill the crab seems reasonable to me, but it doesn't generate any temp on board.
Yeah, but I think reverb this turn really wants to happen. Yeah, because it's claws, so you get the claws.
Fair, yeah, of course, yeah, that makes sense.
That's why PocketTrain was shaking his head, because he knows how just pretty terrible this is. Now the Speaker Stopper is pretty useless.
Yeah.
You can click clocker any.
I mean, it's not that bad, is it?
You kill. You can kill the Krakatoa and then one of the claws, and then sink your other claw into the other claw.
That elemental looks like it's doing some sort of wave with the claw. It's like joining in. Mm-hmm.
PocketTrain's just gonna die.
Yeah, he's just gonna die. I'm on board with that.
Trade. Trade with a claw, hit face, trade again. Then you can probably just worm plus cold case. Oh, taking damage.
Yeah, rogue can't damage you from hand basically, right? So if you just keep it under control, and just set up a lethal here.
Oh yeah,
3-8.
Yeah, Norganon's actually much better in this situation, I think, because you're right. Rogue's never killing it. He just disrupt.
The worst case is the rogue does kill it, and it uses all of their cards or something, and you just win. Yeah, nicely played by Meati. 1 game apiece in the Battle of the Brits. PocketTrain takes
look so nonchalant.
bottle of water. Yeah,
it's playing in the semifinals of a Masters tour. They're both just like, whatever.
Well, they know they're going to check the VOD on each other, so they've got to pretend they don't care, right? Because otherwise,
yeah.
I remember that turn where Meati was nervous. There was no turn where I was nervous. Man, I was just going to sit back here in the microwave reflection, just chilling. Like me and TJ, really. We just sit here like we're not doing a job at all. We just talking, hanging out.
They don't care who wins. They just care that the other person doesn't have anything to make fun of them for when the match is over.
They're going to be back here in 3 months' time. PocketTrain's probably going to go to Worlds anyway. Meati has a very good chance of doing that too, so on the points. But, I mean, the thing we've talked about many times over these Masters Tours is if you win one of these, you can put your feet up for the rest of the year. They'll still play top 20, top 30 Legend and Standard Hearthstone. But getting that top 1 every month is so tiring. And you need relentless top 1s and top 5s to make it to World points because there's so few slots.
Yeah. Yep, fair point. But now we got a tied series. Mages are out of the way, so we have Rogue for both players still left. Then the Shaman on the side of the Meati and the Demon Hunter on the side of PocketTrain. Interesting to note that they did different bands, despite their lineups being very similar. It's only the Mage. That's different. Naka Mage versus the Rainbow Mage.
So it is mirrored now the Mages are out, but they've got different bands, so that's going to make it unmirrorified.
Unmirrorified.
Uh-huh. How do you say that word? Mia, yeah. There's no Y's in it.
Mirror is 1 syllable in American English. Mirror.
Mia.
Go take a look in the mirror.
In the Mia. M-Y-R, the Mia.
Yep.
That's how it works. All right, look at this return.
Speaking of mirrors,
already. Sorry?
PocketTrain's got a squirrel.
A squirrel, yeah. So many 1-syllable words in American.
Yeah.
Squirrel being the longest of them all, apparently, according to Celestalon.
Squirrel!
And TJ Sanders.
This
Alright,
is
4-4.
a big Inventomatic. This has the makings of a very fast game.
Even faster now, TJ, because Meati is just going to rip the flash and see what happens next turn.
Speaker Stomper. Woo!
Just try and find that hex or the wave. Obviously, if it's sort of stealth, the hex won't work.
Yeah, so that's why
That happens a
PocketTrain's
lot.
gotta-
Like,
yeah, he's gonna post stealth, so he's gonna push less damage, but he's gonna make sure that this is protected from a discovered hex.
which gets rid of hex, so it leaves it down to primordial wave. Most likely now is the thing that is needed.
Didn't hit it.
Didn't hit it and didn't hit anything he could really play. Tide is going to cost 2.
Could coin out a. No, he can't, because yeah, he can, because he did play the flash last turn. So could coin Command of Neptulon just to have a big board,
Sure.
to maybe
Yeah.
remove this next turn, and then just try and discover the hex or the primordial wave from that
For
lightning
next
reflexes.
turn.
Altered Chord. Okay. Which means he should be able to remove this next turn, whatever it is.
It's always got stealth next turn, TJ. You don't know how this card works yet. Oh no. I'm wrong. I made a mistake. I'm so sorry. It's going to do 22 points of Hearthstone damage, though.
That's a lot of Hearthstone damage.
It is.
24, actually.
Uh-huh.
But with Altered Chord and the 2 attacks from the Command Neptulon, this will go down, and Meati's going to gain some much-deserved health points.
Much deserved and well-earned health points for Meati, yeah. He's going to be on 8 Hearthstone health points. He's still got the Feral to put in the way of things.
Yeah, this thing's got Wind Fury. Bone Spike ends the game.
No, I mean next turn. After
okay.
he kills this, he's got a clear board. Then PocketTrain makes a board, and then Meati has the Feral to put in the way.
Copy that.
Yeah, that is where I was actually going with that. As well. That wasn't me just bailing. I have been known to bail, but not there.
Over and out, Optimus Prime. Yeah, PocketTrain's like, yeah, that one hurts. That's a lot of healing. So just Speaker Stomper, Click Clocker, most likely is what it's going to be.
All the alliteration here.
Yep. So now that it's got to be what, just Feral Spirits?
I think so. Or hope they have precisely no cards in their 3-card hand.
Yeah, well, he knows that there's one more Spark Bot, so there's 6 showing, right? 7 showing with the dagger.
Weapon.
So if you play Inza...
He might
saying-
decide that playing the Ferals doesn't do anything.
Yeah,
Because Pocket
He
kills
could
them,
go-
and then you're in the same spot.
could go Chisel Radiance and hope that either you get a Taunt Totem or there's no damage on your opponent's side. If PocketTrain doesn't have the 1 damage needed to end the game and just daggers up to set Meati to 1, then you do have the Feral Spirits to back it up next turn, and it would be cheaper because it's likely that PocketTrain will ignore the Radiance that's on the board.
I think I like the Inza and Close Your Eyes, and I won't. You know, it's easy for me to sit here and say that he will lose if he does it, but I think that's the play. I think all your other plays are just too garbage. Because then you're in the same spot next turn anyway with your overloaded Feral. Like, yeah, I like this. This looks stupid, but I think this is the right play.
And
If
that'll
they
do it.
don't have the damage, you can actually win next turn with your Ancestrals.
Squirrel!
That's a hard play to make for Meati there. And, you know, again, it looks wrong when you see it not work, but I think that's the play. I think it's just hard to play under pressure.
Yeah, I probably would have done Inza or like Chisel Radiance, like I said.
Yeah, that was good too, I think.
Inza probably gives you a better chance to win the game if PocketTrain doesn't have anything. But to be honest, Titan's probably coming down next turn regardless, right?
Yeah.
And if you have like a totem and another minion, another attacking minion, then maybe that becomes a Searing Totem, can rip off a Divine Shield that lets your Titan clear up another board, right? Something along those lines.
Tough spot.
But alas,
TJ.
a loss is a loss. once again, a lesson we've learned throughout the broadcast today. Wins are wins, losses are losses. PocketTrain just has the Demon Hunter left, which, once again, I don't have much faith in. None. But
Why not?
I'm not as good of a player as these players. Outcast
This
Demon Hunter.
deck's always the best deck. It's been the best deck since it was before it existed. Always.
Outcast Demon Hunter is one of the very few decks in the game that has a an inverse what's that called?
Like
it's not a
win rate
parabola, is it?
to played ratio. No?
No,
Inverse
no.
what?
An inverse parabola? Is that what a no? Is a parabola the thing?
Inverse normal distribution? I don't know. Where are we going? Parabola is a word, yeah. Upside down thing. What for skill? What's it for? What's this parabola describing?
Yeah, parabola, like an inverse parabola for win rate. Where at really low ranks, Outcast Demon Hunter is very good because you're
Got it.
An aggressive deck that's just spamming minions hitting your opponent. As you get to middling skill ranks, Outcast Demon Hunter is a lower win rate because Outcast Demon Hunter is usually harder to play than some of the other top decks in the metagame.
Uh-huh.
So when you're playing against other top decks, if you're not playing it at the very highest level, you're going to get beaten up by players that are playing like lower skill cap decks.
Yes.
But then when you get to top legend again, Outcast Demon Hunter's win rate goes up because one, it's not expected by as many people, and when players are playing it at a high level, that the skill expression is there. So
It is.
that's my evaluation of Outcast Demon Hunter.
And also, as we established yesterday, there's only actually 3 people at Top Legend who play it, and no one knows who they are.
No one knows.
They're just out there jamming Demon Hunter. No one knows who against or when they do it, but the stats just keep turning up. What if all the replay sites are just trolling us and no one's ever played this at Top 1000 Legend, and they just keep putting the stats out there just for fun? And we just
Just
believe
for
them?
fun. Yeah. Love the way PocketTrain's played this early game.
Mm-hmm.
Got the two best hits, but most of the hits we're going to do this regardless of the Rancher plus the 2 rushers, keeping them on board. So,
yeah.
Now is in a good spot. You fall behind on board with this deck, can sometimes be pretty tough to win the game.
And we've heard Sotland, probably you as well, talk about like turn 3 as Shaman is the turn you want to play your Fells or your some 3 drop of some sort, whether it's a clear or not. And PocketTrain was ready to deal with that exact thing on turn 3 precisely, by the way he set it up. Oof.
Is that Marlocula 2 away? Or 1 away?
Don't know. Why would I ever know anything? Have you met me?
It was 2 away.
There we go.
Now the Javier is there. 1 rush minion still preserved on board. 1 free rush minion still in hand. I don't think PocketTrain, especially with the Flash of Lightning, expects much of this board to live. Meati's just going in. Is that double reflexes?
Think so. Oh, it's a tough choice. We could probably actually see the Discover options in Meati's toaster. Only on the wide cam.
Enhance!
Might be his microwave.
What about the reflection in the washing machine? The washing.
You actually can see Meati's reflection on the wide screen, though. I'm not even making this up. You can see him very clearly in the microwave. The washing machine, not so much. Let's check how many different appliances there I see. See if he moves one each time he plays. Gets rid of one. You've got to name what's missing.
Double
Oh.
crash. Wait, what? Yeah, I don't know. And Meati's reaction gives me nothing.
He's like, I meant
turn
this.
like
Yeah,
it was a normal turn.
They're not going to admit to anything, TJ. So if PocketTrain asks about what happened there, Meati's going to say, well, I was concentrating on my drink, played some Hearthstone. Talking of playing some Hearthstone, here's PocketTrain playing a bit of Hearthstone.
Yep. So he's just going to go in here after seeing the double crash last turn. There's only one Lightning Storm in the deck. We can see it in hand. Meati actually has the answer with Lightning Storm plus the Chisel. And that's a lot of pressure stopped from PocketTrain. And because of those chows, he's sitting pretty. At a higher life total than PocketTrain, which is pretty brutal.
It's not a downside until it's a really big downside, right? Alright, Glaivatar. Always amazing the lengths that the players will go to these days, or the good players always have, to generate tempo rather than cards. Like Glaivatar, they look like a really good pickup, but no, PocketTrain just wants a board of little 1/1s again, because it's more stuff. Game's over in 1 or 2 turns, what does he want cards for? But the instinct says, play the thing that draws you all the cards. It still does damage as well.
Yeah, but damage from hand is essentially non-existent.
Mm-hmm. Got to get it out there to do it.
It's going to need to get, like, the Outcast plus 3 attacks, which I completely forgot the name. And just start shipping
Gnarg
saves.
thing.
Oh, yeah, Gnarg.
Look at me knowing a card name, huh?
Look at you!
Don't even need you anymore, TJ. Now I know the card names, huh?
If 3 rights make
And again, doesn't Spectral, just gets things on board. Its opponent suddenly was threatening lethal, and Meati has a handful of bioluminescences. He can't even spell bioluminescence. He is in trouble here. Nor can I, by the way.
You can make a totem and then give it +2 spell damage. So that's pretty cool.
Try and generate totems that used to exist manually for 5 mana.
He's got a whopping 9 damage this turn.
Can he do anything by just taking, like, does he have to kill a minions with a bolt? Does that do anything, ever? It doesn't, does it? 'Cause you just don't win the game
I
then.
don't think so. Yeah. I think you just gotta hope that PocketTrain's not able to find damage from the Illidari studies in the deck.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
Or the Wretched Exile.
Oh! That's gotta be it, surely. Surely?
Nope.
Security into damage? He's gonna do the security then, yeah.
Yeah, and he's counting for Gnarg, so he can afford to get rid of 1 damage. Alright.
I beam.
I beam. Important.
Oh my.
if 3 rights make a land.
No way. No way has Meati got a shot at this. No way. He's got a shot, hasn't he? He's got a... How much is this? It's +3. Is that 12? 13?
+6. Yeah. +3.
14 more? Is that right?
I mean, it doesn't really matter. Because he's just going to clear the board and heal.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it is enough, right?
Yeah.
Because of the extra 3 damage from the actual Titan.
And the mana, which allows him to play the extra bio. Yeah.
Yeah. So, nicely navigated by Meati to bring this series to a tied score.
Sipping his drink that bit faster now. He thought he was dead. Yeah.
Yeah, that was really well played. Kind of a similar situation as last game where he had to just jam the Inza and hope that his opponent didn't pick up 1 damage. Honestly, with double Illidari studies in the deck, I may have stopped at a certain point playing the Outcast cards from the Exile and
gone
drawn.
weapon face. Yeah.
No, because you wouldn't be able to pick up the Gunnar because you would have already swung.
Yeah. Okay.
And there's no other direct damage.
So you need the Gunnar.
Yeah. I could have given him more I-beams, but I think he was happy with just the 1 I-beam. I think he felt comfortable with just 1 I-beam, especially with that much direct damage used.
You don't expect
already
triple
from
bio
Meati's
there, I don't think, or something that kills you there.
Double,
very often, I don't think.
double bio, double lightning bolt, Titan. You know, like that's a very specific combination of cards, especially without lightning reflexes, because that's like kind of the core. So kind of not stealing a win, but getting a win that probably wasn't expected there from Meati. So now we're just down to our final matchup here, which is going to be the Demon Hunter from PocketTrain versus the Rogue from Meati.
Get 2 1-man, put 11-11 back in hand, win game.
Yeah.
That's the strategy, or make a big white board and keep the Rogue off the board. I think the Demon Hunter's still favoured here, personally.
Sure.
I mean, nobody knows, TJ. Nobody knows.
Outcast Demon Hunter is a complete anomaly. I look at the stats right now. It's not going to tell me anything.
It's going to say that the Rogue is 43%.
I'm getting there.
Yeah. It's got all the numbers. Nobody uses a computer for numbers, TJ. I just write them on my piece of paper.
Yeah, I'll
get a dice at the start of the match and go 42. Yeah, that'll do. That's the number I'm writing down.
Yeah, Outcast Demon Hunter is 60% favorite. Apparently.
Yeah, I mean, played between players that aren't PocketTrain or Meati, and anybody, because nobody actually plays Demon Hunter, has been established yesterday. It's not actually a deck that anyone's ever played before. Except every tournament when it just suddenly appears.
It's all about if you can either get tempo or find a way to answer the first couple minions. Because if you find a way to answer the first couple minions, you're probably not losing the board.
Alright. There's some cards. And that's not.
Okay, 1 drop. Nice.
It's a card.
It is a card.
Card.
My blood boils for war.
Nice answer from Meati. The bone spike.
Uh-huh.
Thereafter, though. Do you want a bone spike it?
You want to, but do you? Do you do it?
Could just
Not sure
door
you
shot
do
a
it.
spark bot.
Yeah, I think so. It's not fun, though, is it? Suddenly they're not laughing anymore. Have you noticed, by the way? It was all
it's
fun and
game 5
games
now.
at 0-0. Now they're both...
It's all fun and games till you get to 5-5.
Yeah. Now they're just both hand over mouth. No giggling now. Okay. Chooses to hide.
They will never catch me. My blood boils for war.
Wow. All this fiddling around at the start of games is really interesting to me at the moment in this meta. Because it's so important to just get anything on board in a lot of matchups.
Yeah.
Like, far more than usual. But you would think just a 1-1 just isn't important, but yeah, numbers are so tight, everything's so close. Those break points aren't going to break themselves and all that. I'm trying to think of new cliches rather than old ones, but I'm failing miserably.
That's why they're cliches. If they're new, they're not cliches.
What are they if they're not? If they're new but they're not cliches, what are they then?
They're just something you said.
Something I said. They're just something I said then. Yeah.
Is it safe to feed?
Okay, time to go wide.
That's wide enough.
There's the Gennard. Come on.
Yeah, where were you?
Oof. It's double rush because it's the darker orange.
The darker of the two oranges.
Wait, one orange is tall, one orange rush. Okay, yeah, that's rush. Darker orange is rush.
Yeah.
Some may even call it red.
It's definitely darker orange. Orange.
Orange.
Orange your squirrel.
Mirror. Squirrel. Orange.
All these one-syllable words. I think most of my words are one syllable, to be fair. Sideways cards.
Ooh, Inventamatic. And an innie picked up as well.
This is really tense. If you want me and TJ going a bit quiet today and trying to work this out. Meati's willing to fight for the board with this thing.
Yeah, the help.
This is why.
Is too threatening.
My torment is my niece.
Yeah.
This would be a nice clean clear because the sigil runner will be for attack after. Just get in. Now the Helviri has got a target on its back. It's got to be killed.
If only I had a couple of rush minions.
I know. He could just dagger it if anything, but
I think you might. I think you might minion dagger because then next turn you've got Innie on your 2-1 and just do that.
I mean, you're too. Yikes!
I know, but like, just get the stuff out of there, right?
Yeah.
I might be wrong. You might play the 2-1 and just hope. You might play it now. I'll keep it back, I think.
I mean, it might be the only thing that lets him keep it in. It just doesn't feel great, you know? But I think you're right. I don't think it's worth playing here because it just gets hero powered down.
And it might kill a thing next turn, so let's have it in hand.
Ooh, Fellerin.
Yeah. Good pickup. Good pickup at the semi-final at 2-2. A chance to go to the World Championships, TJ. He's going wide for one last push. It's not even one last push. He's got another push in hand, I think.
Yeah, holding back on the Hawkstrider Rancher, Fierce Outsider, Vengeful Walloper.
Is enough?
Enough for what?
to win the Hearthstone game somehow.
No, I don't think so. This guy just puts stuff in the way.
What's he looking for? I mean, other than you play it out because you're in the semi-final. But you'll know it when you see it, right? Yeah. Looks like PocketTrain's going to the final to me, TJ.
It's looking to be that way.
I'm calling it. Early. PocketTrain's going to the final.
At this point, Meati's probably just going to stick around to see the next draw.
I mean, you do, right? Just in case you've forgotten something. But yeah, he's waving. He knows it's over. Getting closer and closer though, Meati, each time he shows up. Like a year or 3 or 4 years ago, he was still new to tournaments, very much a ladder player, very much sort of middling as a tournament player. And then this last year, getting closer a lot more. We definitely haven't seen the last of Meati for this year. He's very, very, very good at ladder. And I think his tournament skills are improving as well as we've seen in this one. So, didn't quite get to the final. And he's lost to friendly rivalry / friend / PocketTrain will never let him live it down. But Meati will be back, and PocketTrain goes to the final. One more win for PocketTrain to get to the World Championships and save himself this monster grind. And there's a lot of people in this tournament, who were in this tournament, will want PocketTrain to win this, because if he makes it to the Worlds, that's a player who is above everybody in the standings, who will drop down. They will all like move up a space towards Worlds. So yeah, a lot of people want Pocket to do well here.
Yeah. Many people rooting for him for that reason alone. And because he's really good. That's another thing.
He's kind of likable too. I hate to admit it, but he's kind of a likable guy.
I didn't think fellow UK countrymen were supposed to reveal that about each other.
Well, I'm an American.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Neil is an honorary American, which is good, because coming up next we have not an honorary American, real American here in DreadEye, who's going to be facing off against uikyou to see who's going to go up against PocketTrain in the finals and who's going to get that coveted spot at the World Championship. So we only got 2 more matches left on the day. We started off slow, but we're cruising through now. So before we jump into that semifinal number 2, we are going to have to go to a quick break, but don't go anywhere. More action right here from the Hearthstone Masters Tour Summer Championship right after this.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Hearthstone Masters Tour Summer Championship semi-finals. PocketTrain has made it to the final, and we're going to find out why Sottle is laughing. Sottle, why are you laughing?
No, honestly, good job. Like, straight up kayfabe breaker here. With 2 seconds left on the countdown, Lorinda went, "Oh God, I'm bringing it in, aren't I?" And then I was really looking forward to what was happening with like 0 internal mental planning Lorinda intro link, but it went pretty well. Good job.
Yeah, I just read things off the screen and hoped it worked out. It could have gone really badly wrong. I might just go say, "Welcome to Is a Doctor," but luckily that's not where we went with that. We're going to have Gaby versus DreadEye in the second semi-final, and the winner plays PocketTrain. And we've got a warrior somehow in this Hearthstone match, and I'm here for it, Sottle. I'm here for it.
Yeah, not only the warrior, but also a 40-card hunter as well. And I think those have been, in terms of the low population decks that have performed above average, right? We do the how many expected Enraged Warriors would we have in top 4 based on the 2 that brought it to this 16-person tournament, right? Like, those seem to be the decks that have overperformed specifically. Gaby with the 40 hunter as well, but uikyou does seem to have found a bit of a lineup advantage so far from the way things have been panning out. But we will see if that continues against DreadEye, who, honestly, I feel like every series DreadEye has played so far in this tournament has been an absolute nail biter in one way or the other.
And in many tournaments, it just seems to like always go that way for him. I think, was it you earlier who was saying that his spread of ability on a given day is just from 0 to like infinity? Anything might happen.
Yes, yeah, I was going to ask you about that, obviously, because you've seen more of DreadEye up close and personal. Like, I watch America's Grandmasters as a spectator. There is probably few people on the planet that have watched more minutes of Hearthstone Grandmasters in total than I have. But you actually got to sit there, like, casting DreadEye very regularly. Would you agree with that assessment?
Yes,
that,
I think
you have no idea what's going to turn up on any given day with DreadEye?
I would agree. I would also say, and I think you did allude to this as well, that over the last 12 months, maybe even 6, he's been a lot more active sort of in Twitch, watching streams, playing while he's watching, talking to the other top players. And I think he's better across the board than he used to be. I think he used to be suffering slightly from... He knows 4 decks and he's good at them, and he's good at Hearthstone, so he kind of knows the other decks. But now I think he's just good at a lot of decks compared to what he used to be. I think he's just got this wider range of talent. But he can still do anything on a given day. He definitely has the ability to play great. He definitely has the ability to not play great. Let's see who turns up today. Shout out to Ma, one of my viewers, by the way, for this, because he's been calling in Rage Warrior every day in my chat for forever. keeps telling me just look at the stats, and the Rage Warriors stats in the top 1,000 legend, which you're going to point out is not representative of anything at all, are very, very good.
Yep.
So I'm glad that it's working out.
I was talking about this on day one with Raven, actually, that there are a couple of decks that there are reporting as sleepers on data trackers at the moment, and yeah, Rage Warrior is certainly one of those. We can take a look at how DreadEye got through to this point. This was an absolute nail-biter of a game against Gaby. I've played a few of these games on the Mage, honestly, where you end up fatiguing a Druid. It's not really how you expect to play against Druid going into it, but it does happen weirdly often. By which I mean a non-zero amount of the time, and then following that game up with this one, which was probably the most non-game of Hearthstone we've seen all tournament. Just 2 1-on-1, 4-2 Divine Shield with charge on turn 2, but tell me more about how that secret's bad, Lorinda.
Yeah, if you trigger the secret, then sure, it could be good, but just don't give your opponent the minion. Just be sensible.
Okay. We can look at DreadEye's build of the Rainbow Mage as well. So, -1 Elemental Inspiration finds the room for the Lady Nazjar, and then, well, I guess say Lady Nazjar instead of the Titan, and then -1 Elemental Inspiration +1 Star Power. I'd say is kind of the best way to look at it over what the most common list in the tournament has been so far. I don't like 1 Elemental Inspiration. I think you know this, Lorinda. I am a huge fan of Elemental Inspiration. I think it wins games single-handedly that it has no right doing, where even when you just jam it on curve for 3, 4, 5s, there are a lot of decks that aren't really equipped to deal with that at all, and you just win on tempo a lot of the time. I'm a big fan of that card overall, so I don't really like the lists that go down to 1, but certainly if you want to refine it into a better combo deck, Lady Nazjar is like the first card to put in the deck, right? Because those discounts on spells when you get it in arcane form is huge for the damage output you get at the end of the game. You see it when you get an extra Molten Rune off Infinitize, right? It's not the fact you have an extra Molten Rune, it's the fact you have a Molten Rune that costs 2 instead of 3, and then that means you can fit in a whole extra spell alongside that as well. So you can imagine if you're discounting your whole hand of spells, exactly how huge that damage can get.
Yeah, 1 Inspiration just feels wrong to me as well. And, I have struggled with the card a little bit in learning that deck. I finally sort of got the hang of it eventually, but it's a good card or it's not. Like, you either want to get the board and kill people or you don't. If you're going to say you don't play it at all. Like, if you really want to go into this combo route, why have this weird safety net? Oh, I'm going to play 1 of them, though, because I know it's right in my heart, but don't want to play 2. Like, just play them, please.
Yeah, that's a philosophy that I fully agree with, but there's this
even for a 7-drop, to shout over you just for a second there, even for a 7-drop.
Yeah, but there is this weird mentality that pervades in deck building, which I am not going to ever agree with, whereas it's good sometimes, so I'll play it as a 1-drop. It's like, no, you're pretending you have control about whether it's going to be in your hand in the good instance or not. Like, it's either good enough to play 2 of, or it's not. That's the rules. That's how.
The only time I'll disagree with you on that is if it becomes a 3 of. You've got 2 cards that do kind of the same thing, and you don't want to play 4, but 3's quite a lot because you want it often, but you don't want it a handful of them. Sometimes I will argue against you that you play one of those 2 similar cards, but there isn't a similar card to Inspiration in your deck, so it can't be right.
Yeah, and that's fine, and often that ends up as like the 30th card in the deck to go alongside your 3 legendaries, right? So then you have 1 open spot that you have to play, and then that's when like a quote 3rd copy of a similar second card that you have goes in there. But anyway, this has been deck building with Sotil and Lorinda. Shambling Chow on 1. We've got Demon Hunter going up against Warrior. Demon Hunter, the star of the show in the last series, really. PocketTrain kind of shambling over the line in the end, I would say, with the Demon Hunter after having one unsuccessful outing against the Shaman, but still a big talking point of this tournament, Demon Hunter.
I think the talking point of this tournament in a lot of ways is there isn't a talking point. The decks, nothing's stood up there and gone, I am the deck this tournament. Every tournament, we're in the semi-finals, and I have no idea what the lineup is. Haven't got a clue.
Oh, well, in that case, I guess we just sit here in silence then, if there's no talking points. And
that's what I'm here for. I can talk when there is no talking point, because I've spent years with TJ, and I can just talk, sort of. Yeah.
See, I would personally express that as myriad talking points, right? There's no one narrative that's dominating the tournament. There are just lots of individual things that are popping up on a series-to-series basis, like this incredibly clutch Discover to bounce the massive Anima Extractor back to hand. Such a good card.
Yeah.
Did you know this is a rogue card, by the way? No one knew that. I only realised that today.
Wait, what's a rogue card? This 2/1 Bounty Man.
Yeah. It's a
Rogue has
You
this?
can play it in Rogue. Yeah.
Wait, what? But it's a
No
Demon
one
Hunter
knows that.
card.
If you say you knew that, you're lying.
I didn't know. I don't know. I don't know what it's called, let alone that it's a rogue card as well. But no, this is a Demon Hunter card, and I'm not accepting it.
Yeah.
If anyone plays this in Rogue, you're disqualified from Lavinda tournaments.
It is called Tough Crowd, and it is a Demon Hunter Rogue dual class card.
Okay, so it's basically Twitch chat.
Indeed, yes.
Got it. Okay, this is kind of why the Warrior is decent in this matchup, and in a lot of other matchups. The board control it can get is pretty powerful from very limited investment. Where do you swing?
Yeah, I think it's the long-term resiliency that's become a problem, though, and I think we saw that exploited by PocketTrain, actually, in his round of 8 matchup, I think, where he basically took himself down to like 10 health to gain control of the board once and just said, usually in this position, Warrior can't just reload on this board, and was correct in that estimation of the situation. So.
And one of the problems with the Warrior deck, I mean, this is basically the old list. They've added in the speakers, the stompers, and that's it. They've added that in. But it's 3 decks trying to pretend to be a deck. It's 3 decks in a trench coat.
Yeah.
It's the fire package, it's the buff package, it's the rift package, and that was strong enough, but decks are fast and dangerous now. So you kind of have to luck out a little bit. But with so much going on, you're going to get something that combines with something. You just have to be very versatile at the start of the game.
I do enjoy this interaction, by the way, when you play Fellerin and then you get an I-Beam in outcast position, and then you can just ignore that I-Beam is in outcast position, because it just costs 1 no matter where it is when you get it off from Fellerin. That's very satisfying.
In fact, you actually want to get it out of the outcast position, because if you manage to reduce it, it still costs 1.
True. Yeah.
It's actually even more satisfying to move it along. And then you forget, and then it costs 3 again or something. Yeah.
Time grows short.
DreadEye is going to have to try and get a grip on this board state very soon, though. He can't allow this to continue for much longer, especially when it's a weapon draw from the Warrior on the other side.
Yeah, we haven't concentrated on enough about how, even though that Extractor got bounced, this is kind of the nuts for Gear. He had the weapon, ways to generate unhealthy minions, and an Extractor. That's kind of amazing that DreadEye's still here even now, but he might not be here for long, because his health totals are going to get crazy on these cards.
Yes, it is. And Gyu has seemed to do this most games, honestly, it has to be said, where there's been some combination of Sun Fury weapon and Embers in the opening hand in quite a lot of the games that I've been watching him play with this deck, which, you know, I'm sure is fairly core to the success that it's been having.
I would say that it's the number one thing that the deck does. Like, if you really want to pick your hand, that's what you pick against almost everything in this tournament.
Yeah.
Might be a little bit different against Blood DK or something, but what's one of those?
Oh, yeah. All those horrible Blood DKs that are terrorizing this tournament.
Yeah, exactly right. Yep.
Oh, actually, I've just realised how based this tournament is. Like, there's 0 Blood DK, 0 Control Priest in this entire tournament.
Yeah.
I've only just realised that.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Isn't
What
it
a
a
meta.
wonderful
Don't
experience?
change it.
No, I'm with you. I am with you. People who've watched my stream will know that I wouldn't have been with you at some point, but yeah, I'm here for the no blood, no priest meta. I will stick with that. I'm not twisting. I'm just taking it. We take the deal. Don't nerf anything. Don't touch anything. Nerfs and buffs coming in 2 days. Yeah.
So DreadEye on the previous turn took some deliberate trades and an I-Beam to try and create favourable breakpoints for the following turn. Obviously, he was looking at the weapon on the other side as well, so would have planned around the weapon buff coming down at the same time. But through then combinations of Wallopers and Fierce Outsider, you can see now how there's nice trades for a couple of things on board, but there is the slight problem of the 3-4 that has to be dealt with first. Does find second Vengeful Walloper, though. That's absolutely huge. So now you can start to see about the previous turn. I kind of left it till this point to talk about it, because it's a lot easier to talk about it now. There was an I-Beam shot at this Anima Extractor on the left-hand side of the board on the previous turn, which now has a 5-5 rush smashing straight into it for precisely 5 damage. So this was really, really nicely set up from DreadEye on the previous turn.
You know, talking about the skill level of DreadEye being incredibly variable. I wouldn't have clocked that, I've got to admit, because I'm too busy waffling nonsense, so thanks for spotting that one. Yeah, absolutely beautiful setup.
But still, you can see just how effective the opening curve from uikyou has been, because the board's still not clear, and there's still a Sun Fury hanging around, which is not a thing that you want to be leaving around, but the other minions were just too high priority to get through. One had Taunt, the other one was an Anima Extractor. Like, that absolutely has to go down in this spot.
Yeah, look at his hand. Like, you could play 7 mana's worth of cards, or less, however you like here, and it won't be bad.
Yeah.
Like, everything just puts him back in front on board. Obviously, DreadEye does have quite a lot going on in his hand, but yeah, I think what uikyou wants to do here would be to set up the Phoenix and the Extractor and just build up the Olga, but he might not need to. It's probably what he's wondering. Can he just get away with not doing that?
Yeah, he's going to go for the greedy line. Just go Thori Balori and just pump the Olga as big as possible. Try and get that lethal swing through in a couple of turns with that Olga.
And even if it's not lethal,
on board, or yeah, exactly. I mean, with the 5 attack minions on the other side of the board, right? It would have been an Olga to clear at best, and the Olga dies in the process. Whereas I think if uikyou is going to play Olga, it'd much rather either it be a lethal setup or a situation where it clears board and lives afterwards, right? So
yeah, clear board, do 9, live, and then they've got to kill it. So they put the rest of their hand into the Olga, and then they've got no hand, and you find a way with your stuff. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Pick up a bridge or something, you'll be fine.
Demons.
Extensive counting probably goes on about now, doesn't it? Like weapon swing and stuff. How much damage can I do? What do I have to do to stay alive? Do I have to actually get the board? Yeah.
It's a weird deck, right? Because you kind of view it as this, like, bursty aggro deck, but it kind of isn't. Like, you and TJ were encountering this in the previous game, right?
Yeah.
Where Meati had lethal damage in hand, so he just passed, essentially, against PocketTrain, who needed 1 damage to win the game. But actually, that's incredibly hard to find with this deck.
Oh, is this lethal? No, I was looking at double Verse Rift for a second. I think that's 6. That's a lot of points, but no. Don't think you can get it set up.
Sure.
What? Could he have set it up?
So, wait, has Lorinda played so much in Rage Warrior that he's unlocked the hidden Wind Fury Olga tech that I didn't know about?
No, double Verse, though. It's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got a weapon equipped. Double Verse is 6 more. Am I going? Matt? 8 mana. First verse is 2, second verse is 4. Weapon.
What?
Olga.
Right, Verse Riff is +2 each. They're not +3 each. Just make sure with...
Yeah, +2, but the second one gives you the first one again because it's a riff.
Yes, yeah. As long as you can finale it, yeah.
Yeah, which they could because Olga costs 6 and the verse riffs cost 1 each.
So what else was played on that turn?
The little 2/4 men.
Ah, maybe it was then.
I might be wrong because I'm not very confident in my abilities compared to the best players in the world, but that looked like a lethal.
It could have been, yeah, maybe you're right.
It's possible it was one off because of the damage Thori Balori that came back because of that. That's the thing. Was there a taunt? I don't know. Anyway, it won anyway. The play always won, so it didn't matter much.
Oh, true, yeah, because Thori Balori woke up and then traded, became injured, and that made the
Buffed the
Olga
Olga.
bigger, which did 1 extra damage to face. Yeah, maybe not.
Maybe
Who
I played
knows?
too
Well, I
much
think-
of that deck.
Yeah, maybe. I think, regardless, I think it's one of those situations where, as we were talking about at the time, right, like, Demon Hunter just doesn't really find damage from that point, and double Walloper was already played on a previous turn, so it very much could be that mentality where uikyou's like, oh, well, I put 2 taunts in play. I play like a 7-8 or whatever it was. Like, the game's over. I don't have to think any more than this anyway at this point. So, who knows? I don't know.
We're going to find out if we're lucky.
Enough information. Yeah, if we could get there on the replay.
Go replay, you got this.
But either way, very, very clean victory for the Warrior, as it has been for uikyou throughout the tournament so far.
They were already there. They were already there. We're never going to know. I saw a lethal that was there. It might be a chat lethal, it might not. I'm taking it. But yeah, well played, you.
Sure.
The Warrior once again getting out of it.
Yeah, and again, this has kind of been the story with Outcast DH throughout the tournament. I don't know the stats off the top of my head, but this is kind of how we've seen it perform. Anecdotally, just from memory, is it tends to go 1-1 in most series that I've watched it in so far. Like, it hasn't been blowing decks away, but it does eventually find a way to get over the line. And I think you can do a lot worse than that, right? We've certainly seen a lot of players, or at least a couple of players, go out of the tournament and then immediately start bemoaning one of the decks that they brought to the tournament. It's like, I was never going to make it. I had an unplayable deck in my lineup, it turns out. I don't think anyone's really feeling that way about Outcast Demon Hunter right now. I could be wrong, but DreadEye does, in this instance at the very least, choose to move away from it. And it looks like we're going to get a little bit of Hound Hunter sprinkled in, which is a rare... I'm not going to say treat, is a rare occasion, because there isn't a great deal of Hound Hunter in the tournament, and it's actually been picking up a ban or two in some of the series where it's been involved as well.
I mean, it's just a solid deck, isn't it? It's been terrorizing the middle levels of ladder, I believe. Having listened to Raven talk about it, of course. But it's a solid deck. It sometimes does what it's doing right now and doesn't have a playable card on turn 3. But other than that, it quite often just gets aboard and starts murdering you. And if it does do that, then it starts steamrolling, because then the expensive cards come down on curve and everything's a bit of a problem.
Also, calm down, mate. Raven's at least a 30 win streak away from the middle zone of ladder.
The good news is he's at a part of the ladder where he can get a 30 win streak, so it's fine.
True. Yeah, that is very fair.
It's not
Alright,
very
Trinket
fair.
Tracker was about as good as it was going to get there for uikyou. This hand sucks, make no bones about it. This is a day 1 Lorinda playing Hunter kind of hand, from what I've heard, where this is just what you have in your opening hand, despite a good, like, 80% of the deck being playable cards between turns 1 and 4. But
this is where day 1 played
Trinket Tracker... Trinket Tracker at least was the guarantee of finding something to do, whether it was bananas or worms. Although, actually, is uikyou playing the worms? Because not all of them.
Oh, let's have a look. Not all of the 3 decks.
Yeah, double Awakening Tremors, double bunch of bananas, yeah.
Tremors are so good. I mean, the next draw now should be good nearly always, to be fair. Like, stuff like, I don't know, Wild Spirits would be a fine 4 mana. I know it costs 3, but fine 4 mana play here. Like, it's not great, but that's the sort of average draw, I would say now. There's obviously some stinkers in there. Like, the other Trinket Tracker wouldn't be too great right now. Still be playable.
Yeah. Yeah,
Actually,
weirdly, if you can bridge this gap, you're kind of doing fine, right? Like, aside from the fact that you drew King Crush in your opening hand, which is a disaster in basically every scenario, if he can find, Wild Spirits, and he still has a banana to play with the floating 1 mana as well, and then he wants to go Avalon into the Titan on 5 and 6 from that point, then this hand has kind of fixed itself.
Yeah, I mean, other cards you can pick up, like Pozic, it's fine. Obviously, Akani, it will do. Yeah, bridging the gap, I like the wording. Like, the worst sort of cards you can pick up now are like Hidden Meaning, Spirit Poacher, those sort of things.
Neil's brain's just like, bad card, Hidden Meaning, that's the one.
Yep, straight in there. Not missing a chance to diss that card. And set you up to, say when I'm wrong, of course. Yeah,
what about Hidden Meaning and a different secret?
That's different. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because now they probably have to play some mana to trigger one of the secrets, which means they probably have to play some more mana and let you have the Hidden Meaning. I think that's fine.
Zombles? Probably Zombles, right?
Well, Freezing Trap does basically nothing against all the little tiddly things that Mage has.
Yeah.
Maneuvers gets you back a 1-1. Yeah. Maneuvers always feels good, and it always gets back a 1-1, no matter what you do. Even if you haven't got one, it generates one from somewhere and gives you it, I'm sure. Monster?
Wandering Monster seems pretty good here, right? Because I don't think your opponent wants to go 1-3 into 1-1 in case of bait and switch. So the 1-3 probably is going to go face, and then a 1-3 into a Wandering Monster is just not very good. To the point where I honestly think the correct play here might be don't attack.
Looks like he's not going to, because he would have not wanted these to get explosive.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I like this.
No creature deserves to be caged.
But now 5, 6, 7. Suddenly.
Now you can start trying to pick apart these secrets with a bit more information on your side. Like if you go into the 1-1 and it's bait and switch, you actually have the power to challenge it. The Asphyxiate is kind of cool.
We know it's good. DreadEye's seen his opponent not really do anything powerful. Maybe he'll get the read that Asphyxiate's going to be good.
I mean, it's good right now.
Sure,
Right,
okay.
like-
Yeah,
2 mana killer 4/5.
sure, yeah.
Cast a shadow spell. But I guess you have a reverb in hand as well. Yeah, this does make sense, honestly. Because you can reverb and test bait and switch. Right? Because bait and switch now is irrelevant. So if it's bait and switch, you just got a free secret.
Got it.
So this makes sense. Pick this apart. And now that's happened, we're probably back on the don't attack train.
Was
Yep,
that the
okay,
wrong minion
cool.
to attack with, given that the freezing trap exists? It's very tough to criticise, but... You wouldn't mind having another prismatic? Is that a bit too niche?
Yeah, I think that's fair. You lead with the prismatic into the reverb minion,
Reverbs,
right?
yeah.
To test the bait and switch. Yeah, I think that might have been marginally better, yeah.
But now can Guillaume make the most of the opportunity he's got to play big things on curve, which is still, or again, I don't think still, I think we had a period where it wasn't. It's now, again, one of the best things you can do in Hearthstone is just spend all your mana on one big thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not too many decks are built to deal with it. There's a lot of tokening and there's a lot of small AoE, right? Like, I say small AoE. Like, Inquisitive Creation is very mid-sized AoE, but if you're playing, you know, an early 3/6, 3/7, 4/8 size minion, then Inquisitive Creation's probably not interacting with it. Then you look at Shaman with like Lightning Storm and Turn the Tides and Crash of Thunder and all that kind of stuff. Like none of that deals with one individual chunky minion. So it's weird that an expansion has been released with individual powerful high health minions
Right.
that can get played and are very powerful, and all of the decks aren't super well equipped to deal with that. It's kind of interesting.
That's very good. I like that a lot. But it's because I think people are... The early board, I was saying this earlier, you may disagree, I'll be happy if you do in some ways. The early board is so massively important now, even just fiddling around with 1/3s and 1/2s, that you've got to deal with that nonsense before you can drop your big 7/7
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
Which is kind of an interesting dynamic. I like it. And it's what this long pause is about, right? Do I play my stupid rubbish, or do I actually just draw some cards and pass?
Okay, the attack has now been sent face, finally.
Mm-hmm.
I believe DreadEye's suspected Wandering Monster is still in play. Yeah, there it is, which is actually now, as he knew, motion denied, but just chose to get on with it and deal with the motion denied, which I think he now had full information of at this point. I think he tested absolutely everything else at that point.
So now the game begins. Gu plays the 7/7, starts doing damage, and we're into the "Where's my alibi? Can I kill you?" stage for the mage.
Yes. However, Selective Breeder into Hound is possible. Selective Breeder into King Crush is not, of course, but it does mean that setting up any kind of rapid lethal is going to be very, very difficult for DreadEye here.
I played too much Shaman, I saw that bioluminescence, and I'm like, is that lethal? Can I do 2 discovers of lethal cards here? And yeah.
As we all know, if you end up with a hand that's just 3 bioluminescences and 2 lightning bolts against an aggro deck, that somehow still wins the game.
What was that? Just drop the Titan for the extra damage and mana, and off you go.
Yep.
It's only Meati.
Yep.
Only Meati. He's a doctor, you know.
I have heard rumours, yeah. Unconfirmed reports.
Time runs out on me.
Okay, that's a good hex. I like that hex. Let's take that.
That is a very nice hex indeed. I do like... Oh, that's a very nice lighted burns, actually. Let's do that instead.
Yep.
No? Okay.
It's
I
mana
guess
efficient,
nothing,
right?
Yeah, nothing to spend 2 mana on in hand right now, I guess is the argument, which, yep, sure, I'm down with that.
Next turn you can do like every card in your hand, pretty much. You didn't get to forge because of doing that. That's all you missed out on.
Yep. You just mousing over the crush in his hand, going, if you could get back in the deck, this would be lethal this turn.
Yep, no Finley in here. It's not usually played anymore, I believe, but I always check just cause it's a card that does happen.
Yeah, not too common these days. Even then,
I
you
think-
need to do it before the Lothar Matheron came down, right?
Yes, yeah. I mean, yes, but also no, because it's still massive. But it's still King Crush. But yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, sure. It's still big. You get to play it like a turn early, sure.
You know what else is big? Mr. Mookler.
Just play it 2020.
Yeah, just kill this, or have an
Okay,
alibi.
fine.
Just kill it. You're not drawing a card. You got a banana. I don't care. Just kill this. Your reverberation is getting burned. However, for 1 mana,
And it's gone.
you saw the hex last turn. You can't believe they've got another way of dealing with a 7/7, let alone a 2019.
It's weird.
The rate of emotions.
Just to touch on it as well, DreadEye chose to open the other discovery before using the Hex as the nature spell, right? To give him another shot at finding nature spells from the discovery, which I do like. Because I think nature spells have some pretty high quality options overall. It's then weird that after having done that, he then took the holy option of the 2 that was given to him out of the remaining spells, and that ends up being incredibly effective in the game state.
Absolutely. Something I like about new meta is like you learn little things like, oh, the nature spells are good. Like that's not something you learn on day one. That's something you learn having played it and watched it and lost to it and slowly iterated it.
I think holy wise, like you open a box early and you get Love Everlasting, it's the best possible card that you can discover if it's early in the game, but then past that point the holy cards tend to be fairly underwhelming, and it's kind of just pick a cheap one and get it played a lot of the time. Honestly, Light It Burns is usually one of the highest quality options you can.
Right, that makes sense. We need a card called Underwhelming. That'd be great. Get on that, design team.
Underwhelming.
Just plays Underwhelming. It'd be like a 1-mana 4/4 with no downside. We've got Mistake. You know, want Underwhelming to go with it. So just crush them.
You saw the second reverb get burned, right? Which is
Yeah.
huge. It's kind of a funny interaction because it's the natural predator of the giant King Mukla, but ended up being burned because of the bananas.
It amused me. It amused you, who was amused right up to the point 2 seconds later where Lighted Burns came into play and took down the Mukla anyway. Just hit them. Okay. Trying to be Raven, but I guess the argument here is if you don't Wild Spirits here, you never do it. So you do it here.
Yeah. It also does prevent a sizable amount of chip damage as long as you hit at least one rush minion, right? Because you'd like to stay above 30 if at all possible, because it does give you quite a lot of security against random scammy OTKs out of nowhere from the mage.
Or like the one they put in their deck. The random scammy OTK they put in their deck. Yeah. Fair point.
Yeah, I just mean at this point you're not necessarily playing around things because, you know, like molten.
Right.
You need to be deep in their deck. Generally, they need 10 mana and a forged molten rune as well. Like, there's a lot of signs that you're waiting for before you necessarily expect to die. Not even like discounted cards from Infinitize, right? Like sometimes that's something that can catch you by surprise, but there's none of those currently either. So as long as you stay at high health totals, then you're probably not expecting to get OTK'd anytime soon.
I love how we've just had like 3 turns of 7/7s and 20/20s and violence. And now everyone's just playing 2/2s and 2/4s and putting a banana on things. Like,
Yeah.
more mana equals we've used all our good stuff to play all our rubbish. Oh, there's some cards.
Oh, a second copy of Inspiration. That sounds really good, actually. I'd quite like a second copy of that card in my deck.
That's why you don't put 2 in your deck, right? Because you just get 2.
Yeah. No, that makes sense, actually.
I solved it. Got there. Now we understand. Oh no. Do you like the Mukla in this deck? With it being the 4th beast and make some of the things a bit complicated sometimes?
I do, yeah, I do like it. It interacts too well with Titans not to play it, I think, right? Because they all come down around that stage of the game, and then you can Mukla into it, and it's generally value trades it massively because Titans are generally low attack, high health.
That makes sense. Yeah.
But yeah, it does have the downside of, you know, occasionally you miss lethal because you've hit the wrong pool of beasts, or like you miss your hound when you absolutely need it to recover on a board state or whatever. Like that downside absolutely does exist.
Well, there's 2 of them. And they're going to do a damage each next turn.
They're going to be trading into some 4/5s.
Never taunt.
I mean, they're going to be trading into some 4/5s whether there's taunt or not, Neil.
I mean, maybe he doesn't know what Solid Alibi does. No one's ever seen the
Maybe,
card
yeah.
before.
Yeah, good point.
Is it a good point, though? Maybe it's not. We'll see.
The jury is out.
Uh,
Over to VAR. Decision review in progress.
Yep, it's a good point.
It was not a good point. Oh, sorry. Yeah, okay. If VAR's on charge, yeah, absolutely.
That's exactly what I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
We reviewed this pile of rubbish and we have decided it was indeed not a pile of rubbish. Alright, gets the hound.
Sure. Yeah, why not?
Why not
Protects
indeed,
as
yeah.
much health as possible on your minions means that actually I'm a liar and nothing needs to trade whatsoever.
Uh-huh. Just leave them there. Okay.
Yep, looks good to me. Actually goes the other way in the end, deliberately goes -1 minion just to have extra board spaces in play if required.
And that makes sense because he's got
Trades away 1 minion.
the Hydrolon Rush, so that makes sense anyway. Yeah.
Yep. So,
Here we are.
Yeah, where are we exactly? Like Infinitize into Rewind into Light It Burns, AoE the rest of it? No, it still leaves a 2019 in play.
Yeah, my little brain always goes Infinitize into Alibi, fine, done. Draw Sif.
Infinitize into Reverb.
Yeah.
It has Rush.
Uh-huh.
So that kills the other 2019. You've spent
start.
5 mana, and then you just play Inquisitive Creation, which deals 8.
Yeah. Wait, no.
There you go.
What
do
about 15 damage spell? Does that ever clear? Along with creation? You know, 11 11s. No, it doesn't clear. I can't count. Good.
Nope.
Sif at the bottom of the deck again, by the way. It's been just the story of the tournament.
Oh, good point, actually, yeah. Yeah, DreadEye has had literal last card Sif already this tournament. He's also 10 carding now.
That's safe, right? When you've got 5 cards in deck and need one of them urgently. God. This has been a Hearthstone game, Sottle.
Fine. Relatively inconsequential. It's creation and alibi. Only 2 more damage, sure. The question does fast become, how are you winning this game from this position, though? Because the rune did get dumped kind of looking for scammy answers on the previous turn.
Wise Man said stick 4/5s will be what he's thinking, I assume. And hope my opponent's hand is 3 garbage cards. Because it can be, right? At this stage of the game, Hunter's hand can be absolute trash sometimes.
Well, the problem is I think you know this last card is King Crush, because if this card wasn't King Crush, the summon beast from your deck would have killed you already.
Got it. Yeah, okay.
So that sounds like an issue. I guess elementals have taunt sometimes, though, if you'd have got yourself into a good enough position where you could have survived for 1 turn, like AoE down this board, and then not been under immediate crush lethal, and then played the elementals the next turn, that could have got you there.
Yep.
I feel like the start the turn with Infinitize and Find Reverb was the better out, though, honestly.
Yeah, you're winning me over the more I see of how it's gone since. It's gone pretty badly since. Yeah, that ice barrier, that'll save him. No? This is where my brain just gives up, hits concede, and hopes that I was right. Yeah, that's it. That's the play. Well done, DreadEye.
Figured it out. Found the line.
Yeah, you concede and let chat tell you what you did wrong, why you could have won. 2-0. 1 game away from playing PocketTrain in the finals. There was a lot going on in that game with that terrible draw, but making the point, I guess, that a terrible draw can still get there with that deck because it only has to survive 2 or 3 turns. And the terrible cards did just fill the mana up as well.
Yeah. I mean, so different story if came up against like keyboard coin cold case, right? The game was so long that someone might tell me that was keyboard coin cold case now, as far as I know. But if it's against some rapid start and you draw a hand like that, you might be in trouble, right? If you're playing against Outcast Demon Hunter or some unholy DK, right, or some super board heavy early game deck, that's not going to be good enough, right? Just pass into piece together a turn 4 into play stuff on 5. But if you are against another deck that's a little bit slow to get started, absolutely fine. Like, most of the time, this deck is quite happy to pass turns into the mid to late game, right? Because if this 40 Hunter gets to that point, it starts dropping bombs like this every turn, there's very few things in the metagame that can compete with it particularly well.
I mean, it went through a Hex, 1 mana spell, which my brain is just not processing right now. It went through a reverb, it burned a reverb, but yeah, it went through 3, it burns. It went through 3 really good removal spells and ended up with 2 20 attack minions on the board.
Yep.
So, sure.
Not bad going. Yep. And the creations got juiced all the way to 8 as well, and they were relatively inconsequential in the game. Like, it's rare that you get all 7 spell schools cast and you haven't played a creation yet, and then you can't clear the boards that your opponents are making, and that's still what managed to happen in that situation. So, with the 2 unusual for the sake of the tournament, I know if people haven't been following the tournament throughout 2 days, the fact that I just called Hound Hunter an unusual deck will be making people wince at their monitors. But it's not a common deck in this tournament. Arcane Hunter has been much more common overall. So Gyu brought Enrage Warrior and Hound Hunter, and those 2 decks have done very well for him up until this point. Those 2 decks have done very well for him in this series. And now, all he's got left is the Subtle Shaman. And I believe Gyu is one of the Subtle Shamans. Yes, this is my list that is being played, exactly.
It's not only your list, but you like to talk about this matchup, don't you? Because this matchup's quite interesting compared to most Shaman matchups.
Very interesting, yeah. This is... You actually saw Meati do this against Outcast Demon Hunter, which is a very similar matchup. I alluded to it earlier, right, where he was kind of left with a whole bunch of unspent combo pieces because he went Flash of Lightning early. He went double Lightning Reflexes early. He tried to make this incredible tempo turn by using Flash of Light and Lightning Reflexes to maybe just clear a board, play a Feral Spirit, swing the board, that kind of thing. It didn't work out particularly well for him, but he recognized that that was kind of a necessity with the way that the game was going. It ended up just being a board clear and not really that much tempo being generated coming back the other way. And just kind of had to fall over the line in the end. But that's very often what these kind of matchups are about, is trying to grab tempo early. And honestly, Gyu's hand, starting out with the schooling on 1, did play Ancestral Knowledge on 2, which is not something I'm in love with a lot of the time, but there was no natural 3-mana play in hand, like no Feral Spirits, no Turn the Tides in hand already, so that's fine. He does have Flow Rider as well, which supports doing that. And now he's also drawn into early Flash of Lightning and early Inza as well, which are 2 of the best possible tempo swing cards that he has available to him. So this is looking like a pretty good hand.
Let's say he draws nothing off the top here. Is this just play a couple of 1-drops and then flash immediately, or are you trying to use your fish before you flash? Because you might as well, because they're there, so the flash can be delayed a turn.
Are you trying to use your fish before you flash? Or are you trying to flash before you fish? These are the questions that are crucial in Hearthstone commentary.
God damn it, Soto! I feel that with this hand I end up flashing on 6. That's what I feel like here.
So this turn, yeah, this was kind of mandated, right? You fish the Costume Singer, that was pretty much always going to happen. So this always felt like a Flow Rider fish turn to me. I'm not sure if there's currently anything going on that's going to fill out the next turn, so the next turn might end up being the flash turn instead, but honestly, I don't think there's enough pressure being represented here on DreadEye's side to cause you to have to panic and do that. I think you can kind of just get on with his business at this point.
Yeah, which is, I mean, the initial business being do your combo, win the game that way. But you'd expect not to be able to do that because this Hunter deck can exert a lot of pressure with 4/1s and stuff very early.
Yep.
That's what he's gone with. Obviously, last turn was a bit awkward because of overload, so he has to waste mana. Which means he's going to Inza now.
Turn. Yeah, I mean, that's the awkward part, right? Is there is a Costume Singer in play. He is at 18. There is 3 damage showing. And if Inza gets played, the opponent gets a 3-drop with charge, right? So it is a little bit scary to go with this, but I do think it's by far the best play.
Sort of made his bed on turn 4 when he, like you were going to say, like he didn't overload to play the 5/5, which meant he had a fairly inefficient turn, which allowed DreadEye to just get this irritating pressure. I say it every time, I'm going to say it again. Where's this damage come from on this deck? It's just done 20 damage for no reason. Nothing's happened.
Yep. Alright, let's see what the draw is before we have to start thinking about lethal outs. No, that's not particularly helpful. You can still choose to softly go fishing for it here, though. Like, play Feral Spirits, play Flow Rider, see what happens in terms of Discover off the Flow Rider, since those are efficient minions to play anyway.
And just expect to finish with... I mean, when you say go fishing for it, what are you looking for? The Discover card?
Well, you could. There are worlds where things work out incredibly perfectly, where you go like Radiance, Feral Spirit, Flow Rider this turn, and they just kind of die. But that is, I think, extremely ambitious in the circumstances. So I imagine this is just a flash setup turn, and you look at what you get here. But now you're in a little bit of a sticky situation, because you have to clear up some of this, and you would ideally want to float a mana this turn as well, which it looks like he's going to be able to do with Flow Rider and then stop there. And then take a Bolt for the lethal setup on the following turn. Yeah, this looks good.
You expect to die here sometimes, right?
Sometimes.
That's...
Yep. If there was a already juiced Ancient Krakenbane in hand, you're pretty dead. It's only the fact that DreadEye has to spend all his mana on other spells to get that Krakenbane active that's holding him back right now, I think.
The trouble is, What's your plan here as DreadEye? You've got to make sure you win next turn, but is there anything you can do to not lose before then? Like killing a 5-2, killing some of these minions does seem incredibly important. Trust your deck next turn to just win the game next turn. Make the Shaman spend as much mana as possible.
So yeah, not having lethal, as long as you don't have lethal in that situation. Does he play it? Actually, no, he doesn't. DreadEye doesn't play Speaker Stomper in this deck, right? No.
Yeah, let me find.
No, he doesn't.
Okay.
That's plan B was, yeah, so he did end up going for Conjured Arrow as I was looking over at the deck list, but that was kind of my other thought, right, is check for lethal. If you don't have lethal, play Conjured Arrow and draw Speaker Stomper, but that's not even an out that he has available in the deck. So I think he's just kind of in trouble.
Looks that way.
What is the draw now for Gyu? Oh, Crash of Thunder! That'll do it. That will do it. Third damage spell straight up. Any Discover would have made life incredibly likely. If not, he would have had to have dumped the bolts and then potentially gone fishing.
This looks so easy. Like, just play the cards in your hand. Why do I have to discover things and mess around and then dig through a card in my deck and then try and play a second flash? Why is this just a way you win?
18, 27. It could not be more perfect. Exact mana, exact damage, exact lethal, exact 3-0 all the way through to the finals to face PocketTrain. Beautifully done in the end from Gyu. That was a super clutch draw at the end to pick up the Crash of Thunder. Otherwise, he was going to need a little bit of assistance from the Discover gods, it would seem, if he found his way to the Lightning Reflexes. Because I'm not sure if there's any line he could have taken where he would have enough mana to make a board, play the Bioluminescence, dump the Lightning Bolts, and then still, like, Thor him, right? To then draw more cards after the fact and keep going. I don't think he had enough juice to be doing that kind of thing, so picking up the Crash of Thunder straight off the top was incredibly clutch in the end.
Yeah, and he was slightly embarrassed by it, but that deck, honestly, there's got a million outs to just win the game on the spot anyway. That's why you do what you do with that deck. It's got a lot of card draw, it's got a lot of damage, and not much else. You got to pick up. It quite often feels like you were lucky when you win with that deck on that turn in that situation, but actually, when you go through the outs, you've got so many.
Yeah, especially when you've done it without opening a Lightning Reflexes, I think you have to say fair enough, right? Like, sometimes you do open Lightning Reflexes and get Bolt into Crash, right? And those are fortunate outcomes, and you have to... Part of playing the deck is understanding when that's the right thing to go for and when it isn't, and what your odds are in those situations. But you recognize the assignment, right? Play Flash of Lightning, float 1 mana, so you don't get the surprise 3-drop. And then he played the Flow Rider, and he specifically picked the Lightning Bolt, right? No second thoughts in his mind. That's not a difficult choice to make, but he didn't have anything else in his mind. He saw a Lightning Bolt in the Discover. He said, this is what I need damage spells. I think the only thing that would have gone up against that in his mind is if he saw Lightning Reflexes as the Flow Rider Discover, then he might have taken that instead. And then deck was kind to him with the Crash of Thunder Discover for exactly 27, and he counted it perfectly.
Yep, 999. Call the ambulance for DreadEye. He's out of here. It's 3-0 to Gyu, who goes to play PocketTrain in the final. And we've talked enough, I think, about what's going to happen or what has happened. What is going to happen is we're going to have that final for you in just a few minutes. We'll give Gyu a little rest, I believe. That's usually how it goes down. But we're back shortly for the final, the Hearthstone Masters Tour Summer Championship.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Hearthstone Masters Tour Summer Championship. We are getting pumped up here. We are getting ready to go into our grand finals for this tournament. And to kick that off here is myself, Dawn, or Dragon Rider, and joined again by TJ. Are you ready for this, TJ?
I am. I think PocketTrain... Most people probably expected PocketTrain when you look at this lineup to be a player that was in the finals. There's a little bit less pressure on him throughout the tournament because he's already kind of a shoo-in for the World Championship based on points. And he's a fantastic player, and everybody knows it. So that's a recipe for, all right, this guy's going to win or has a good shot at it. Gyu, on the other hand, maybe not a player that everybody was looking at coming into this, as much as some of the other big names. But he's really proven himself. And one thing that I've noticed over the course of the tournament is that Gyu has kind of looked like he's become more comfortable with his plays. Whereas early on in the tournament, there was a little bit of shaky things, some missed turns, some things that he didn't complete, like his full turn before the rope hit. But now he's firing on all cylinders, takes his time, very methodical approach, and he's got some cool decks to boot. So I think this is a very worthy final.
Oh, yeah, 100% agreed. And there you see some highlights from PocketTrain throughout today, kind of just taking these games down to get up to this point. And as you mentioned, uikyou maybe did seem to struggle a little bit in the match that we did cast earlier, that we get to see him in. But yeah, very decisive 3-0 in the previous series to get him into this grand finals. But to get into some of these deck lists, I am really interested to see how these two lineups go into each other. And here, this Outcast Demon Hunter has kind of been one of those either love or hate decks, it seems like, this weekend. People either are loving it like me and saying, yeah, this is a cool deck. I think it's pretty well situated here. And then some people saying, I kind of hate this. I don't know if we can actually really say that Outcast Demon Hunter gets there in the end. So we will be seeing that from PocketTrain as well. And as you mentioned, kind of on the other side, that Warrior, the Enraged Warrior, has kind of been the other out of left field kind of deck for this weekend as well, that has really had some good results.
Yeah, it's had good results in the fact that uikyou's in the finals. But when we watch it, it feels like it's not having good results, where it feels like in the series it's the one deck that uikyou has where it's kind of getting beat up. We saw a massive highlight earlier when uikyou faced off against uikyou, where he kind of snuck a lethal out of nowhere in a long, drawn-out game with that Enraged Warrior, and has the ability to do that. So I'm excited to see more from that deck, because it is a deck that I've been jamming it. I'm trying to learn more about it. Very difficult to play. And then you also got to see sort of the longevity that the Hound Hunter has in many different matchups. Constant pressure once you get to that late game, with continually summoning giant beasts, the ability to finish games very quickly later on in the game with the buffed double King Crush if your deck aligns in the Stranglethorn Heart. So love uikyou's lineup, and I always love to see players that kind of go against the grain and bring decks that not everybody else is bringing and have success with it. And I think that uikyou has showcased that very well as we take a look at the Enraged Warriors. Such a cool deck. Now the Roaring Applause, most of the Enraged Warriors that I play against, which is not very many by the way, play the I can't remember the name of the card. It's the 3-cost Steam something. Draw a spell and then reduce the cost of a Spire spell in your hand by 1.
Yeah,
instead
Steam
of the Roaring
Guardian,
Applause.
I believe.
Steam Guardian, yeah. Roaring Applause has a higher... Really don't play that many tribes in the deck. You play Thori Balor, you play Foul Egg. That's really it. Like Anima Extractor, nothing from the Bridge Rifts, Olgra. Like none of those have like a minion type. So Roaring Applause is just like a cheap cycle, which is kind of what you need in the deck. But it is an interesting inclusion when you note that, the alternative is just a 3-mana 3/3 that draws a spell and maybe gives you additional tempo. But I like the choice, and it's worked out well. We've seen him draw multiple cards plenty of times with that card.
Yeah, I think oftentimes that does end up being probably 2 card draw. I think that's what we've seen a lot, but that sometimes is just enough. 2 mana draw 2 seems pretty decent. But again, I want to mention these different lineups because I think some of the matchups we've had throughout this tournament have had very similar lineups. And we even saw that in that second top 4 that we just showcased, where it was 3 basically of the same deck and then 1 deck different. But on the other side here, they both do have, before the bans, they both had the Nature Shaman. But other than that, the 3 decks outside of the Nature Shaman are all different for both of these players. So pretty interesting showcase here of these kind of different strategies, these different lineups that these players have. And we are going to get into this first game with PocketTrain looking like on that Shaman and uikyou on the Mage.
Yeah, it is really cool.
Yeah, because the mages are different, right? One is the rainbow mage, and one is more of the Naga style. So different mages as well. But here we see the Flame Geyser kind of being an early potential removal here for Gyu. Lines up pretty nicely into the Zapper that just came down for PocketTrain. And also to follow up with that Cosmic Keyboard and potentially a 4-drop, either the Cold Case or the Volume Up, both very good options. Seems like Gyu's hand is pretty solid so far here. On the other side, a little bit more clunky of a hand for PocketTrain, though, unfortunately. Not really the pieces that PocketTrain's looking for, but I think PocketTrain has some time before he really needs to get all of those pieces.
Yeah, plenty of time. The problem is, like, one, the armor that's going to be gained, and then two, just the tempo. Having to actually acknowledge the board from the side of the mage is usually the roughest part in this matchup. If they don't find any of their minions early game, they're just collecting spells and drawing, then it feels like you have infinite time in this matchup. But as soon as that Cold Case comes out, that keyboard comes out, it becomes very difficult.
I love this Wisdom of Norganon already being discounted several times. Turn 5, going to be able to potentially draw with that if you didn't want to go for the kind of off-curve play of Volume Up. I could go for something like the Prismatic and then the Wisdom, or could just start with the Wisdom to draw, but maybe he just wants to discount that a little bit more. I don't imagine he wants to go for something like the Reverberations quite yet, not on something like a Totem.
What are you talking about? You don't want a stealth totem? Or a strength totem, I mean?
No.
You can give your prismatic elemental
No.
+1 attack.
Sure. I guess you could. The Eradication is a shadow spell. We're going to see that get picked up here. Could be used in place of that Reverberations if there's not really anything that's going to come down later. But the Reverberations, I think, has also been one of those really interesting cards that we've seen across both the mages and the couple of warlocks over this weekend that we have seen. But Reverberations being able to either copy an opponent's minion or one of your own in terms of something like copying your own Sif or copying a Titan has been extremely utilized, I would say, in a lot of these games.
Yeah, it really has. It is going to come in handy. Gyu really was hoping to pick up a solid ally, I think, from that volume up.
Yeah.
Just having that additional turn of effective immunity is certainly worthwhile. Because now PocketTrain got the Titan down, got it for draw. It's not in too much relative danger. If the Titan sticks, which it likely won't, and actually there's a pretty easy removal here, since he did use the draw, Gyu could easily just Reverberations and then use the damage plus heal, which will kill it off and deal 3 damage to PocketTrain as well. So
Yeah.
that's probably what's going to be slated, but feels bad to have to spend 3 mana on that when you're not really progressing anything, considering, like you mentioned, already played the Shadow from the Mortal Eradication, so it doesn't really add anything, except for the 3 damage, which could be relevant with Sif in hand, so we'll see.
Yeah, picking up the Light It Burns there as a holy spell, pretty interesting here. These additional cards, I don't know about this Discover here. Those don't seem very helpful, but looks like Gyu does want to go for this Reverberations. I think just the value of being able to remove that Golganeth from PocketTrain seems very, very good. You don't want to give Pocket additional uses of that Titan. Hellfire for additional damage, even still.
Yeah. Oh, there's the flash. It's a lot of damage next turn.
Yeah.
You call down the vengeance of thunder!
Does hold on to the flash though. Only had the bioluminescence in one burn spell. Did have lightning reflexes. Now has both lightning reflexes. So it's possible that PocketTrain, if Q doesn't play Solid Alibi next turn, might try to kill without Flash of Lightning discount. Does have the Inza discount, so things like Zapper, Lightning Bolts are already free. And if you can hit like Crash Lightnings or additional Lightning Bolts from the Lightning Reflexes, you don't even need the Flash of Lightning to kill. So it's just going to put some stuff on the board, play for tempo, and put Gu in a situation where he has to Solid Alibi even before seeing the Flash of Lightning. We're starting to get to mana totals where it really doesn't matter anymore. So it looks like Gu's just going to try and gain some armor here.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like a terrible option. We've seen players do that a lot throughout the tournament, just going for additional armor, kind of holding off on playing Solid Alibis as long as possible. Of course, you know, with the vision that we have, we see there's not a Solid Alibi in hand anyways. So getting some additional armor seems really good. The Altered Chord could be some removal, but there's no overload, so it's going to cost 5, and that's pretty expensive.
Yeah. And doesn't benefit from the healing. And expensive doesn't really matter, because what he's just trying to do here is gain as much armor as possible. Because he actually does have a lethal setup next turn, and he's juicing up every single spell school here. Just to make sure that that lethal is preserved with Sif, Flame Geyser, and Hellfire, which I believe Sif is at +6 spell damage.
Yep.
So that'd be 8 + 9, be 17. So PocketTrain's got to go for the kill here. 37 with no Flash of Lightning discount is tough.
Yeah. Picking up an extra cheap nature spell to be able to use and just remove from the opponent seems like a pretty good fill-in here with the Zap.
He's got to find burn from this. Wait a second. If he does enough damage, could be a tie. Okay, he doesn't do enough.
No. All right, here it is on the other side, though. Yeah, you're just gonna drop the Sif that he's been buffing up by playing all of those spell schools the previous turn, and stays alive with 2 health to get that first point on the board in this grand finals. So you getting a win with that mage, and now going to have to get a win with the other 2 decks that aren't banned. But I just want to point out, I think what you said earlier really showed here. It does look like you is extremely comfortable now. Maybe he shook out all the nerves from the start of the day and just kind of said, okay, like I know what I'm doing. I've made it to this point. I know how to play. I can manage this now after getting through that first round.
Yeah, it was very comfortable there. Even a little smirk there at the end too. So nicely done. I am a little disappointed that we didn't get the opportunity for a tie, just because it doesn't come up very often. If PocketTrain was able to do 2 additional damage, then Gu maybe would have had to force a tie. We'd see in that situation. For those unaware, I believe unless the rules have changed between last time and now, if there's a tie, both players are awarded wins in Conquest, unless it's the final game. Like if it's tied 2-2 in a series, then it's a regame. But in a normal match of Conquest, if you have a tie, then both players are awarded win with the decks that they're playing on. So probably won't come up again. It's probably not. I think I've seen 1 tie, or at least in modern Hearthstone, since we solidified those rules. I think I've seen 1 tie in America's Grandmasters. But they're few and far between, the opportunities for a tie. So I like to take them when I can get them.
Definitely. Well, I'm kind of on the opposite side. I am glad that we didn't see the tie. You know, I want to see these players. They have qualified over months and months of competing on ladder. They qualified to this tournament, and now they are getting to showcase their skills and play these games. So I want to see it out. I want to see them play these games and see how it pans out. But with you getting the win on the mage, Now, again, there is the mage on PocketTrain side, but that is the Naga version of mage and not necessarily the same as that rainbow mage that we've been seeing. But we have to keep bringing up this Hound Hunter and this Enrage Warrior because these are really interesting. How do you feel about these couple of decks into PocketTrain's lineup?
I feel like the Enrage Warrior's got to be the weak spot here. Hound Hunter's been banned for most of the weekend for Q. In many of the matchups, Hound Hunter's been banned. Very powerful deck, like highest win rate deck on ladder by a good amount. Obviously, a lot of players chose to go with the Arcane Hunter, which both variations, Hound and Arcane, are very, very good, very, very strong. But the Warrior, I feel like, has the most weak spots. So I feel like no matter how this game goes in particular, even if Q goes up 2-0, I'm not going to count PocketTrain out because we've seen the Warrior falter. So if PocketTrain is able to get a win here, just makes it that much more easier to turn around and corner the Warrior. But especially with a decent start from Q, this could be kind of difficult. One of the weaknesses, though, of this deck is that it can have some awkward, weak draws, but it can also block a lot of damage early game and force a lot of awkwardness with the secrets. And that doesn't bode well for Outcast Demon Hunter.
Yeah. I do think PocketTrain has a decent start as well. The Spectral Sight over in that Outcast position, not bad at all here. Going to be able to get a little bit of draw. But, ooh, this pickup with the Wretched Exile, also pretty good. Going to be able to help PocketTrain generate some additional cards and hopefully get some more value, find some additional damage that the Demon Hunter is looking for. But sometimes some of these decks can kind of go a little bit faster and put on more pressure than the Hound Hunter can. So it has been interesting to definitely see the Hound Hunter versus the Arcane Hunter kind of dispute or differences over the weekend. But man, talk about pressure. This is a wide board here already with no really clear answer here yet from you.
We'll pick up the Hollow Hound, I'm sure, here.
Yeah.
But it's still a couple turns away from being able to make that swing, and PocketTrain could go wide enough to where it's not relevant. It is just a little bit of chip damage, and this hidden meaning is quite annoying, to be honest. Just because he's working with basically one less mana each turn, I don't think he wants to give that activation over.
Yeah.
But it's just going to be ship and face. I like it.
Yeah, and setting up this Glaive Tar here just really allows for additional draws by playing the Outcast cards in these coming turns. And one thing that's really great about it as well is that PocketTrain can set that up over multiple turns if he wants to. Right? He can play some Outcast cards and then hold back the swing of the weapon, play Outcast cards the following turn to kind of capitalize on the draw. But if you are trying to go a little bit slower like that and just build up your draw, it also means missing out on that additional damage from the weapon swing. Unfortunately, here we see the taunt that was triggered from the secret there. But does he care about a potential detriment for the secret here? Does PocketTrain just want to play out the Hawkstrider Rancher?
I think so, and then you can trade in 2 additional cards, and that would be Marlocula activation? He might be missing one. Alright, it looks like he's going to go for it anyway. But just setting up a wide board of rushers, that way Helveria, for the next turn, has a chance to threaten lethal. But we're almost certainly looking at a Hound here, just because of the fact that Helveria's feels like infinite damage.
Yeah. I agree. I don't think with the stakes and everything that could potentially go wrong here, I don't know if you wants to leave as much on the board. But actually, going for the Hope of Quel'Thalas, going to try to, I guess, buff up the Hound Hunter so that he gains even more healing off of it next turn and just assumes that the bees here clear up and prevent a lethal. But yeah, you see the fist pump there from PocketTrain. That Helveria is just gonna do the work here. Those are gonna get buffed, regardless if they're attacking into a minion or face.
I thought I counted 21. I think it's 21. I think he's one off.
Even with hero power?
Even with hero power, I think he's one off.
Yeah. Looks like you are correct. But either way, I think he was very excited to see that he played around that bees, because that was kind of when the fist pump came out. And yeah, no answer there. Even playing the hound buffed up at that point wasn't enough healing to answer all of those minions from PocketTrain's side, and that means that we are tied at 1-1.
Yeah, it's that hound would have been double buffs, would have been 15 healing, still would have left 28 power on board,
right?
Which is insane. So good recognition by PocketTrain, even if it's not lethal, to just commit it anyway, because there was no way to get around it. The only out, actually there was no out because he only had 6 mana, so Prison of Yaxaron wasn't even you Prison of Yaxaron and target your own face. So one card clears the board and then another card heals your face, but was still a mana off. So that was just turn 6, just straight up presenting lethal. Well done by PocketTrain, and starting to see more and more why Outcast Demon Hunter is a powerful deck against decks that outside of their own minions, they don't have like specifically removal to interact with their opponent's board. Usually Hound Hunter just tries to be super annoying in the early game, and that's how they get through the early game, and then they stabilize with Hound, and then they kill you. That's like the progression. It doesn't do well against decks that just continuously build up big boards and have just as much tempo in the early game as you do.
Yeah, and on the other side too, as the Outcast Demon Hunter, it definitely helps when you're able to build up a board that doesn't get removed of rushers and draw that Helveria pretty early, because there's definitely some games where, as we've seen with the Mage, things like that Sif just kind of sitting in the bottom of the deck. Sometimes that happens with Helveria too, but it worked out really, really well there for PocketTrain, getting all of those pieces together early enough to apply that pressure and close it out. And then still threaten enough, as you said, even if the hound was double buffed, then came out, it still was not enough healing. Would it have been enough to actually get additional healing and then kind of stabilize if we had seen the coin hound instead of the coin weapon? Maybe.
It's possible.
Yeah.
Because it would have pared down the board, but then Helveria would have like stuck anyway.
Right.
And you wouldn't have a follow-up after that. So it's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. But it is what it is. Now we're moving into game 3. Mage versus Hunter, getting the Hound Hunter again. The Naga Mage and Siren in opening hand. So we also have School Teacher to generate the 1-mana Noggling to start the to get the Siren rolling, and a Flame Geyser to get the spell rolling on that combination. So pretty good opening here from PocketTrain, and uikyou's just gonna try and get through this early game enough and try and set up enough damage. Star Power is gonna be good for that first Siren board, but it's possible that the Siren board, with how it works, usually the minions are more health than attack, so and you can go pretty wide even on the first one. Sometimes Star Power isn't even enough on its own to clear it.
Yeah. There's definitely some different options here for uikyou. Could just go for the Wild Spirits, but not sure if you really necessarily need to. But trying to set some of those minions up, or even having gone for just forging that Titan Forge traps could have been something there as well. Just to kind of get that out and get that set up, I think, ahead of time. This is a little bit of a faster hand than what we saw in the previous game from uikyou. This time, maybe there's going to be a coin hound, but it's not quite the same as it was before. But the Pozic being picked up is pretty good.
Very good. It's going to limit the options for PocketTrain in terms of hand space, and also just make it kind of awkward because you don't really want to clear it. And you definitely don't want to spend mana on those mechs.
Yeah.
He's got second Siren, so he could go in, but it looks like he wants to go for empty out these bots from his hand and go for a bigger pop-off.
Yeah. Can't really go for draw necessarily either there with that Wisdom of Norganon. Just, as you mentioned, just not enough hand space there. So really has to kind of pick a direction, decide if he does just want to drop one of those mechs. And I think that this is fine. I kind of like the just trying to answer this board, you know, do something and then have potentially a even better pop-off turn.
PocketTrain's summoning. He's trying to summon something to his hand. I don't know what it is, but he's trying. All right, time to go. He's just getting ready.
Yeah. From the depths generated there, sure.
Ooh.
Dredge effect.
This is interesting. I wonder what he picked from the depths. Zola.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah. Going for the noggling as well, just to keep this chain going as long as possible. I love watching these high-level players when you see them pop off with these Naga turns because, as you can see, right, as soon as that draw came into hand, PocketTrain dropped that Naga and just started going. He has the experience with this deck. He's very familiar with it. He knows what he's looking for. And I think we've talked a bit about that pattern recognition throughout this weekend as well, right? He knows what he's looking for, and he just went for it. No indecisiveness about it, just going in.
This is very weird. Picks up Dark Transformation too to actually make use of this amalgam. So that's a full board clear. Fills up his hand. Still has a Siren. Now the next level play here would have been if he had given any thought to hound positioning. I don't know if he has. But it's very hard to do that while you're also trying to pop off on a Siren turn. So I don't even know if Hound is like anywhere close to enough here to do much of anything. He's gonna
Not much.
plop a banana on it, but just to clear off the Dark Transformation too.
Yeah.
But PocketTrain just gets to go again.
Right.
And he's certainly going again.
Yep. No
Right
hesitation. I love it.
And the benefit of the Hound is he gets to clear off these small minions from his board to make more room from additional Nagas. No idea what's in this Commander Savara. We'll see. Okay, Discovery Magic Dark Transformation Flame Geyser. The Dark Transformation may not have much of a use anymore. As an amalgam has already been used, but hey.
Surely
Put it back
something
in the
else is created that can make use of that. Or how about just use it as an additional card for this Finley?
Oh, the Finley, I forgot about the From the Depths. Everything's free at the bottom.
So good.
Oh my gosh. Finds nature too. I don't even know what you go for here. The 5/5s or the 8/8s. Because likely in 2 turns your board's going to be too full for the 5/5s. Alright, this is nuts.
Yes.
Very well done.
Also, pretty significant here with this full board, both frozen touches in hand now as well. So that if this board gets cleared off, those are immediately going to just be fully infused and be additional damage. If Sif is drawn, that I think could just basically be spelling the end there for Gyu in this matchup here. But from the other side now, I mean, how does Gyu address this? I mean, it's turn 7. He has Lorthramar in his hand, but of course, if he just plays Lorthramar, doesn't answer any of the board, that's really not a good look either. He wants to answer this board somehow. Is star power quite enough there? I don't know. It doesn't seem like it is. Gonna go for the Wild Spirits instead. No Fox!
Didn't hit a single rush on any of these.
Not a single Fox.
Oh my goodness.
I mean,
Get rid of the spell damage, sure.
yeah. Wow.
Forge the traps, I guess. Okay, bait and switch. I mean, that just gives PocketTrain more room to just get rid of stuff on the board.
Yeah.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 damage showing. This clears up everything, so the bait and switch doesn't matter. The frozen touches in hand would be an additional 6, so it's not lethal yet, but uikyou didn't really do much last turn. Like, didn't like, make headway towards the win condition or threaten PocketTrain in any way. So he's fine to just clear this off with the creation, push all the damage, and say, okay, uikyou, you have to do the exact same thing. Except now you have much less health and only 1 more mana.
Yeah, right back in the same situation, and less cards in hand to do something to answer as well. So, yeah, less resources, less health. It's looking pretty rough here for uikyou. Does start with that star power, but yeah, it didn't answer very much at all, and didn't even hit the siren at all.
Do anything. All that did was infuse PocketTrain's frozen touches.
Yes.
That's
I
it.
mean, so there's the argument. It did do something then. It just didn't do anything for uikyou, except maybe end up killing him faster.
Yeah, that's lethal from hand.
Yes.
with quadruple frozen touch and a ping. So nicely done by PocketTrain, showing off the power once again of the Naga Mage, and just makes Hound Hunter look like such a fair deck.
Yes. Yeah. Maybe people on ladder might disagree with that as well, but that's the difference in these players, their skill level, and also I think the experience with the deck. I don't think just anybody could take Naga Mage and do super well with it like this. I mean, of course, at this level, we're probably just saying that any of these players could take any deck and do extremely well with it in general, right? But for a couple of these decks, the Outcast Demon Hunter, the Enraged Warrior, this Naga Mage, honestly pretty similar still. All of these decks are very, very similar, if not the same card lists that they were from previous metas. So these players probably already have a lot of experience with these, and I think we really saw that in this matchup here with PocketTrain. He knew exactly what he was looking for. He knew exactly just, okay, this is my pop-off turn. I have to get this Siren down and just go, and just started picking cards, just looking for potential damage. I think that added dredge effect, right? The from the depths definitely helped him out in the long run, but I think he still probably would have gotten there looking at the way that the hand for uikyou was shaping up and just the state of the board as well.
Yeah, the Naga Mage, the pattern has stayed the same, but it's gotten 10 times more complicated just because of the fact that you have Discovery of Magic, you have Molten Rune, right? That you can discover, which add all these random effects into your game plan. So not only do you have to have the knowledge and recognition down for just playing the Naga Mage as is, you also have to have this wide breadth of game knowledge in order to be able to think on your feet and use cards that you may have not used in these types of situations before. So very cool deck to watch, and one that I know I will never be good at least not as good as these top players. And PocketTrain, only Shaman left to find a win with.
Yeah, that's it. We started with that win in the first game for uikyou, and now it has quickly turned to a 2-1 in PocketTrain's favor. So definitely kind of things flipped around here, but PocketTrain looking pretty good in this match so far. Going into game number 4, PocketTrain, as I just said, up 2-1, and just has to win with the Shaman. Do you think that this Hound Hunter is going to be able to get it to a game 5 here?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Just judging by the last couple of games, like the Hound Hunter has just been floundering, to be quite honest. But uikyou's got some decent early game stuff going on here with the Tremors. Got some bananas to protect it. The Pozic is fantastic. Just a nice on-curve play that puts a ton of pressure. on the Shaman because they want to get it off the board, but they never want to spend mana on the mechs because it just delays their game plan too much.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's very interesting as well. I think we've kind of talked about this, that the Shaman can actually clear up some of this board. So even though uikyou is applying some of this pressure early, the rest of the hand might be a little slow at this point. Maybe the POSIX sticks around and applies some pressure, but also things like the Lightning Storm that has now been picked up, Crash of Thunder being discovered, all of those are kind of already in the game plan already that's set up for Shaman, and being able to kind of do things that's already in your game plan and clear the board at the same time is always something that's very, very nice. But this is an interesting choice here as well. We've talked in a lot of the other games about not wanting to take chip damage, especially in like the mirror. But in this situation, PocketTrain just says, I actually want to keep board, so makes the value trade with the rush minion and takes extra damage to his face. And I think that's pretty significant.
It could be. Obviously, we're not talking about Arcane Hunter here, which has all the burst damage in the world, so it's going to be some time before you can stick together enough damage. But that could be the difference between just the Faithful Companion pulling a King Crush for lethal or not, right? Like, that extra damage that he took. Now it's going to get to connect base again. Could even be like Lorthermar on 7 into Faithful Companion on 8. Like, that's a world that we're in right now. And also has the Hound, so uikyou is setting up for a situation here where he could just Okani, ignore the board, and go face. Maybe even throw a banana in there. That 5 damage alone would put PocketTrain down to 16, which would set up for the single King Crush lethal with King Lorthermar.
Yeah. This has to feel like just a really tough situation here for uikyou. He does not seem thrilled about this hand right now, and maybe the game can go that long. Maybe you can get to that Lorthermar and pull off the Faithful Companions, but I think there still is that slight worry that always kind of has to be in the back of your mind with the Shaman. But as you mentioned, the Okani can come down and try to just stall things up a little bit, and that is exactly why we see PocketTrain play that coin out first. But yeah, Crash of Thunder just for the full mana here, just to get this board out of here. Now things are looking a little bit better to get towards that later game, but Crush comes in the hand. It's always Crush in hand when you want Lorthermar.
That's brutal.
Okay, though. I guess the alternative is still maybe Lorthermar next turn, follow up with the Faithful Companions, and go for a big monkey or another Hound and get some healing. But the healing, the farther you go in the game against Shaman, it seems still very likely that they're just going to have the damage to get there anyways. So the healing doesn't seem quite as relevant as maybe the huge, like a Mukla body or something like that. Is that going to be the game plan from here on out for you?
I honestly don't know from this standpoint. It's going to be a pretty easy Titan here for PocketTrain. Does have to think about what he wants to go for. He could go for draw and Lightning Storm. 14 after, like, is healthy enough? Question mark? I don't know, like, has to make the decision whether or not to go for the heal. Is going to go for the draw, and then is likely just going to follow this up with a Lightning Storm to clear things off. So I like that just to get deeper in the deck. But now the pressure's on uikyou. We'll most likely just have to go for a Faithful Companion here just to get the Mukla out to kill this Titan. Like, it's... Okay, Hydrolodon... No, Hydrolodon wouldn't even clear on its own, so it's got to be the Mukla. And see if that's going to stick. PocketTrain has to acknowledge it. There's a Speaker Stomper picked up as well. So it could be Speaker Stomper next turn to block the potential of a lethal, and then King Crush for maybe lethal if there's some damage that sticks in the meantime. But it's just a vanilla old 8/8 King Crush. Nothing special.
Yeah. Well, if PocketTrain also knows that there is that additional last banana sitting in hand as well, I would be very curious just to hear his thoughts like on this turn and kind of how he's recognizing what cards might be in hand at this point, just based on how uikyou has been playing. We're not going to get that, but man, this has been one of those very interesting games where there also kind of hasn't been some of the pieces that you want as Shaman come into hand yet either. Like where are the Flash of Lightnings? Crash of Thunder earlier had to be played for full mana. Like this does not feel like a normal Nature Shaman game, but it's so interesting how PocketTrain has just kind of been able to keep stalling things a little bit, and now it almost feels as if the tables have turned yet again. uikyou was looking maybe a little stressed out, and now has kind of gotten to that later point in the game that even though that crush came into hand, still found a way to push this threatening lethal damage.
Yeah, the pickup of the Hydralodon was actually huge, because otherwise uikyou would have had no way to threaten this turn to try and solidify the speaker. PocketTrain just picked up nothing. Like, absolutely nothing.
Yeah, his face right now. What? Overload? Tradable into overload. The overdraft. Why? Why repeated overdraft into overdraft?
Oh.
That is absolutely a terrible feeling. And the odds of that happening with that many cards still in deck seem very, very slim.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal. Just nothing to interact with the board whatsoever or cycle through the deck. Had to go for the Feral Spirits, but
Yeah.
even with the Taunt Totem, it's enough to push through with the Crush. And that means we're going to Game 5. I don't think I've cast a single match so far this weekend that hasn't gone to a Game 5. I think every single match I've cast, all 6 matches I've cast, have gone to a Game 5. I have the power.
I cannot say the same. Yesterday was definitely the quite opposite of that for my casting experience. But I'm always glad to see a game number 5 in the grand finals. But man, I don't know. I think the draws for that Shaman for PocketTrain just were pretty atrocious for most of that game. He was
the
really
early game
looking.
was smooth.
Yeah.
The early game was incredibly smooth. Like, early game into Titan was just, like, perfect answers to just about everything that uikyou was doing. Obviously, PocketTrain was taking more damage, which, we could look at that game and say, if he hadn't taken that extra damage, uikyou had 2 over at the end, right? If he had played a little bit more conservatively, could things have changed? Probably not, because uikyou would have likely been a little bit further ahead on the board. Or PocketTrain, or uikyou would have been a little bit further ahead on board. May have stuck that extra damage down the line anyway. But it's little things like that you look at, and I think there were so many draws in the deck that could have bailed him out of this situation. Lightning Reflexes being one of them. Even Crash of Thunder would have blocked a lot. Like second Crash of Thunder, you just maybe throw a Lightning Bolt into the Hydralodon, Crash of Thunder, and then try and set up for the big Lightning Reflexes later on with Flash of Lightning. So. Also, Flash of Lightning picked up at any point. He had double Bioluminescence, Radiance, double Feral Spirits, Novice Zapper. Like, could have found a way to lethal regardless if he had just had a little bit more mana to work with.
Well, I mean, at the end, though, he tried to find something, but it was overdraft into overdraft into overdraft, so I don't know what happened there, but the deck said, no, you really want overdrafts, I promise. Which he didn't. But now it is going to be that game number 5, and that's interesting in Rage Warrior. Coming in for uikyou now, and this Shaman again for PocketTrain. This looks like a much better hand, or at least if he can continue through and keep the momentum going, this is looking like a really good starting hand for PocketTrain.
Oh no! Gyu, on the other hand, not the perfect hand.
It was not.
Yeah, I think Novice Zapper into Flow Rider here is a fantastic way to kick things off. You expect Flow Rider on the other side, but you really hope that there's not just a clean Lightning Bolt to deal with this Anima Extractor.
Yeah.
Oh, I could make a case for all three of these
Yeah.
in this situation.
This might come down to just looking at what exactly he wants to do next turn to actually answer this extractor here. Is schooling the answer to that? Maybe it's Tides.
I think just the on-curve play of Tides is
Yeah.
worth a little bit more.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Sanguine Depths picked up. So Gyu's going to be able to fight back a little bit more in terms of tempo, but I don't even know what you do in this situation if you just play fully for curve, like for tempo, and just dump out the Sun Fury Champion as well. But it looks like he is just going to get rid of the Novice Zapper.
Yeah. I mean, the Sun Fury Champion can be pretty good here in the future, as long as there's some additional pickups, but a couple of buffs from the Anima Extractor, maybe that's enough for additional on-curve play here, but right now the Thorai Balor are going to come out, make a quick trade, and just call it good for this turn 4. There does need to be a little bit more here for the Sun Fury Champion. I think even not only just a fire spell, but also things like the Imbued Axe could certainly help with some of those Sun Fury Champion boards. And we just saw that Discover for PocketTrain. Gonna go for the schooling. Not opting for a second Bioluminescence, which I think makes sense, but that second Flash of Lightning in hand. All right.
So saw a Flash of Lightning, but it's not going to be a kill, but he could just Speaker Stomper here to block a turn and just create some tempo. Other option would be to Sun Fury Champion in like Jam session, which would resurrect the Thorai Balor. But it would also overload, but I don't know if Olgro would really be the play next turn unless it's like specifically Feral Spirits that comes down. That's tough. Speaker Stomper's such high value in this matchup. Just usually want to use it to protect a board. You build up a big board and then you Speaker Stomper.
Yeah.
Would the board be big enough if you're just like playing down Sun Fury Champion and Speaker Stomping right now? Hard to say.
It's also very interesting. I mean, we know that the second Flash of Lightning is in hand for PocketTrain too. And okay, if the Speaker Stomper comes down this turn, I would imagine Pocket probably just wants to go for that second Flash of Lightning. Now we are going to see that come down here. So I'd imagine it kind of just is a repeat, right? Okay, well, I'll play the second Flash of Lightning, and you have to answer the next turn then, when I'm going to have cheap spells and even more mana. And I definitely don't think that there is enough damage or threatening minions here from Gyu that PocketTrain is going to be worried about Gyu closing out the game next turn.
Yeah, definitely not. Okay, Olgra it is.
Yeah.
Just get some damage in while you can. It's not the best. It's only gains the +1 attack, but still pushes a little bit of damage and still puts things in the way of PocketTrain.
Yeah. We didn't see that Flash of Lightning come down in that previous turn there from PocketTrain, saving that Flash of Lightning here, but the schooling being picked up here, gonna be able to clear some of this up pretty nicely with a couple of the Piranhas and Lightning Storm. I think pretty decent. Again, PocketTrain kind of in that responsive role, but nothing to trade into for the Remornia. So it's not going to turn into a weapon. But
okay, dodge the Lightning Reflexes. I was really worried about the Lightning Reflexes for the potential of a Hex, but he's confident enough just to throw it down. I mean, this represents so much extra damage.
It does.
In fact, It represents lethal damage.
Yeah, these verse riffs being picked up on top of that additional jam session that's already been in hand, and the location waiting to be used as well. Just so much damage.
Does need one additional damage, like a Sanguine Depths, to get past double jam session.
How about
That's
that?
it. That's it, right? Oh no, it's not quite. Oh yeah, it is, because the rush.
Yeah.
And then can use the Sanguine Depths to kill off the additional Feral Spirit. So that's both, and that's enough damage to push the attack and the weapon through to the face.
Oh, the PocketTrain, you could just see his demeanor completely change. He is just disappearing off camera. Oh my gosh, yeah, there it is. Even though it was looking a little rough, not necessarily completely rough, but not the cards you necessarily want as the warrior, but he made it work, and he got there in game number 5. uikyou is the Masters Tour Summer Champion, final Grand Champion.
Well done, uikyou. With Enrage Warrior, of all things, coming in clutch in the last game of the day. Just playing on curve. Like, yeah, you can hold on to these tools forever, the Olgra and the Remornia, to try and go for those big swings. But he recognized an opportunity. PocketTrain was overloaded. Remornia is in hand. It's buffed. He has so much extra damage to beef it up the next turn with the jam session, with the activation of the Sanguine Depths. So he knew that it was pretty much a guaranteed lethal setup outside of very specific taunt maintenance being played, which would have been the second Feral Spirits, but found out the puzzle at the very end of the day to push through it and was able to get the win. So I honestly was scared. As soon as I saw the opening hand from uikyou, I'm like, does this compete? Like, does this hand compete with Nature Shaman, one of the strongest decks in the game? And it did.
And the opening hand from PocketTrain on the other side looked very good, right? It was almost a repeat of the previous game where the opening hand for PocketTrain on that Nature Shaman looked very good. It looked very, very solid. And then kind of as the game progressed, the hand just became very clunky and kind of didn't do a whole lot. And that meant that the Hound Hunter and that Enraged Warrior kind of just got to what they were going to do. And also the draws started going pretty decently for uikyou as well. Here we can see that replay of this Remornia just absolutely demolishing PocketTrain, and just the devastation on PocketTrain's face. This was the final game, so no more chances after this. And the difference between making it or not to the 2023 World Championship, which now that does mean uikyou has qualified for, along with Levick from the Spring Championship.
Yeah, it's I love the stories of both Levick and uikyou, who have both made like sort of this big push in their competitive Hearthstone careers, basically just in the past year or two, being the players to qualify for the World Championship. And to be honest, PocketTrain, this meant a lot to him in the sense that he would get to avoid the grind for the rest of the year to try and qualify to the World Championship on points. He is in a very good position to do so, but it would have been nice just to get that World's qualification out of the way right now by winning this finals. Yeah. But PocketTrain, I think, had a heck of a tournament. We got to see him showcase the Nagamage time and time again, which is always a pleasure to watch high-level players play that deck well. And quite obviously will not be the last time we see PocketTrain in a high-level tournament this year. So looking forward to see more. But uikyou coming in with the lineup, I'm pretty sure nobody. We did have Hemlock with the same lineup as well, but both of them had very interesting lineups. Hemlock did go pretty far, made out of groups, so that lineup was working. But very cool to see Enraged Warrior come out of nowhere and win a tournament. Don't think anybody expected that. I think if you asked players like two decks, like what two decks they were probably least expecting lineups this weekend, Enraged Warrior and Outcast Demon Hunter would probably be up there, and they were both representing the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. It was great to see that varying representation in the classes and in the kind of region that these players are from, right? PocketTrain being from EU and Gyu representing Americas. So pretty cool to kind of see that was what we had for our grand finals and it going all the way to game 5. But definitely we hope to see PocketTrain back in the next Masters Tour. I'm sure he's going to continue grinding those ladder games and trying to qualify via points if he doesn't land that fall championship Masters win, right?
Yeah, I don't know if you're going super in on the bit because Q, I called him an honorary American, but he's from Korea. Who's actually Asia Pacific, but it's full in on the bit. Everybody who's not from Europe is an honorary American because
we're going in
both
on it.
Asia Pacific and Americas both have to fight against Europe, who's been dominant in Hearthstone so long. Just forget about the world champ, like the previous world champions. They're from Asia Pacific. Overall win rate, Europe just dominates these tournaments. But Gyu will still be an honorary American in my heart, just like Lorinda is. Even though he might have been rooting for PocketTrain because they're both from the UK. But
That's right.
at least DreadEye made it far, right? Us America's fans have to say that at least DreadEye made it pretty far. So did uikyou. So we can't complain too much. But great job, Gyu. Great job, Gyu.
Yeah, absolutely. So that does mean that Levick from the Spring Championship and Gyu from the Summer Championship have qualified for our World Championship, but we still have to see that Fall Championship coming later this year. So that is going to wrap it up from myself, from TJ, and the rest of our casting crew from this weekend. Thank you so much for joining us, and we will see you later this year for the Hearthstone Masters Tour Fall Championship.